still here? Oh.
Of course, friends to the end, just like Chucky says.
Oh, is Zerodara AFK?
Nope.
His stream has stopped. Is he cheating?
My Phoebes went to take the dog out.
Oh, okay.
He said something about Baha Man came out and said, "Who let the dogs out?"
Maybe I ought to mute this. Nobody wants to hear me crunching on stream, do they?
Yeah, right. I don't know. Her crunchy streams are like the best streams nowadays.
Hello. I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just stuck on my face real quick.
Hello, you sexy bitches. I mean, my beloved friends.
Oh my
Where's
god.
Oh my gosh, Twix.
Okay, I'm finally done eating. Let me get let me clean up my mess, and I'm good.
You're a mess. I know that.
I'm just eating something really quick. Don't be wrong.
The food before the arena. The arena. Sorry. No, I honestly believe that, I strongly believe that this little training session that we've had, it was really great.
How'd they do?
Honestly, they started shitty. They
I
started
don't know, because
bitching
Cat was
so
shooting me
bad.
pretty good there, and so did Phoebes.
Yeah. And after that, dude. No, honestly, they've gotten a lot better these past few, to like 2 hours or something.
Oh yeah.
3 hours to be more precise, my bad. 3 hours and 37 minutes to be even more precise. By the way, Twix, you asked about how to check your how many hours. Just do exclamation mark top hours, and you'll see all the hours at the top of hours.
Huh, let me
Thing is,
see.
you have to practice so much it becomes second nature, don't you?
Exactly.
Otherwise, you just revert back to how we were doing it before, which was
Ah, there we go.
very well.
Twix, second place. Oh my god, you naughty bitch.
Yeah, I told you, bro. I never leave.
Catch
All right,
the
what's
Walker,
happening?
Phoebe.
I'm even in Cat's channel, but Cat never goes live yet.
No, I will do one of these days. Tricks. I will do.
Stream?
Because if I count my hours on
I
there,
want the titles, you know, I want the storyteller title. I'd like that. Yeah,
We're gonna help you, Cathy. Don't worry now.
at some point. Cat.
We ready for the arena?
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Trix, you ready, bro?
yeah,
You're first?
yeah.
Okay, let's all leave. I'm taking Trix, Phoebes, and Cat. Phoebes with Cat, and I'm arena hype. Let's go.
Alright, wait, I was coming back in there, so let me,
Right.
Let me change.
so,
this.
are we all gonna try, or
No. You can't.
so
You
only one of
actually-
us? Yeah, okay,
yeah.
so who,
So, myself
Kat,
and
do you wanna
Kat,
try?
Yeah, my bad about earlier, bro. I mean, I know World of Warcraft was on, but I was actually at a funeral earlier.
Oh, my condolences.
Sorry
Oh,
about that,
I'm
dude.
so sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I was doing. I just got back, but just a little while ago.
Yeah, my condolences. If you
Sorry.
need anything,
God bless you, and if you're not holy into the gospel, just bless you.
Right, so I'm inviting Thieves, yeah?
Bless you, Phoebes from Atty, either from the chat. Yeah, I'm inviting.
Oh, thank you, Matty.
Monster
I'm
here.
sneezing like fucking crazy.
It's okay.
Alright,
Right, send an invite, Thieves.
Trix, have I told you the interesting news? Yesterday I got my first subscriber on Twitch.
Ooh, how'd it feel?
It felt really bad because the poor guy, he wasn't speaking English. He was like speaking Spanish, and I didn't understand shit that he was saying. I felt so bad, bro.
Yeah, Twitch should have like a built-in translator. I'm surprised they don't,
Yeah,
because a lot of times there's other platforms that are more foreign-based that most of the time English people can't get on there, but they have translation built in.
I know. I'm actually aiming for 5 subscribers till February. I doubt I can, but it's nice to have a goal.
you go, Sonny.
And I'm getting my audio equipment in like 2 hours, give or take. So.
There you go.
I know.
Oh, is it arriving?
In
it's
how
arriving
long?
today?
When are you getting your audio equipment?
What? Theoretically, I should be able to order it in like 2 weeks.
All right. Yes.
I get paid
Ah,
on the
nice.
13th. I get paid on the 13th.
Okay. Yes,
How's it
that's-
feel to say that?
It's only a week, isn't it? It's
I'm
only a week.
Still,
there,
let's not get into that, okay?
Oh.
Welcome
bad.
to the
Okay,
Sea
you ready?
Dogs Arena.
I'm ready.
Crew one of our
3,
glorious
2,
ships and
1,
compete against
go.
rivals to earn silver.
Searching seas.
Seek out the Sea Dogs chests by following maps graciously given to you. Dig up our chests and some silver will be yours. More silver awaits for those who bring these chests.
I
to
said
Sea Dog
something nice to
agents
this game.
found within the arena.
I know.
Damage rival ships, and we will also grant you
Oh, but I'm
silver.
serious, guys. Yeah.
There is one final way to win
And actually
silver.
learned this from Twix.
Send
Yeah, he was
your
a good man.
rivals to the ferry.
Basically, I told them Tricks that I appreciate everyone coming in and they have no obligations whatsoever. I'm more than happy to just be able to have them on here and chat and so on and so forth. So no financial
Aw.
obligations or anything. And I actually learned this from you, Tricks. So
Yeah.
cheers.
Well, you know what? Sometimes people get awkward, like when you tell them, like that, like you can't make them feel obligated. Like they get
Exactly.
uncomfortable and they don't feel like they belong.
Exactly.
You know, it's like going to a tea party and saying that, you know, if you don't have tea, then you're not invited.
Oh,
Exactly.
give me an error.
I see cat. I see cat.
Uh oh,
I see
uh oh.
cat.
Wait, what the? I'm not even gonna
we are
ask.
blue. We are don't ask. Yeah, we are blue. The cat and figs are yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, let's go. Let's own the whole fucking server.
I'm still loading in.
Let's go, bitches.
Come on, Sonny.
Ah, that's funny. I've got a certain sword
Oh.
equipped and it's showing a different one.
Oh.
How bizarre.
I'm still loading in. Oh my god. Oh, I'm
Wow,
here.
thieves. Wait.
Oh, so many skellies.
Wait
Ah!
a second.
Erdo, you're a skelly. So
Alex, Black Wolf.
Cat, you're a skelly too.
No. Black Wolf X603. Alex 8203 now.
I'm heading for the Megalodon's mouth. Ooh. How the fuck did you get? Oh yeah. Ah shit! I fell. God, freaking damn it. Yeah, my mouse sensitivity is like.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Jelly Splat? Have we not played against Jelly Splat before? Steve?
No, we haven't. No. It's
Yeah.
first time. Trust me on this one. Come on, this is gonna be an easy tab, dude. Like,
Uh-oh.
Come on.
Cat, come up here and join me in the Megalodon's mouth.
Megalodon's mouth. Alright, come in.
Alex and DJ North.
Ah, Sonny, you're
Oh,
killing me,
my.
your doggo. Here you go.
Dude,
Aww.
no one. Like,
Woof, woof.
Cat, no one can see me. Look. I'm just. Oh wait. Even better. Watch this.
Oh, to clean his teeth again. Right, what are you doing now?
Hang on. Just trying
Hey,
to get to work. Watch. I'm just some meat stuck between the teeth
Oh,
of the
look at his
Megalodon.
teeth. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness
oh,
me.
I'm hidden
Right,
now.
I'm gonna, where's me bloody scribbing the thingy? Scribbing the net.
Meg really needs to.
dude.
Oh!
Sparrowhawk is like, oh, trust me on this one. He's
Never
like,
trust
never
Aerodome,
trust
no.
Aerodome when he says that.
Yeah.
Well, above that, boy, I think you know, gosh.
What team are we? Oh, we're the.
You're yellow. You are
we're
yellow.
gold, yeah.
Myself and Trix are gold. No, we are blue. My bad.
Eridar, remember your colors.
It's just-
Contact is about to start. Well, that's how they're so racist, feeds. Remember your colors, homie.
Oh my god! Of course you turned out racist.
Warm Dog Inc.
well, everybody's racist. I like to race against this.
Trix, exactly. Trix, when we spawn, just raise the sail,
Jelly
raise the anchor,
splat.
okay?
Okay.
That's the first thing you're gonna do.
Right, Phoebe, we're gonna dig up chests and keep out of the combat. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sonny, how are you? Okay,
I
hold on.
worked this morning.
Be right back. Actually, no, I can't. Fuck.
And Trix, we got this right now.
Right,
We
no,
got
I
this.
can't. Can I? Baby? Am I? No, I'm in. Fuck. Oh wow, my ping went up to 500.
Yeah, mine went really high and then it's dropped down again.
Yeah, it's gone back to normal now, but that was weird.
Okay, Trix, don't forget. Anchor up,
I'm not in
then
it.
drop the sail.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Just drop
Map.
the fort.
Sparrow, imagine arena, but it was actually PvP based.
Okay.
Such a little troll, I swear to God, I love him. He's a great guy. Great little lad.
Right.
Oh, we have
Right.
20 places to go to.
Right, we've got.
The 6-player ship yet?
Closest fortress are behind us.
Let's go.
Daddy.
Oh,
Nick is already raised.
Alright, let's go closest behind us.
Mutiny's Rock. Should we do Mutiny's Rock?
Where, whichever you
We won't
want
be
to
able to
practice.
figure it out.
That's it. It's not happening.
All right, well we got to do this.
Mutineer Rock is like
Wait, what color are you guys?
on our south.
They're
We're yellow.
Yellow. Okay.
What's to the west? What's to the west then? Oh,
Hello,
you went
fellow.
already. What the?
What?
No, it's
No,
just,
no, 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 no. It only just spawned in. Mutineer Rock is down there, but like purple and green are going to head there.
Alright, where are
We
we?
could go to, we could go
Where?
to Barnacle Cave. That only has like 2 chests. but
Okay, no one is going
forward.
for the fort. No one is going for the fort. Fort might be us. Ours, Trix.
Crow's Nest. Crow's Nest 4.
All right, let's do it, bro.
Let's do it. Oh,
In
come
the
on,
store.
fort like the old times.
Are we going to the fort as well?
Let's go to the fort, yeah. Because there's more chests in there.
There's
We're
4.
going for the fort, you bits. But yeah, sure.
Oh, well, we go to Barnacle Key then.
Yeah, like.
Let's go to Barnacle then.
Hey, what island is that next to us?
That's,
Not digging, Trix.
Cutler's Key.
Do we have anything here?
The
No.
first-
No, no,
first
no.
map.
Why is someone going to Paradise Spring? It's not Paradise. Oh, they're probably thinking that's where. Why are people going down to Devil's Ridge? Oh wait, no, green and purple are fighting. No, cat, go to Mutineer's Rock. Purple and green are fighting.
What? Yeah, but
South.
hang on. I've got to turn the way around now. I've just turned north.
You, Kathy.
Who's to the south of us though?
The green and purple, but they're fighting each other.
Yeah, but we can go to Barnacle Key and have nobody fighting around us,
But
can't we?
there's 4 chests there, and there's only 2 on Barnacle. Is that anybody over there? I can fire myself over, and you start digging.
No.
You get that more
Wait.
happening?
Right, we're going where? South.
South, yes, south. Yeah, because like blue and green are over at Devil's Ridge, whatever the fuck they're doing.
Well, but
That place right there.
Oh, they-
It's just south of that, isn't
I'm sorry,
it?
guys. Yeah, they had a bunch of
It's a
things.
little more westish.
What's the sea dog chest? And what
But
was that thing
they're-
that was with your cannonball?
The who, he, or what?
Purple's turning
What was the
back.
thing that was with your cannonball?
Red's at Cutlass K.
Hold on.
Red's
Mess it
kind
up
of
here.
behind us. Wait, did one
Right,
team
so
sink?
Mutiny Rock's down there then.
That's over there.
What the heck is going on here, dude?
Well, we have another. I
Come
think
on,
green is
Trixie.
coming behind us. No, sorry, red. Oh, Mutineer. The purple one is heading straight for Mutineer's Rock. If we could even dig up like 1, that'd be good.
Do you wanna change Trix? Do you want me to go on the island and still on Harpoon?
You turn a little bit there, Cat. I'll fire myself over and start like digging. How's that sound?
Yeah. Just a minute. I want to keep out of the way of.
Trix, I need you to communicate, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Right.
My bad, my son was kind of distracting me there.
Destruct-
Sound like, yeah, I just couldn't focus.
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry.
Come on, swim. Oh god, everything just spawned in.
Right, be quick, just dig up one.
Yep, that's the plan. Just
I'm raising the sail for the minute. Swing coming nice and slowly.
The south. Where the fuck is south on this ship?
This is so disorientating. This is. Beeves, I'm at the eastern end.
Cat, raise up the sail
Doing it.
and harpoon me.
All right, let's go ahead and try this again, guys.
Coming. Alright, Beeves.
I am coming.
Holy shit, Trix.
Good.
Purple's coming round behind. Beeves, can you come back? Can I help you back?
Hang on. Can I get another chest?
No, you can't, Phoebes.
Yeah, no, go.
Don't
Gotta
get,
go,
don't
gotta
get
go,
greedy,
gotta
don't
go.
get greedy, okay?
No, go. I'll hide and see if I can distract them. Actually, I'll just come back to the cat. I'm coming out.
Okay, Trix is hacking.
Oh my god!
Oh, they were trying to harpoon us, but they've stopped now.
Trix is fucking hacking. down here.
Oh, okay, I just missed the ladder.
This is the last
Is
chest.
that your mermaid in the water?
Yeah, I'm
Somebody's
trying-
mermaid's in the water. They're trying to hit us. They're trying to hit us.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, they've hit us. Bastards. Right. Sorry, excuse my language.
No, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Both
bitch.
streams.
Oh, language is good. Language is good. Language arts. We got
Got a
this.
hole, got a little hole. Blue's on the
Fuck, I
right hand
didn't see
side
that.
of us.
You didn't see shit.
They're going round again. In fact, we could just hand this in, but they're going to dig out.
You're
all
gonna
the rest of
harpoon
the
me
chest.
this time. Go. Fudge.
Where's a
Okay,
mermaid?
let's go south. Let's go south.
Hey, what is that?
Do you see it? There's a-
I see it. I'm going for it. That literally did not.
Hey, what's that?
What?
Hey, Gabe.
That's where we drop the things off.
Okay,
Hey,
Cat, I'm
Matt,
here.
What?
That's where we
I'm
drop the
gonna
things off.
Just turn the sailor and let those two fight it
That's
out.
new.
This is arena mode. So right now these are all the teams. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players, 5 ships, people, and we're all fighting. We got islands to get treasure. Everybody's fighting for more points.
Leave a little bit of water in the bottom, and we should be all right. For
Spenny, you're
So you're on the blue team, the top team.
right, what's another map?
Don't
We've
lean
got
on my chair,
Barnacle
please.
Key, so we could go to-
Hey, what's going on there, Beer City? Yeah, I love this game. It's amazing. I
So
love it. I
hand
love it. I
in
love
Barnacle, which is
it.
just behind the hand-in point, actually, isn't it?
There's fuckers there behind us.
Who's the ship? Who's the ship
It's
in front of Babes?
in front of us.
Let's go
Oh,
south.
the green is literally on our ass.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not bothered about Greens. That's
That's
Oh
our
yeah,
base.
hey, he's got his sail like me chest.
All right, we're coming up.
All right, guys, we gotta set them up. Let's go.
So Phoebe, I'll just
Are
go
they
past
seriously
it. You want to
using
jump off with
Yeah,
it?
I'm doing really good today. Thank you so much, Beer City, for asking. I really appreciate it, man.
Be the best bet.
That's a big ship.
It is a very big ship.
Don't get
I
in
would
our
have
way.
all
We
the
don't get in our
cannonballs on it.
Oh yeah, no, totally. But it was really funny, guys. I was like, okay, somebody needs to land some hits on blue. But then I was like, oh wait, no, there are guys.
Yeah, people don't like it if you're obviously teaming, do they? They get
Please,
really
chair, chair.
stuck up and-
One more chest.
I know that's annoying. This is a very fast pace. I gotta pay attention here. All right, here we go. You do.
Right, you ready, Phoebes? This is a
Uh-huh.
nice one because it's
Sell it!
tucked into the rocks.
There we go.
Oh, it is. But it's just that the
The
other
guy,
ship-
the setting guys at the back of the ship inside, just on captain's quarters, ladies.
Which selling point are you guys at?
Right in
They've
front.
just been at this one. They've just been at this one.
So it's behind.
Which one do you have nuclear stroke?
He's
Oh,
at the
there's
back of the
guys-
ship. He's in
Lads,
the
lads, if you want, you can land some hits on the green ship behind us. Angle your ship.
Oh shit! Yeah, yeah. Trix, let's take out the green
Okay,
ship behind
let's go.
us.
Sorry, Phoebes. I'm just.
That's okay,
Ow.
Cat.
Right hand, Trix.
Going
Right,
for it.
Okay, nice.
If
Right,
you
Barnacle Key's directly ahead, I think.
hot shots on them, that would be fantastic, my dudes.
Yeah, Trix is on cannons.
Okay, is that them? Wow,
If you can actually land anything.
they're right.
There you go.
All right, they're on the other side now.
Nice, nice done, Phoebes.
Oh, they're going. There's a mermaid in the water, Eridar.
Alright, green's still coming.
I'm gonna get you angle sails. Go ahead and just turn it around.
I landed it.
Back? No, yeah. Lol, that was good. Okay, get me to Barnacle K or what the fuck that. That's Barnacle K, right, Cat?
As
Okay.
far as I know, yeah.
Right, Trix, get me to Barnacle K.
That green is on our ass.
Yeah. Are you back?
Yeah, green's not following
Back
us.
now. I have to wait for the mermaid
Go
to
north.
spawn.
North.
Okay, I'm back, Cat.
Right, do you want to jump off and get onto the island? And I'm just gonna I'm gonna raise the sail and turn back south
Oh,
Oh, let's take.
Someone sunk.
because I don't.
There you go, Trix.
Right, quick, and I'll turn it. Right, I'm turning back round because I don't want to particularly.
And this is gonna be a race between us four. We're not gonna be killing each other, but we're gonna be racing to see who actually gets more points.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't want
you guys have got a really.
go ahead, Eridar.
Oh, they're running aground. They're running aground.
Oh shit, they're probably going to come.
Go ahead, you can take it.
Right, okay.
Cat, I'm gonna swim over. This is me swimming with the chest. Okay.
Okay.
Let's fuck red, not green up.
Oh,
One in front of
shit.
us.
Shit, I need to turn it. I was just about to say blue's coming for us.
Yeah,
Oh
left
shit!
Cat, can you harpoon me?
No, hang on.
hand, please.
All right, what's the plan here? All right, you guys are yellow, right?
Okay, where are you?
I am literally on the front of the ship. How'd
Oh,
you
man.
get that without me? Okay, I'm going back to the other chest.
I don't know.
We get you angled here.
Turn my back to you.
For now.
Okay.
Spinning.
I'm gonna get the other
Oh,
chest.
they anchored.
Anchored? Oh, snap.
Oh no.
No, they're gone. They're gone.
My bad, I'm stupid.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is,
we
we're,
weren't-
not,
yeah, no,
we're,
we're
not,
not
we're not
anchored.
anchored. I've just got to sail up.
We got one island left.
Right, I'm coming back round the bottom end
Go.
of the island, babes.
Here, I think it's here. Yep.
Let's yoink some treasures chest.
Okay.
Treasures okay.
Did you get some from the green team?
No, we're gonna get some from you.
Green is not a threat. I mean, look at their
Let's
points.
doing some tricks.
Oh, God, that was good, but you just took up.
Oh, yeah.
So,
All right, guys, let's keep it up and keep it going.
Let's look at some tricks. Let's kill yellow. I'm bored and
Oh,
kill
yeah.
them.
Oh, yeah, we got yellow. Yellow. I got yellow in sight. I see the one on the helm.
Perfect. Shoot. Open fire.
Wait, it looks like there's... Wait, one's at the front.
keep
Yep,
it, keep
they're harpooning. They're harpooning.
Yeah, I see them. I see them. I see them.
Oh, baby!
I can't no!
Wow,
No, that's your
look at the
video!
noobs. Look at the noobs. That's what I'm gonna say. Just look at the fucking.
Well, we
Oh,
want some more
boy.
Ship cat, go. I'll repair. I thought you were still on the wheel cat. That's why I went all.
Let's farm some points on these noobs.
Okay.
Go ahead and shoot at them.
Gotcha.
Oh, that thing was fucking.
Wow, that was a nice shot.
You're welcome, dudes.
And that was terrible.
At least the other teams now will think we're actually fighting each other.
Yeah, right.
Babies, are we moving?
Yeah, we're moving. Erdars on fucking board.
See? That practice fucking did you well, okay?
No, I was panicking.
You killed me. What are you on?
Head for the landing place.
I see it, Kat. I see it.
Right, okay. All repaired. I'm gonna get one more bucket full of water
I
out.
want the yoink out of the chest so bad.
I think we still have a hole, Kat.
No.
Oh, that's what I have the sound glitch. God damn it.
Yeah, I like arena mode. I get so much FPS in arena mode. Like, not an adventure. Yeah.
Baby, how we doing? Right, so one chest, one each.
That and I grew some cojones and I overclocked
They're
again.
both down there by the.
Let's go west, go west.
Go on. We go straight, can't we? Go straight.
Oh wow, my screen is jumping.
Which way are we going?
Yeah.
Not in a good way. Oh my god, this is migraine.
Right, I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna swim down.
Oh, this is migraine territory. Ugh.
I like migraine because those are always migraines that I grow.
You didn't get you bloody thing.
Oh, west! Oh! I thought you said left.
Oh, that makes no sense. Like west and left are.
But think about it. It's like left, west. It sounds left. The same.
Permission to kill tricks. Actually, can you go come board and just kill tricks?
I'll stand on a plank.
West.
Left? I thought you said left, Phoebes. Fucking.
Now, Cat, look, I'm doing this. Yeah.
That's it. Ah! It takes
Really?
5 minutes to sort of correct.
We're cracking.
No, you let go now.
They're not. They're
Right,
not.
let me.
I know. But you still kind of jumped though.
I know, right? Jumping up is not.
Oh, son, you're killing me.
I really don't know what these other three. Oh, Orange is getting something.
Orange. That's
They,
red.
they got 25 points just now. They must have shot a boat.
Probably.
We have a ship behind us.
Yeah. Go board them.
Yep, looks like we got the yellow mascots. The bumblebees.
Oh, green sun,
Go
green
board
sun.
them. Go board them. Board them, tricks. Go. We're almost here, tricks. Almost here, bro. Raise the sails, okay, tricks? Get ready on the sails, okay?
Okay.
Oh, this wind is behaving really strangely.
Why is there a mermaid in the water? Yeah, watch left on left, right.
Missed it. You missed it.
Who was that? No, has to be Trex there. That was on the ship.
Wow, there's
Why are they accusing us? We're going to the island.
Most of the last streams I picked up.
Right, now's our chance. Now's our chance, thieves.
That's some hits.
Restart.
So okay.
I'm gonna just park the ship in the middle.
Gotcha.
Thieves ready?
I'm gonna head over.
Shoots. Oh, shoots actually close to here. Wow, really now?
Are you really? Oh.
Trix, can you harpoon me, bro? Harpoon?
Yeah, hold on, make sure we don't drown.
Catch you, little stinker.
Cat is putting some hose on our ship.
That's fucked up the ship.
Copy that. I guess you can call this a holy moly.
Go around to the other side.
Right, we're going out. I'm moving. Oh, we got some holes there.
Cat, turn right.
I'm turning, but...
Okay, guys.
You buggers!
What the fuck? Oh, no.
We're gonna see probably.
Oh, fuck. The Argent doesn't nowhere near the ship.
Damn it!
Oh, did you guys have chests? Or did I just go get it?
Nope.
Oh, they sold it.
Cat, please tell me you can get me. Oh, we suck! We covers!
That was my fault. but we
Okay,
had to try.
damn
no, that was Cat's fault. She literally lifted
yeah.
our ship up, okay? She
But I stopped, you see, I stopped. I stopped.
I also stopped. It's not my fault that
yeah.
she got shot off the ship, my dear. Oh, Phoebs has the chest.
Oh, have you seen?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Come to the far side of the island.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Please do the ship close.
Right,
Please
Phoebe.
do the ship close. No, we can afford fooling around considering the, you know.
Everybody else has given up.
Exactly.
This is like,
Yeah.
oh, look out, Fees, get below water.
Shot her once.
God damn it.
Phoebs is dead. Wait, what?
Oh.
Double shot, what the fuck?
Hey. Somebody else is there.
No, it's not connected. Okay, who's undead? I shot her like 3 times. Just go back. What? Phoebs, did I actually shoot you or not?
You did shoot me once.
Shoot, I shot her like 3 times. What the fuck?
Hacks.
Hey, should we, let's get the other one.
Both of them are here. Or wait, what? No, actually, that was Trix behind, right? Or
I thought you said no cracking. Why do I hear Oh my god, my water's lagging, like the server ping wise.
your water is lagging?
Server
How is-
ping.
Like, how does it feel to like water lag?
Oh, it's okay. Makes me
Now,
feel like a
where is-
potato.
Where did she put our chest, Trix?
We got one right here. Oh, you mean theirs?
There, yeah, which is actually ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually it is. Let's go take a look. Oh shoot.
I'm gonna ignore that, bro.
I would say what the F am I doing because I did press F.
Exactly. Oh, like that.
A sword lunge.
I know, right?
One for the mermaid. They took the mermaid.
Damn it! Then they hit the fucking chest.
Cat's got to get the other one now too.
The chest should have been a little bit to the left. Wait, who is that over there?
If you guys want a clue, it's on the top. That's what took me so long.
I'm not trusting you at all, thieves. Boy, easy that time. Get the ship ready, Trixie boy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where the chest that we need to dig is. But apparently they do know.
We got a ship inbound.
Which one?
I can't see it. The sun's too bright. Everything looks yellow.
Nice, okay.
The purple's very close.
Purple.
Very close. Where are you, Phoebes? Are you
I'm
sitting
somewhere,
back?
Ca- I'm
Yeah.
somewhere, Cat.
It's yellow. Yellow. That's them.
Purple is hey, purple is coming from southwest. Just so you guys know. I hope don't fire at our ship for this time, okay? Oh my god, you really wanna die again, don't you?
Phoebe.
Coming, yeah. Oh, I actually hit you guys.
Purple is right at our ass. Stop
All right,
fighting
then,
my
I'm
ship.
Well then, I'm turning the ship.
Phoebe, I will try to swim out to you.
No, don't you dare, Cat.
Why not?
Just don't. We got 3 minutes. We're not gonna make it with the chest anyway. So let's fuck up purple.
Oh,
God, I'm gonna hit the
Purple,
goose.
get ready on purple, get ready on purple.
Come on.
Harpoon. One of them is in the water, we have a steam
Out in the water. I see them.
Come in, Phoebes, let's swim sheep.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Sorry. Come on.
Who's there in the water? Eridar, is that you?
Yeah, one of them is on the shore, I got him.
Oh, I see him.
Is that him in the water now?
No?
Is there 2 chests on the water?
How dare they damage my rum?
He's dead.
Someone's dead. Nice. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, we gotta look like we're fighting each other. I'm gonna land a couple hits on your ship, Trix. Okay?
Okay. Hold on to me.
Just so that it look like we're fighting each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. Uh-oh.
Dude, they are like shackled. God, I've never been ganked so hard in my life.
Right. What's up, Game Prodigy? How are you, bro? How's everything going, man?
Wait,
Flaming
what?
Jackal. Wait, who?
Oh shit!
What?
The flaming jackal's pretty
Wait,
close.
what?
Oh, come on, 1 minute.
What? Dude?
Oh, that comeback.
No, listen. Cat, land hits on our ship.
Yeah,
Don't
Cat,
think
roll,
it's-
raise the sail, and just
Oh,
turn.
fuck. Oh, raise it. You turn it.
Oh, yeah, you need to land hits ASAP.
Oh, shit.
Girls?
Yeah.
Cat, we need repairs.
Right, fire. Oh.
Stop turning the ship.
Cat, hit them.
Cat, what's the...
There you go. There's a hit. Oh, there's another one.
Oh god, he actually did get ahead of us. Fuck.
I'm running my cannonballs.
Cat, keep going.
I'm running my cannonballs.
I don't have any cannonballs either. Fuck. Go, Cat, go.
Oh, you got it.
No.
There we go. You guys didn't get it?
Oh my god.
Oh, we were
Look at that score.
God damn
Bloody
it.
flaming jackal of buggers.
I know, right? Sneaky bastards.
Some jackals were flaming. Oh my gosh, guys. Wow. Just wow. Unbelievable. That was almost like a... We want to make sure that doesn't happen to us, guys. All right, let's go.
GG, Trixie boy.
GG.
Like
Sparrowhawk,
feels like
please
a
don't
good-
do arena stuff in the arena, please.
You know what I like about GG? There's no wrong way to use it. It can go forward or backwards.
Exactly. Right. Wait, what?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm a bit confused. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. BRB.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with BRB. Whew. That's kind of cool. So
That's quite fun, isn't it? It's quite
yeah,
fun.
yeah. Oh, no, none of the galleon thingies.
I mean, if you want to do galleons,
No, I like this. This is actually kind of cool. Galleons are a pain in the butt cheeks. I don't know why butt cheeks gotta be a pain, but
I know, right?
especially when you got the runs.
I know, right?
Oh.
Oh, those midnight runs when you're in the middle of a deep sleep and you got no choice but to go, and you're like, oh, why now?
Oh, merging.
Nah, we should be on the same thing because we didn't opt to
Yeah.
actually, you know.
I'm going to take my plate into the kitchen while they
Okay,
just
take
have
your
to sort
into
us
the
out.
tank. Yeah.
Oh, are we being merged?
Mm-hmm.
My dear Phoebe.
Okay.
Trixie, we are the Flaming Jackal while the ladies
We're
are
the Lucky Rover.
the green. So we are red, they're green.
Ooh, Christmas colors. I just realized.
Yeah.
How do I talk to this megaphone here? Come out with your hands up.
Aye, lad. Get your hands up, I'm telling you. I'm gonna be fighting you. I'm gonna be feasting on your flesh.
Ah, you sound like a Grim Reaper.
I know, right?
I feast on the most darkest soul imaginable.
Imagine when I'm gonna get my new audio gear.
Mm-mm-mm.
Nasty microphone. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
It's gonna be sexy.
I know, bro. I wanted to go XLR so bad, bro.
Yeah.
I really wanted to, but I knew I was gonna need like an amp and some wiring and some.
Yeah, it's not that much. I mean, that's the thing. It is. It costs more, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice. It's worth it.
It is, bro. I want.
need it because multiple reasons. Also for the guitar too. You know, like,
Yeah.
Voiceovers, recording, singing, so on and so forth. I'm also getting a MIDI controller, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, I'm telling you.
Yeah. I also wanted the. I want the to be able to like mute an audio at your disposal with just this.
Yeah, just literally turn it
Yeah, you don't have to sit there and like hit a hotkey or remember what hotkey, and
on. Oh my god, bro, I feel you. I feel you, dude.
you know it's great for like, especially if you're like on Discord game chat and you're just like trying to like, and you can adjust the levels of all the audio like the way you want.
Definitely.
I hate tricks. Oh, who the
Yeah,
fuck?
I like Sonos. They warm my
The next
cheeks.
one is about to start. Cat, where the heck are you? We are. You're green. We are...
Yep.
Keep that in mind.
I'll hide too.
Okay. What's the difference between hiding and hiving?
Oh, basically when you're hiding it.
Kathy!
Kinda hiding.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it don't make a difference because you're both in the dark.
I can teach your
I
voice.
know, right? I mean, well, the sun doesn't shine.
Yeah. Would that be your? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's why they call it moonshine. Ah.
Oh, dude. Kathy, she went to the kitchen.
All right, so you guys are blue.
Shit.
Yeah,
Or you're green. Okay, green.
wow, fix.
Wow, I'm colorblind here. Blue is green and green is blue.
Exactly, right.
Oh, we're in a storm.
Oh gosh.
I'm planning on near the 13th, so
Uh-huh.
2 weeks to have another giveaway.
There you go.
They don't cost a lot, like 10
Oh, shoot, I'm back.
pounds.
Yeah, oh, good timing, Cat Jesus.
But it's good to
Oh,
get
yeah, I
people,
know.
reward people for Christmas.
Right.
Let's not try and sink each other because that 1,000 points really costs
Yeah.
us seconds.
It did.
Ask
My fault.
Cat about that.
Oh, you lose 1,000 for sinking?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do.
500.
Oh.
500.
No, it's
No, you lose
1,000.
1,000. You lose 1,000.
Oh,
Ouch.
it's 1,000. It's 1,000.
Oh,
shit,
yeah,
dude,
where are
this
you?
is gonna
Shibro
be
Bay.
mental.
Shibro Bay. Right.
We need to go south by southwest.
It's on your map. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is
but
gonna
there's
be
a
a
lot of
shit
chests.
show.
Go, go, go.
What direction? What direction, Phoebes?
South by southwest.
I see it. southeast for us.
Oh gosh darn, this is gonna be.
This is gonna be painful. This is gonna be painful.
I gotta pour me some soy milk.
Haven't got any cannibals or anything. I'll get stuff out the bottom barrel. We got it.
Oh, who's yellow? You got a mirror? Go ahead, bro. Forgot they're not yellow no more.
What colour is...
Eridar and Trix are. You
Nice
guys are red,
hit. Nice. Oh,
right? Trix,
Yeah, they're
Erid,
red.
you guys are red, right?
yeah.
Yeah, they're
I'm on
red.
board. Tricks? No, actually, no, I'm not.
I thought you said they were bored. I'm like, I'm looking at ladders.
Shot one.
Okay, okay.
Fuck shit up, Cat.
Are they both hanging out at the helm?
Right, so the very southern island, actually, there's
Southern
chest.
side's probably the best place to go.
Cannon.
Yeah.
There.
Don't want to get stuck in the islands, but there's no one near us just yet.
Not yet, no, we actually have a decent head start.
I'm gonna
I need to
sneak
reverse.
through and...
I'll fire myself over and start digging.
Fuck, this is bad.
No, it's not. We got this, Zerda. Come on, man.
Yeah,
And even if you use things, you're not going to lose points, you know?
we have 50 points. What are...
Oh, shit. Sorry, I keep forgetting you guys are...
Ignore them, ignore them.
Yeah, right now we're like 50 cents.
Green is on our right, you're green. No, that's not green, that's blue on our right. Green is already there, probably.
Blue's on our right. Yep, yep.
There is one on the
We have
far
a, we have a,
Man, we're surrounded.
Just go right to the south, because there's one on the island on its own.
Yellow's coming for us.
We can run with that.
side. Okay,
But then
I was going to...
there's also a couple on the mainland, but to the south as well.
Yeah, okay.
Don't get off the ship unless you really need to.
I'm gone. Sorry.
'Cause they'll all be coming.
one of
I'm
them
gone,
shot
Cat.
them.
Sorry about that.
One of them shot over.
We're gonna go near Cat and his peeps. We need to stick together on the summit.
Okay.
Right, so this island here, Phoebes,
The one...
directly ahead of us.
Right, I'll... Sorlund, I guess? Can you... Yeah, I think. Or is it the one... Wait, is it? No.
Oh, this is gonna be so bad, bro.
Yeah, we're getting cornered bad.
The one on our right. Is it the one on our right?
I think it's the one on our left.
Oh, that's green in front of us.
No, it's the
Yeah,
very
green's our
southerly one. It's this one here. It's the one with the shipwreck.
Blue and yellow's going at it.
On our right, it's this one.
Let me get you sails ready, bro.
Trix, can you actually do circles?
Yep, ready? What, circles around this island?
Yeah, you do circles. I'm gonna go get this treasure.
Got it?
Nope. I don't think it's this island, Cat.
Oh shit! Which bloody island is it? Ah, it's not. Is that one on our left then?
Yeah, I said that!
Yeah, no, well.
Go at the shipwreck. You'll see what shipwreck I'm talking about. The big ship. Okay, Trix?
Alright,
Okay.
Cat, bring the ship back around.
Yeah, I'm going to come around. Come around.
There we go.
You're red, are you guys?
Yeah, careful. Two's on the other side.
Phoebes, I'm on the western side. There.
Cat, harpoon.
I'm just getting the sail up.
It's right, it's here on the... There.
Shit. Missed it.
Don't worry, you'll get it. There's no ships around us. We're still good.
I can't get on the bloody harpoon.
Hey, cat, Beeps. Yellow's following me. Be careful.
Yellow's coming.
Yeah, that's it. I'm where Cat and Phoebes is.
Oh, fudge.
I
Okay,
can't get this feed.
I see the ship though,
That's red.
but
Yeah.
we are not green. Okay, I see red.
Got chest.
It's red. Red's you guys, right?
yeah, we're red.
Oh, thank God. Here you go, Cat. Here's another one.
Hang on, I need to stop the ship from turning because it's.
All right.
I hear fire.
Yep. They're shooting at green.
Someone's firing at us. Yellow's firing.
They just said go right. I need you, bro.
Come on, I'll fire. Shit, who's swimming?
I am.
Right, I'm dropping sail.
Trix,
We'll
I
get
need to go harpoon.
Fuck,
Actually,
I'm
no, I got it.
Okay.
Get ready to
I
fight.
did.
Get ready to fight at the...
We might collision. Yep.
Fucking hell, ladies.
Guys, come on!
We have borders. Watch for borders.
shit.
Fuck. Raise
Borders,
sail,
Trix.
Cat.
Okay.
Right, no, I want to stop the stern forward.
Dang it.
Okay, after that.
It came in.
Seriously, that shit
I'm
you just
getting
put there, ladies.
Sorry.
No, you just literally cost us our ship. Like, for real. We both by 7 to accept dead. We have a border on our ship. can you at least fuck them up for us?
Yeah, Cat, turn around.
All right, so we just sunk, guys. Yeah, that was a little bad.
Right, Phoebes, you can probably hit now.
Good wreck.
Okay, there you go, Trix.
Can you go at an angle?
I think so.
Where is Archer? Is Archer still on the ship, Trix?
Yeah.
Trix, talk to me.
Yeah. Oh, shoot, my bad, bro. This girl was muted. My bad. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm turning around to the left now.
Too much.
Yeah, I know, go on the other
Let's get these sails down and get the hell out of here there. Wait.
No, we can do this. No.
You sure?
Sink them.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna patch
Okay,
up.
drop the sails.
Go.
Aw, thank you, Gay Prodigy. Yeah, I like it a lot, man. I like it a lot.
Right, are we alright?
I used to play a lot of Sea of Thieves.
Trix,
Oh, I think it's time to okay, fix it.
Right, I got a shot on him.
he's dead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I shot him
Oh, I
once.
missed them.
Let's get back on. Ship's on fire.
I can hear bloody water, but I think we're not. So I've got sail and go after him.
Trix, where's our chest, bro?
One right here. Just one, yeah.
I can go dig. I'm gonna go dig.
Okay.
Let's
Right,
keep
I'm gonna
aside.
go and check because I've got another hole there. Weird.
Oh man, we gotta repair the.
You guys or what?
Yeah, no, we ought to go and hand in really, shouldn't we?
Right. Well, nobody's really in the lead with points, which is good.
Except the yellow team.
Except for yellow, but you guys are right on them.
Fucking hell. What the fuck is this chest?
Let's go dig up one more chest.
Well, let's chase yellow off. The yellow are turning. Thieves, you want to get the cannon?
I know, I'm waiting. Oh, need to grab more cannonballs.
All this for one chest? Yeah, so right now we have islands here, right? On these maps, and we have to. This is like arena mode, so this is like a.
Please get ready.
Alright. Okay, let me get this anchor up real quick.
I'm trying.
As soon as I get back to the
No,
ship.
Cat, let's just
Somebody's
get
in the water, somebody's in the water, somebody's in the water.
I have to
Don't let
repair,
them
I
board.
have to
They're
repair.
actually good. They're actually good. Don't let them board.
Yeah, okay. Oh, he's on! Ah!
Trix, you need to go help them.
Okay.
He jumped off, drop sail, so you can't get back up.
Harpoon.
Oh, I've got a smithering health left.
Okay, let's go.
Alright, let's go.
We're going to help the ladies first. You
Copy
are
that.
green or what are you?
Ah, we're
Oh,
going
shot me.
They're green.
West. Go west.
Oh,
go
we're in
west.
the Red Sea. Oh,
I know, we need to get out of the Red Sea. I'm turning back, I'm trying to turn back.
Shit, Trix. Oh fuck, I fucked up.
Oh shoot.
I need to eat fruit.
We're okay, we'll be fine.
Go left.
Right. Is that them battling right now?
Don't come this way, because there's Red Sea.
We're gonna
Oh.
go help you. Are you sure you can handle that on your own?
Right, okay, Phoebes.
The Red Sea, don't scare the red jackal.
They're on our right, they're
Oh,
coming
shit.
behind us, they come behind us. It's
I
on
can't get them at too awkward an angle. Let's just get out of here. Move.
Bro, there's plenty
Yeah,
fucking
get on the wheel,
enemies.
get on the wheel.
Drink, I'm stuck. God damn it.
Okay,
Okay, we
I'm
need to
repairing, I'm
fuck
repairing.
yellow. Get ready, Trix.
Okay.
head back towards Shipwreck Bay. I'm repairing. I've repaired the mast once.
I think they landed another hit there.
Ladies, we're going to fight them. You need to turn
Okay.
around and join us. Other
Well, hang on,
cannon.
we need to repair
There's a
first.
mermaid in the water.
Oh, that's not good.
Cannon.
Right, I'm checking the mast again.
Okay.
Mast is fine. Mast is fine.
Okay,
The wheel
Cat, get
fine.
back on the wheel.
Okay, right.
Alright, check the ladders. How we looking?
I've got to turn. Another
I got the
ship
ladder,
coming in. Another ship
Okay.
coming in.
Oh, Blue's over there too.
Oh, Phoebe, that was a shot and a
I
half.
fucking hit them.
Yeah, you did. That's the red, isn't it? Don't
Oh,
jump.
Oh shit! Sorry guys! Oh my god! I'm so sorry. You can kill me for that.
On the left.
Wait.
Well, at least it looks like now we're fighting everybody, not just them.
Phoebe, on the left.
I can't. I can't angle.
Let me go right. I'll try not to hit the red one. Right, get a blue one on the right hand side. Because they're finding all the chests.
Ooh, blue. Wow, I hit blue. Okay, yellow's right there. I don't want to hit green. Watch green, Erdar. We're gonna collide.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Turn. Right, get purple. Phoebes, purple now. Purple now.
Oh shit!
You stay on the left, stay on right, stay on right. I got the other.
Hold on. Yellow's not moving.
Right.
Watch the ladders there.
Alright, let's out. Get round. Nice Phoebes. Nice
Doing a
Phoebes,
harpoon
nice
turn,
Phoebes.
cat.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
good. Right, Phoebes firing them.
Oh shit! Got it. Fucking
Oh,
idiot.
I got
No.
trapped, I got trapped.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Who's gone there? Actually, scout blue and sunk.
We need to. This way, yellow.
Drop the sail again.
Oh come on! I should have hit.
There's somebody in the water.
There you go. Three cannons.
Somebody's
Ready.
He's gonna get on ladder. Yeah.
Get their helm down.
No, you missed it.
Oh!
I missed.
Right, Phoebes, either purple on the left or yellow on the right.
Purple.
Don't worry, Erdar. I'll repair.
You're alone.
Oh, we got a lot of hose.
Oh, fire. Sail up.
I'm going back. We need to go sell. All of us, we need to go sell. Fuck these guys, let's go sell.
Oh, who's on here?
Okay. That was me harpooning. Sorry. I can't.
Oh, you scared the crap out of me.
Yellow crash, I repeat, yellow crash. Now's the time to fuck yellow.
Where are they?
They crashed into a rock.
Yeah, yeah, left
Purple
side.
is also there. Purple is also.
Well done, guys. Oh my god.
Guys, now they're hitting on us, so it looks like we're actually fighting each other.
Oh,
Yeah. Or no, we'll just make it miss on purpose. Hold on.
I'm just gonna like,
Misfire kind of
okay,
thing.
Give me just a second.
Because it's yellow who are in the lead, so it makes sense that we are going for yellow.
Well, we've got 2 chests right now.
Yeah, we should go and hand him ready. Phoebe, they're
Oh, shit. Oh, it's the star, guys. Fuck.
Ah,
I got such a fright. Cat, you need help with harpoon turn?
no. What are we doing? Are we going to hand in? Because there's a hand straight ahead.
Hand in.
I'm gonna miss you guys on purpose.
Right, let's do it. We're going to go hand in.
Purple, we're going to hit the rock. Ah, they fucking
Yeah, they hit the rock pretty hard.
Nice.
stone
Take it back.
cold.
Sorry about that.
No, Phoebe, I don't want to turn around it at all or get even closer to it. It's a bit.
Come on, Trix.
There's a handing place over there. Let's do it.
That shot.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Is it still
Jesus
shit?
Christ.
Oh, it said Daggertooth now. After this, let's go to Daggertooth.
No, hang on. Let's hand in these bloody chests.
Yeah, that's what I'm
first.
saying. After we hand in, go to Daggertooth.
Yeah.
Cat, you must not do listen. Listen to my words.
Angle cells Trix. We need to get some wind.
Okay.
All right, Cat, we can just do a drive-by. We'll turn the ship towards back
is
towards
indeed.
Daggertooth.
Mm-hmm.
Dagger
Yeah, we've
tooth.
only got 10 minutes left.
Yeah, what direction's Dagger tooth?
All right, guys. Here we go. We got this. Come on.
Is over.
Oh, you what?
Go through
Oh,
our
there, it's
last
behind us
third.
there. Northwest of us. Actually, no, go to this one, yeah.
Let's just go to the nearest one for a minute and then.
Is anybody at this island?
Chest right next to the anchor. Oh, there goes the Regal guys anyway, thank God.
They're fighting each other.
Right, I can only do like a rough.
Yeah, well, just grab your chest.
I've got it. Off.
Erdar, we're in a safe clear real quick. Hold on, I gotta step away for like 20 seconds.
Where's
Go.
Where's the hand in your place?
In the captain's quarters.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, never mind, I'm back.
No, probably not.
Cats.
Oh, Mermaid's here.
Ah, I was so close to her ladder. Cat, get there and turn the ship. We're about to hit a rock.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, on it.
Oh, Gideon. Ooh.
Oh shit, guys, you need help?
I wasn't paying attention. Twix wasn't paying attention. One.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what just happened. No denying.
Repair, just repair, just repair.
Is that dagger tooth there, Phoebes?
Yep, that's Dagger Tooth over there. To our left. See it there between the rocks? Go,
Okay,
go.
get us out of here. Let's go to where we need to go.
Did we lose the chest or did you get them both already?
I got them both. Okay, let's go. We need to go to Dagger. Oh, to Dagger.
Right, where's wind?
That's north. We are going directly north by north. Actually, north by northwest.
Okay.
Please tell me we're not really screwed right now. Dude, we're fucked.
Laggy or what?
Hold on, let me raise this up. There you go. Let's bounce back. There we
Who's
go.
that ship, Phoebes? Who's that ship ahead of us?
I'm gonna look now, Cap.
I said
It
north by
is-
northwest, right?
Purple again.
That's the map, that's the map, that's the map.
Oh, they haven't
Yeah,
got
I'm
any points,
sorry,
that's
I
fine.
wasn't paying attention.
Right, where are the chests on here then?
I don't know.
There
Oh.
is.
I can never find my
This
chest.
side, this side by the
by the
yeah, on the main beach.
merchants and the gold hoarders.
Cool, right?
Oh, I'm stuck on the fucking banister. I hate that little fucking hook thing.
I know.
Oh, they're coming for us.
Oh man, Phoebes, you say the F word more than someone presses the F key.
I
Holy
know,
fuck,
right?
yeah, I know. It's fucking unreal, isn't it? Look at these motherfuckers.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
It's easy, there's sunshine. Yeah, Trix is also streaming. I don't know what type
Oh
of.
shit, sorry guys.
have.
Oh, what the fuck?
What just happened?
Guys, that
Oh, we're fucked.
But honestly, bro, I don't think it matters anymore because this new COPPA thing with YouTube, I'm pretty sure every other platform is gonna be falling behind with that too.
I know.
So at this point, everybody's gonna be mature rated stream. Nobody wants to deal with the child laws.
I know, right?
There were kids on that freaking boat.
Yeah, hey, I see kids 3 years old slapping their mommies in the store.
Oh my god.
They're like, F you, mama, and I learned this from Phoebes.
People who curse a lot are very trustworthy.
Yes, they are. Because they're already
Oh,
experienced.
fuck yeah.
God.
I'm stuck again. What the fuck? I'm sure they can... Like, what the hell's that guy up there in the crow's nest do? I thought he had a gunpowder barrel. There was just a big explosion on fire.
Go for the one at the back of the island, okay?
Huh? Okay, Cat, then I'll fire myself over.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll sail round.
Who's Hunk?
The purple. we sunk.
Purple.
Right, alright, Phoebes.
Oh,
You ready, Trixie?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hell yeah.
God, they're...
Well, I'm still watching the water though.
Okay,
I don't think so.
I don't trust him. I'm like the Grinch right now eating an onion. Don't trust him.
Oh,
Is this the island?
nice.
Yeah, this is done.
2 chests. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're gonna go for them, Trixie.
Oh, we're both doing good.
We're both doing amazing really well, actually.
Yeah. Yellow's our only threat.
This was first and second this time, not second, third. So,
No, I think we're actually gonna go first. Depends, actually.
no, if you guys turn in those two chests,
We will see. Trix,
yeah,
get
no,
ready
no.
on.
If you guys turn in those two
to
chests,
the ship.
take care of us.
Just take care of the ship. I'm
Cat,
gonna go.
raise the sail.
Okay.
Right, stop.
Harpoon
Where
me.
are you?
I'm on your,
Where are you?
I'm on your right. At 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
That's it.
3:25.
Oh,
Is that how much it costs?
3:27. Oh, okay. You got the.
I've got the chest. Why can't I get you?
It's okay. I'm swimming.
Trix, get this
Okay,
chest
got
let me, okay? Fuck,
Okay.
dude, where are you going?
Oh shoot! Hold on! It glitched. Hold on. This might.
I'll dig it up for you guys.
Trix, there's a top anchor over here.
I did.
Cat,
Got
I'm
it.
going to help these guys dig this up. You head towards turning
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Let me
Oh,
get anchor
God,
back
you.
up.
I have last words, Cat. Go.
Trix, harpoon me.
Somebody in the water.
Oh, Kipper, we got somebody coming to here, darn. I got you, bro. Where'd you go?
Give me.
What the?
I want my mermaid first.
Alright, let's go.
Kipper, watch the right blues here, or purple, blue, whatever.
Hi. Left side.
yellow's coming around.
I know.
How we looking low deck? We're good? We're good.
We're
Okay.
okay. We didn't teach you.
Okay,
We're
that's
gonna
where
go
it's
sell
going to go if
these
you want either.
Let's go sell these tricks. I need the sales. I need your answer. I need the
Okay.
sales angle.
Wow.
Oh shit.
What happened?
Yellow's on your ass, guys. Yellow's on your ass.
Yellow's coming again.
He's on our Colito, like Carlito? Oh, yellow just skipped purple. They want us. Okay.
Tortilla.
Yeah.
Ooh, tortilla. I like a tortilla. All right, let's go.
No, they changed course. They're going for purple.
Alright, oh, what the? I just spawned out of fucking...
We have 2 chest tricks. We're gonna set the ship to go. We're gonna both
Okay.
jump.
Where we at? Right there? Yeah, you got it.
We have holy shit.
But how far are we in the border, though?
Guys,
Yes.
I'm in the tavern and I can't get out.
Wait, what?
I took a mermaid. I'm in the tavern. There's no one else here. Stitcher's not here. The mysterious stranger. Not even the tavern lady. I am locked in the tavern.
Take a screenshot.
This is
So
bullshit.
we
Leo.
said we're gonna go to Spooky. Oh no!
How can I-
Oh my god, this has never happened before.
Well, the round's almost over anyway, so we're good.
Yeah, but still. Oh, what do you know? I got Molotov. I can kill myself.
Oh, you could, yeah. Respawn.
Tricks, you got this, right? You got this. I'm gonna go shoot myself over there.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Although, fair,
Okay.
every time I die, it's Molotov.
Ooh.
Yeah, just go turn in that chest. You do that
I've
thing.
done it. Done it, turned in.
Perfect.
They're gonna win. Damn. We're out. Where's the way? Don't forget to get the chest and just jump.
Right, I'm actually on the ship, so...
You can head to something
Are you
over one of
okay?
the places, Scout, or the forest.
Say that I have last words, maybe?
Or just land hits on some.
Where's the other one? Tricks.
It's on the front.
Come on, kill me.
Right, are we gonna get these going?
Oh,
What's the matter?
I have a smidge of health left, and now I got no more Molotovs. This is bullshit.
Jump off of something. Jump off of something.
I can't count. I'm in the tavern. Will fucking kill me in the tavern.
Your
Yeah,
ego.
me.
Wah. That's. Oh fuck, Tricks. This thing's coming.
Let's get yellow, bro.
Oh fuck this shit. Yeah, let's get yellow.
Oh god, red.
Yeah, that's us.
You guys, that's you guys. Sorry, shit.
They said they just handed
Wow.
two fucking checks in.
Yeah, no, I thought you guys were fucking yellow for a minute. Oh. Alright, almost over.
Oh, they changed course. Tricks.
They did.
Well, this is just fucking bullshit. Can I die? Oh, I don't even have bait, so I can't even.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take mermaid. Or well,
What?
Oh my god, how could that happen? So is it like
Rare.
an ordinary tavern or I'm not even gonna
It's
get
the ordinary tavern, except it's locked. You can't get out. I can see out the windows. I'm here in Daggertooth. Like, Stitcher's not here. The lady's not here. And the mysterious stranger's not here. Bullshit! I got robbed the last 2 minutes.
Oh, I just got my last words. as
there
well.
you go. All right, hold on.
Oh, we are destroying this shit.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, we keep
I
going.
can't believe that fucking happened.
No, that's a real weird thing.
Because I spawned in, I was like, oh, okay, this is grand. And I was like, where's the door? The Golden Chaser, they're a good team.
Oof.
Yeah, definitely are.
The stoner.
Oh yeah.
Well done, guys. Yeah,
Holy fuck.
you're back in employment.
Already know. Okay. It's 59, 58, 7, 6.
59.
55, 54, 53, 52, 51.
There's only one number I can't seem to understand yet.
What?
I still don't know who number 2 works for.
Number 2.
I mean, we all know what number 1 works for, but number 2, I can't figure out what number 2 works for.
Does everyone else have the black screen of death?
Yep, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Wow.
I thought we were in outer space playing Star Citizen or something. Oh, wait, no, we're back.
Hey, we're back.
There we go. Level 25 and quarter. Nice.
Very nice. Oh, so if you're 25, you can get a new title and stuff.
Oh, that's right. What did I get? Who do I talk to? Oh, goddamn, we're being merged.
Uh-oh.
Nessedi down the bottom.
Okay, guys. Switching it up.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Who do I talk to, Kat?
The lady down the bottom with the just.
We are blue. We are blue.
Oh, here.
That's
with her-
affirmative. What?
Allora per...
Hello.
And those guys are blue again, okay?
This is the guy. This is one of the guys who boarded us.
Let go.
Here he turned.
Yeah, he's one of them.
Quindi che forse io ho dato troppa sensibilità perché in genere i giochi sono lentissimi con la sensibilità del mouse. Tra l'altro ho dato il 100.
Oh my god.
No, that's Italian. That's Italian. My bad. That's Italian.
What's he saying?
Pure la mia voce parla troppo alto.
That's a bog standard Xbox name, isn't it? Fusing Clover.
Yeah, I think so.
Where are you, Kat?
I'm just up by the wheel by
Vabbè.
Trix.
I got a
Sì,
few
io
more
gioco da
things.
computer.
Got some more titles.
We did great, mates. Like honestly, well done, everyone. Even you, Trix.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Wow, that guy is
Put
fucking
the-
insulting. Puta is like bitch
Yeah.
in Spanish.
Bella, mi sentite?
Language not, okay?
Ma teoricamente non c'era il coso per parlare, perché mi fa sempre parlare?
Parla is...
Yeah.
Aspetta che proviamo.
Since when do you know fucking Italian, Messi?
I know bits of Italian. I used to spend summers in Milan.
I just eat it,
Cosa
sorry.
devo provare?
Cat's full of surprises.
Yeah.
So, oh, there he is. Schmack the muck, oh, whatever.
Yeah, let's go, come on.
Smack my cock. Oh, God!
Wait, what?
Smack your what? Oh, whoa!
That's me! Oh, you forgot to...
That was a mind twist.
Wow, that was... I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on the edge of our seats on that one.
As soon as I say I was like, oh, that was...
Jesus Christ, one of them is Devil's Ridge, I think.
Devil's Ridge, over here. We got...
Wow.
Here on
No,
the
we're
other
going for
side.
Crooks Hollow. We're going for Crooks Hollow.
Alright,
See where everybody else goes, and...
Well, we're right next to Crook's Hollow, Cat. It's right in front of us.
Okay, let's do it. Go on.
Guys,
Not
you're
Crooks Hollow,
right.
that's Devil's Ridge. You dying it.
Wait, is it? Oh, it is Devil's Ridge. Fuck.
Yeah, but everybody else is going to be going here, aren't they? Because they're...
Yeah, that's why we're actually not going here. We're going for
What colour are you?
the...
They're blue.
blue.
There's 2, 4, 6. Oh,
No,
I don't
fine,
know.
no,
Everyone's going here.
Let's go. Jesus, not even hit. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I fell out of this ship.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
So we're probably going to have to fire a couple of shots at the blue one, just a miss.
No, give me like 10 seconds, bro. Hold on.
Just to maintain the... Keep trying to harpoon them.
Angle these nails a bit? No.
Where's Crook's Hollow, for God's sake?
Oh, far away.
Woo!
Check on Crook's Hollow.
Ready.
4. Cutlass Key's got 3.
Yeah, we're going for Cutlass Key too. Let's pick them up. Let's pick them up.
Should we go left? Left, Phoebes, to Cutlass Key? Where's
Yeah, we're
Cutlass
going
Key?
Cutlass. Yeah, let's
Phoebes!
test-
Okay, we'll go left. Yeah, cut the ski. Let me check. Cutlass Key is all the way to the west. Yeah, just like northwest. Pretty much where Trix and Erdo are heading to.
I thought you were going to bloody Crook's Hollow.
No, we're doing both.
What are you doing both?
Okay,
Oh,
I'm back.
There's yellow and green are killing each other. Like, there's red's not moving. We can go back to Devil's Ridge.
Okay, hold on. What color are you guys?
Oh!
What the fuck?
What just happened?
I just fired.
You just farted.
Trix, I need to cut the Key. Where the fuck is it? Can you give me a direction?
Go pretty much west now.
West of ship.
Okay, alright.
Angle this. Let's see.
Alright, so Cutlass Key is gonna be, just keep heading west, but slightly north.
I on it.
Alright, let me get you angled. Oh, you got it already? Okay.
I got it.
So what, we gonna go to Cook's Hollow then, Cat?
No, you can take one from here, we take two, or vice versa, and then we go for Casalo.
Well, like, the fact there's only 3 there, and you guys are, you know, pretty close to it. We can go and start digging up the other chest.
Okay, yeah, start
Let's
digging
go quick
Casalo.
solo.
Yeah, go north. Straight ahead, Cat.
Why does it sound like a big piece of yolk from an egg?
Is it north up by the handing?
That's up there, yep. That's it.
Okay.
At least we can start digging up the chest there. Probably, like, all of us gathering again together. Because then at least, you know, the other crews won't think we're, you know...
I'm okay with that thing, honestly.
I know, but they don't like it, they get stroppy.
Well, I don't like that one guy down there from the previous fucking name.
Which guy?
Oh, green and what's it? Right going up it.
Green and, not purple, maybe red, I think? No, red.
Green is farming like there is no tomorrow.
Wait, nobody's going for Devil's Ridge. They all left it.
Ah!
Yeah, we can go back. Trixie, take care of the ship. We need to stop here. Am I clear about it?
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Okay, green is going towards you guys, I think, but they're way behind you. Yellow is on our...
Chests are on. I tell you what, Phoebe, do you want to go for the very southern chest and then right?
Yeah. I'll dig and meet you on the far side. Okay?
Yeah.
That'll be best. I wonder if those kids are still there, the ones who set themselves on fire.
Trixie, you're gonna need to harpoon this bitch, my dear.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Trix, are you having issues?
I'm having issues. There we go. What the? It was at a like a weird incline.
Harpoon this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and the next one is gonna be up front here.
Alright, I'll get ready to fire myself over, Cap, when we get a little closer. And I'll run around and
Harpoon
meet
me
you.
Yeah, I'll meet you at the far corner by the waterfall.
You start digging as well.
Yep.
Well done, dude. We are so fast, Trix.
Oh yeah. Well, it's better to be fast, bro. We ain't got time for that. 1 minute to way to go.
Exactly. Wait, what?
That's why Erdar can't get a girlfriend.
Exactly. I mean, cats never complain, honestly. I don't know.
Excuse me?
Nothing, ma'am.
Oh, for that one, me don't speak in English. Me don't understand.
I'm gonna get this so much shit.
Oh, you're about to get spanked.
No, I don't.
Snake, fuck off.
In Spain.
You have
I'm gonna find a video of Eridar on the black web getting spanked like ah
action.
with the little bad boys. What's it gonna do? Okay. Are you ready for this?
Kind of fire, Cap.
Yeah, it's not us, it's not near us.
Yeah, who's near us? Oh wait, what color are you guys, Cat and Phoebes?
They're
You're
green.
Purple.
Purple, they're purple.
We're up here at Cook's Hollow right now.
Oh, okay. Purple's good.
Cat's not ready to sail up completely.
Yeah.
Trix, I'm just gonna drop these in the water. You're gonna
I want to
get
go. I want to go
Okay.
around the corner a bit more because.
Shallows.
Yeah.
Nope, don't fucking dig here yet. One here.
I want to get round to the waterfall because there's 3 right by close to the waterfall.
Cat, harpoon me.
Just make sure you don't chase the waterfall.
Oh, you're blue, are you?
Yeah.
God,
Cat,
Hang on a
harpoon.
minute. Hang on. I've got to straighten the ship and raise the sail.
Oh my god, it is. Oh, sorry guys, that's okay. Fuck me.
Oh my god, you two are hilarious, I swear to God.
Oh fuck! I can't do it, Phoebes. Because
Where's the sail?
go away. I'm
Oh,
going
that's my
to
voice.
come and dig something.
Cat, get this fucking.
No, I'm bloody digging things between 2 palm trees.
There's another ship behind you guys. What color is that?
Oh, I don't know, but it's coming to fix. I might need to.
Actually, yeah. Okay, bro. Hold on.
Fuck
Guys,
hell.
and miss a few shots at us. Miss a few shots.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire.
Oh, which two bloody palm trees is it? This one.
I think you know what the people are doing. I think they're guarding the fucking
Yeah.
posts.
the people were trying to jump off the chest, and I shot
I
at them.
need you to.
I'm here. I'm here.
Harp on this. Harp on
Yep.
this.
Okay.
Whoa! Fucking snake.
Right,
Okay, yeah.
Get a hand in.
There's a ship.
They're coming. Come at the ship. Come at the ship now.
Get me. Okay, let's go.
Are you on, Peeps?
Dude,
Yeah, I'm
We
on.
are on fire. I'm
Handing
just gonna
it,
say
handing
we're
it,
on
handing it,
fucking
handing it.
fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're gonna ram us. Oh, they're not.
No, no, no.
Oh, my frames.
I'm gonna go fuck these guys up, Trix.
Okay.
How the fuck did I miss them? Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, don't worry. Green
I
one.
bet you. Yep, they're firing.
Fire. Oh, nice
Oh,
shot.
that's
Peeps.
Take us to the selling point.
Which one? Straight ahead or to the right?
The one, yeah, straight ahead.
Holy shit! Oh wait, no, that's the blue team. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
Who's green? Who's green?
Not us.
No.
Look at this beauty, Trix.
Fine, put this
Well,
on.
I'm looking. What am I looking at?
Nothing.
Oh wait, that one. Oh.
Harpooners, Peeps, harpooners. Because we've got three here, haven't we? Right, okay, let's hand them
You
in.
have green on your ass.
Shit!
What are we gonna do?
Go, get to cell. Oh fuck me! God. Oh, just once you sell, get back on the ship.
Let me get you a better angle there. Hold on.
No, we're gonna start here. We're gonna start hitting. No,
Oh, I know. I gotta get between the rocks.
girls, you need to set sail right now. We need to on your ass. Don't risk it for the biscuit.
No,
I know.
Turning off, he's turning away, he's turning away.
Is he? Oh, he's going.
Oh, he is. Okay, I'll get the other chest.
Get the other chest.
I got the. Dude, we are like destroying this. Like honestly, Jesus Christ, Trixie, I love you.
Right, so we need to go south, don't we, for
Yeah,
Devil's
to
Bridge?
Yeah, we're gonna go for Devil's Bridge afterwards, just so you're aware. Trix, raise it up.
Yeah, they're the gold.
Yellow is there. Yellow is there. Okay. Wait, fuck it all.
Everyone's gonna head to now, so let's go, Cap.
Get ready to sell, bro.
Yep, it's already
I'm
raised.
gonna do the same shit. I'm gonna do the same shit. I'm gonna drop them in the water. Take
Okay.
them from the water. I'm gonna go.
Who's that?
Green. I'm
Oh, they're
finding
still
green.
there. Fuck.
Oops, somebody's phone's ringing. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that doesn't. Oh
So
my.
I've got somebody, I think.
Both still alive.
You okay, Trix?
Yeah, I was about to say, where's the people to sell it? I couldn't find them.
Sword lunge. He's not gonna make it though.
Okay, we're gonna go for Devil's.
Camels.
Keep firing at them, Cap, if you can.
Yeah.
Trix, boy.
She's down there.
Have I told you how sexy you are?
Nice one, okay. Oof.
Dude, 5,000.
What cannibals?
Indeed, dude. What the actual
South we
fuck?
go.
I'm back.
Okay, got everything.
We're gonna fuck it off, Trix.
We have a...
Oh, we sunk him, Cap.
Sunk him, we
Ooh.
sunk him, we sunk him!
Look at that. Look at all that training.
Girls, you are sexy.
You're sexy, and we know it.
And red flag.
Lap your cheeks.
Can't get around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Okay,
ahead.
so-
We're purple.
The main beach. Let's stick
that's
out
not right.
to the main beach.
How did you find that, sir?
There's a little boat there. It's just never.
Daddy,
You
your
actually
ship's
found that
burning.
little boat and sink it.
So yellow's already at the Devil's Ridge. They're getting the chest now.
We need to think
Yeah.
yellow. They had 2 chests. So when
Okay.
you go together, just fuck it all.
Southeast.
God
Is
damn
that
it, go.
yellow?
That's
Yeah.
Well, blue's ahead of us.
The-
Yellow's
the-
there
the
with
parts.
the sails up.
Oh, we're almost there.
Wind's against us.
Make sure you have ammo, cat, and food.
Yeah, no, I've got everything.
Wow, what a pig, right?
There you go, Radar. We're almost there.
I know, bro. You take cannons, I take wheel, or vice versa?
Oh, you're already on the wheel. Go ahead, take wheel.
Alright, nice.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah. Oh, they was
Lock and loaded. Yeah, and they're settled into. Oh, they're comfy. Let's go.
Green's all
Oh,
the way over at Crook's Hollow. Green is coming back around by Crow's Nest, but...
I mean, oh, one's on the ship. They're turning.
Yeah. Ready to go?
But no one's on the helm, though. Hold on. No, they're not on it. They're just It's just turning.
What are they doing there? What the hell? Are they there all the time? Are they fishing in the blue?
Fuck, I need you to help me raise the anchor.
Did you do it too, Radar?
Oh, Phoebe, they're coming towards us. Or they're coming
to the right.
towards
Here,
Yes,
get me
on
angled,
the
get me
move.
angled. There you go, bro. Keep me angled at all times, okay?
Okay.
Turn it. No, can you get now?
Why? One of them is still on the island. Dude, I can't end.
I know. I'm sorry, bro. They shot the thingy. Okay.
Now, the stepfathers, they're just taking up chests. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, they didn't get all the chests. There's 3 left.
They're on fire.
Are they on fire? Yeah,
Get on the left-hand side cannon.
I am.
Right,
Purple's coming in.
Knock him off the cannon if you can.
Oh, purple's on yellow.
Let's go on the
I
island.
can't get the waves. Just go to the island.
Go.
Dude, they're discovering all the fucking shit.
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying,
get
that's
on
what
the
I'm
big
saying, go.
chest.
That's not good. That's not good at all. They will be coming
We
back.
need to sink him. We need to sink him.
10 minutes? Ooh, this is gonna be...
Yeah, no, 10 minutes. Just go dig up the. Just go try and get. Oh, the green's ahead of us, Cap.
I don't think there's anything. There's only 2 chests left on the island. The green's
Yeah.
Oh wait, water, Radar, water in front of us.
I see them, I see
Cat
them.
ahead of us.
I know. I see it.
Drop the anchor, there you go. Got him once. I'm in the water.
Oh shit! They're gonna collide with us. They're gonna collide.
He's down.
Collide.
Nice.
Harpoon that shit, it's ours now. And get the ship ready. Okay, bro?
Okay.
Hey, do you girls remember where the fuck the chests were?
Nope.
No.
Fuck.
I'm gonna raise sails and get the anchor out.
Oh, this is Christmas tricks. Harpoon this one too.
Oh.
Right, green or a light.
Alright.
You alright?
Alright.
Yeah, you don't want to know, bro.
I don't. Oh, they are bad. They like dug them up, but they didn't hide them or anything.
Give us a couple, guys.
Yeah. You can take from our ship. Oh, actually, no, there's 2 more to dig.
Yeah, but they're very awkward spots, and I am not gonna be able to find them.
So have you just dug up the ones at the top? The ones on the path up from the merchant, isn't it? The NPC.
I think so, Miss.
A little bit, and then the other one's up the point at the very top, isn't it? I'll go if you like.
If you want.
Do you-
I might
you
just
wanna-
pretend to fire it, Eridar and Trix.
Don't.
Yeah,
No,
take the wheel.
I'm just gonna miss you guys,
No,
obviously.
Oh,
Okay,
just
my bad.
No, I'm just gonna like fire so like if anyone comes
do
around.
it quick, and then just fire me over. Fire me over.
Okay. Oh shit! Will that hit them?
Nope.
Fire me over.
Oh, that was close. Here,
Oh, they hit the island right below me. I heard that. Oh, water.
just release the cat.
I'm gonna miss on purpose. Okay, there you go. Ow. Yeah, no ships are coming inbound, guys. They're all yours. All right.
Oh my god, Cat, you scared the shit out of me.
Oh, this is a big island to get chest on.
There is a ship behind us. The green's coming
I
back
don't
around,
know
but
where
they're
this is,
still
Cat, like, honestly.
they're still a little bit far away.
Yeah, green's coming. I'm gonna miss you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you as well.
Cat, can you...
Yeah.
Actually, Trix, I'm gonna land 1 hit if I can. 1 hit.
Yeah, get some points.
Cat, I can't find this shit.
It's here somewhere.
Oh, wait,
Go
oh
get,
god.
I got it.
Yeah, well done.
So it looks suspicious. We don't.
There you go.
You shoot shooting me. Don't shoot me.
My chest. My chest. My
Ah,
chest.
come on, Aerodar.
Oh, I've got a sliver of bloody health, look.
Oh, if you
You bugger.
try one more time, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I don't care.
Well, go get the other bloody one at the top, look.
You guys got plenty there where I was like digging. What's that? There's a mermaid in the water.
I know what this is. I'm bad at getting the top one. I'm sorry.
If I even jump, I'm gonna. Phoebe,
That's
is
more
that
like
you?
a-
Phoebe, can you
That's
help
me.
in this?
If you get a little, let me just get a little closer there.
Right, I'll leave it on the side. I need to eat something because.
Yeah, go. Oh shit, Green's on our ass. Cat, just swim out a bit for me.
Alright.
Yeah, green's onto you guys. Be careful.
Coming.
Coming.
Swimming out.
I know, right?
Okay, got the chest. Coming to the ship.
I can't find this shit. I'm
Oh,
just
thank
gonna
you,
leave.
Phoebe.
Let's just get move on.
I can't find it. In cat is not helpful at all.
Oh, you're.
Green's firing on you guys.
I'd be like,
It's up,
No.
it's up on the bloody. It's up on the bloody
yeah,
top.
then go and get it from the bloody.
Yeah, Cat, fire yourself up there.
Yeah, it's almost at the peak.
Alright.
Radar, I see you. Be careful. Oh, one's in the water. Radar behind you. One's coming over. Yep.
Yeah, I see him.
Alright, Phoebe, just run.
He shot me. I have no ammo. I need to climb up.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, okay.
Cat.
No, I'm still on.
Okay, they dropped the Green. Did they anchor?
Oh, wait. He's on.
Bro, how?
There we go. Oh, there we go. How'd he get up so fast? What the?
I don't
Oh, we got him though. Don't worry. He
Yeah,
was sneaky on that one.
Yes, let's go.
All right, Cat. I'm on the far
We
side.
have,
now.
let's go sell. What the fuck are we doing? Let's
Yeah, I know, right? We got 2 chests, bro.
Phoebe, go south.
There's only what, 1 chest here? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, no.
Well, we could do with the extra points to help get the level us up a bit.
Yeah. All right, let's go. I got you, Radar. Let me know when you're ready. Oh wait, look here.
All right, Cat. I'm over on the north side of the island.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this thing.
Wow.
Ooh, we almost crashed. Go ahead.
Yeah, take it. No, take us to south. This way. You have the.
Okay.
What's this now? It's just. I think.
Guys, don't fire at us.
We need to look legit here. And that hits by mouse. So
You never know what you Aerodar.
New maps.
let's follow again.
Oh, fucking hell. You serious? Oh, man.
Oh, I see.
Thank you for the follow, guys. Really appreciate it big time. Thank you so much.
Can't jump down. Right, bring it down, please, first again.
Twix, selling point, bro.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely, bro. Right here.
Okay, see much?
Oh, what's that on our left?
Right, I jumped on.
Guys, you see yellow? Try and sink them. They've got, like,
Yeah, that's
they're really close.
Okay, Twix.
Who is that?
To actually focus on this.
That's
Phoebe,
purple.
I'm here.
I'll come a little closer
No,
then,
it's not
Cat.
purple. It's not purple.
Yeah, no, that's yeah.
Oh no. Oh, yellow. Mm. Go ahead, Radar.
Hell, man.
Oh, okay.
I'll get the
Alright.
ladder, I'll get the ladder.
Bro, same tactic. I drop the chest, you sell.
Got it?
Gotcha.
Oh, shit, we're gonna hit.
Yeah. Okay,
Alright,
so
no,
where-
don't need- hang on, Cat. I think there's one more chest here.
Radar, I'm gonna put the chest right next to you.
Okay, cheers.
Huh?
It's on your left.
Oh, wait, no, this is Crook's Hall. No, oh, I was getting mixed up.
Oh, this is yeah, it's Devil's Bridge, isn't it?
Alright, let's go turn in.
Right, hang on. Yeah, let's turn it. I was just
Green,
checking for
there, yellow,
hole.
yellow.
Got the hole, so alright. Turn it. Right. Wait a minute, sail. Right, got sail.
Uh-oh, the music's kicking in.
Behind us. Where's behind us? Get us to the landing point. Nice.
Green's gonna try
Who's
and
that,
intercept.
who's that coming in?
That's Green. I think they're gonna try. Are they gonna try and intercept us or what?
Loading. Cannon.
Oh god, let's get the chest off the flippin' harpoon.
God, yeah. Right, I've got one.
You have green behind us. You have green behind us.
Yeah.
You need to hurry up.
They're
and
coming
grab
for
that
us.
one. Twix.
Copy that.
Start off faster, bro.
Oh wait, that's Green.
Oh yeah, they are right behind us like big time.
Who's on our...
Did it just take our chest?
No, I got it, but I'm gonna go on the other side.
That's yellow. Oh. Yeah, they're not sailing towards us. They're sailing somewhere else.
Oh, come on, we've got 2 minutes. Come on, win.
Come on, ladies.
We're coming.
No, they need to hand in 2 chests to win.
Well, if you want, you can try and stop the yellow, or probably going to go for the turn-in point there to our west of us. If you can try and stop them, that'd be great.
Yeah, green kept going.
We're gonna have some issues with the green, right?
We're not gonna make it, Phoebes, are we?
No. Well, as long as we're second still, it's the main thing.
I'm here with you, Erda.
I need you to look at my angle.
Gotcha.
So ram it.
Oh my
Yellow
god.
won't make it either. Come on, win.
They're trying to board. One in the water.
Hi. I got you covered. You okay?
Got him. No, I knocked him off.
Hi.
Oh, got a hit on him.
Nice. Bro, I need angle.
Okay. Yeah, one's off the ship, so this is your chance, bro.
Come on.
Go forward. I'm gonna go forward. Take care of our ship.
Oh, we're about to collide.
No! Go on. I know. That's the chest.
Oh, shit, yellow's on our ass!
I don't bloody care.
They're gonna sink.
Alright, I'm gonna prepare.
Oh, damn it, we were so close to turning these in.
Oh, Flaming Jackal, stop.
Who was
I'm in the water.
Woo!
So close!
Whoa. Well done. Again.
Yuri again. Bloody hell, look down.
You're actually looking at my stream, don't you?
Yes!
So close! Oh,
Love.
man!
Oh, guys, this was amazing.
At least we got second that time. Oof. Jeez, the Golden Chasers just suddenly turned on us. Holy cow.
Yeah, that was really weird, wasn't it? What were they doing?
Yeah,
over
they
there?
probably thought, oh, we're not going to make that turning point. Let's stop these guys from turning stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were just going to camp there, get all the chests, and hand them in at the last minute.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Holy shit. That was fucking mental.
You guys okay? Everyone okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We're still loading in. Black screen of death. How are you guys doing?
Chicks are relaxed now.
Are they?
Oh, hiccups.
Oh, hickey, happy. Tricks, bro. You're the man.
Ooh wee.
We
Now
gonna play again?
you see why I actually miss playing with Tricks. This stupid shit that we do. And all those moments when he's just like AFK in the worst possible moments, right? That's just.
Oh, one guy just left.
People rage quitted.
Over left.
Ooh.
Rage quitted. Oh, snaps. Guys, we have peeps. Rage quitted. Fuck. I'm level 30 Sea Dog, bitches. Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, merged.
Well done, guys. Like, I'm really proud of you.
Alright, let's do it again.
Yeah. I agree with you, Phoebe.
Yeah.
Flaming Jackal, we're red.
Oh,
this
we're
time.
red. What?
Luck, you're over.
Galleon?
We're green. Wait, what?
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 It's the Galleon image for me.
Yeah,
yes, it is. Yeah,
You
it's
scared the shit out of me, Phoebe, for that.
Sorry, no,
that was me, actually.
I always thought
Anybody got the good boy? Nobody got the good boy. The very good boy.
Oh no, we did once, but then we got merged again. We lost that title.
Yeah, we lost it, didn't we?
Looks like we're gonna be here for a while. We got Jelly Splat and Black Wolf. The other guy's not here.
Okay, so who do we have?
Oh,
Jelly Splat and Black Wolf XX03.
Yeah, I'm not scared of those. Who else do we
Yuri,
have?
Yuri wants it. It's not here, is he?
And that other guy.
Yuri was actually good. That's the thing. Yuri was actually good.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he was a good boarder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he or she or whatever. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, they were a good border. Yeah.
Arapapa.
Yes,
96. Hello, Captain Phoebe.
Hello there. Oh, let's have a seat if I can. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Got sit here.
Trixie boy, we got this, mate.
Do I have my sit emote?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now, I wonder if you did like the bilge rat sits. Or is it?
Oh, I still don't have that thing. I'm kind
Does
of.
that work? Does it work? I don't know. It works. No, not quite.
Got your turn.
Yeah, no. That doesn't work at all.
My God.
So, what happened, Phoebes, when you got teleported here? You said there were things missing, like...
Oh, like no, not in here. In the basic tavern. Like,
Oh.
outpost.
Fuck!
The door was like shut or open?
I got my feet on
Yeah,
the
the
table.
door was shut. Like
You
all
hold
the
cat.
and all the no that weren't in there. It was so weird.
Yeah,
Ah, you might have discovered an Easter egg.
What'd you say there, Trix?
You might have found an Easter egg.
Maybe it was just so weird because like I spawned when I spawned in, I was like, oh, okay, tavern grounds. But then like the door
Oh,
hello
was
there.
open. It was actually closed. I was like, what the fuck? Let me out!
That's
Instead, your man there was saying, let me in, let me in. And I was like, let me out. So Donut, Chi-Chi, and we have Covey or something.
Tricks boy. Phoebes.
Yo, the Lantern of the Dam looks pretty cool.
Oh, it is very
yeah,
cool.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's very cool.
You're the green guys this time, Aradar.
Yeah, you're the red plebs.
Thank you so much for your custom.
Ah, this is the way.
Uh-huh.
Spoken.
Oh, it's
I
about to
have
start
spoken.
next. Oh, Jesus, who was that?
Have you seen The Mandalorian?
Not yet.
I have.
I'm gonna watch it probably next week.
I
So,
have
is it good?
seen it. I actually like
All
it.
of
yeah.
it.
Yeah, all of it. I did just finished the last 2 episodes with my sister today.
Oh, okay. Is
I'm gonna
it
binge
is
it
it
next
good?
week.
Yeah, I actually like it.
Oh, okay.
I still haven't seen the new Star Wars film. I'm gonna try and see that now, Jordan. Something Nazi. Did I see something Nazi?
Wow.
The guy he's sit. Oh, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. Like if some guy called himself Nazi, I was like, kill him. Just spawn cap him, kill him the whole time.
Nice little picnic table.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody fell in the water.
That's pretty good.
What?
Oh.
Raise it up, Tricks, okay?
Okay.
Daddy, that was my phone you're here. Daddy.
Was your phone?
How's the little rascal, by the way?
Yeah, pain in the butt, still on school break. Hopefully he gets back soon so I can have my morning peace. I mean, he's doing good.
Take a selfie. Dude, raise it up. What are you doing?
My mouse, I don't know, something happened to my DPI setting.
Yeah, we're going.
Hello?
Yeah, we're going to Hollow. Sorry.
Paradise
Snake
Springs.
Islands.
Which one, Phoebe's?
Dead ahead.
Paradise Dead Ahead.
Alright, stand ahead. We can go
Yeah,
to Snake
Paradise.
Island.
Or shall we like? That might
Or
just-
whichever one, like, we could.
Where's everybody heading?
I'm going Paradise and then go Hollow.
Where's everybody else heading?
I don't care.
We'll have
Tricks,
you
we're going
guys are-
Copy that.
green, right?
We are green. We are green.
Excellent, we're red.
Tricks, you know that we'll take care of the ship.
Right, yellow are coming for you.
Yeah, I see them.
Blue's going to Snake Island. Purple are going to Crooks Hollow. Right, so...
We need to stop here, Tricks, just so you.
Alright, Cap, what do you want to do?
To Crooks Hollow.
Yes, we can go to Crooks Hollow.
We're also gonna come to Hollow afterwards, just so you know.
Yeah, somebody behind us?
Yeah. Dude, what the fuck did you just do?
The wind's against us, though, Phoebe. Goes west or east. Bloody hell. Who's got a chest already?
Who do you think are, guys?
Wait, what color is Cat and Phoebes?
These are the ones on the left.
Here on your
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Guys on your left. Ooh, nice. Yeah, Cat, maybe go to Crooks Hollow. We'll have to win.
They're trying to harpoon us.
Yeah, Crooks
When I
Hollow.
tell you, drop the steps and get into the fuck out of here.
You guys need help?
I'm back on the ship.
Okay.
Get me cannons on these fuckers. They're both overboard, they're on board.
Okay, you want some more?
Oh,
Yeah, we
shoot.
need it right now.
Got him doing an active turn, right?
Yeah.
Let me know when you have to mess.
I got a board. I got a patch, bro. We're gonna sink. Oh my god, how'd that happen? Oh, we're sinking. I need one hit and I'm dead. Let me get this water out.
Just keep bailing. Oh no, repair.
We're coming, guys. We're coming.
Woo. Alright, we're good. I gotta heal.
Killed one.
Got make sure you got food and everything.
Yeah. I'll answer after.
Please, I need you to stabilize the ship. I'm begging you.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
I got it. Oh, I don't have it. Jesus Christ.
Oh, what happened?
Almost at you guys. We're almost at you.
We need repairs. We need repairs, Trix.
Yeah, low deck is good. Oh, you on the ship?
Yeah, I'm on the ship.
Okay, we're good, bro.
Yeah, just fuck yellow up.
Okay, yeah, we need to, bro, because they got us pinned. Go ahead and sink him, bro.
Stabilize me. Stabilize the ship. We're spinning and I don't like that. Fix!
Go there, range cat.
Oh, wait, one's...
I'm gonna go board them.
Okay.
We need to
Alright,
land
guys,
from
I'm
them.
just gonna fire at you guys just so it
They
looks like.
sank.
Alright, I'm just gonna land. Just fire at you guys just so they think we're. They don't think we're working together.
I'm also firing at you with my sniper. Get out of here. Just get out of here.
Okay, go.
Right, which way are we going? Ah!
I am sniping.
Are they still in the water?
No, I don't think so. Let's finish digging, Trix.
Okay.
Get the ship ready. I'm gonna dig. You just get the ship ready, okay?
So we go across
I will
Holland,
need
I guess.
that
Yeah, we're gonna go to Snake Island.
Who's at Snake Island? There's
I'll have a look.
there is one ship at Snake Island. Who's
It's
at
a blue team, but we can take care of them. Well, we won't have to win
We
off
haven't got
Snake Island.
well, Snake Island will have the wind behind us, won't we?
Actually, we would.
No,
kinda.
let's do quick. No, let's,
Snake Island's a little closer, but yeah, okay, let's go to Crooks. We'll have to.
yeah.
Oh my god, where the fuck is this ship, dude? Trix, who's fighting?
That's
Somebody on the other side.
Trix, are you on harpoon duty?
Yep, I'm right here.
Alright.
just in case there's guys lingering around, they'll see us firing at you.
Okay, so there's 2 chests on the south, 3 on the north.
Oh shit! Sorry, accidentally shot. Oh my god.
Hold on, I gotta get these holes.
They're somewhere. I think they're on the other side of Crooks Hollow. We'll have to sink them. I think. Is it the green team?
Can you harpoon me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's our guys with the green team. Sorry, they're purple.
Do you want to take the helm
The
and
purple
we
are
dig,
on-
or do you want to go and dig? What do you want to do?
Purple are on the north side. I say we sink purple.
Do you want to try and sink purple?
Yeah, no, we should sink purple, and then we could like dig up the. Oh, they're getting. Yep, they're
They've got 2 chests. They've got 2 chests.
Might be a good idea, Cat, maybe to go around the
Take us northeast, Trix.
side. No, it doesn't matter.
Left or right? If we've got more wind, we got more wind if we go around to the right.
Okay, yeah, go right then.
That was a close call, Trix.
That was close, bro. That early game advantage, though, came up with the fire and the cannonballs and
Yeah.
Cat and Beeps to the rescue.
I do. I'm
Yeah,
gonna fire
thank you
myself
for
over
keeping
Cat
Cat,
then.
by the way. We owe you one.
Thanks, guys. You're welcome, guys. But I'm gonna try and land some hits on these guys. Cat with some of the mod.
We're coming, sir.
Good. You guys go around the
Northern side. We're going the northern 2
yeah,
chests.
go to the north side. Yes. Oh god, 18 minutes. Fuck.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Let's go, bro.
Mm.
North side of the island.
Ah, blah, 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 blah.
Right, Phoebe, I'm going around to the north.
Just me or the sun's brighter than usual.
What did I just say? What did you say, Cat?
No, but I know what you said you're going to north, but I'm halfway there now.
They're digging at north. We're going south. Fuck it.
Yeah, but we want to fuck up the purples.
Yeah, you can do
They're
that.
here.
Yeah,
So
you
we're
will
go-
do that.
This is
Oh my
Phoebe's
God,
idea.
you got it.
It's not my idea.
Yeah, we're going. I know exactly where this ship is. We're almost
How
at
is
the
it still alive?
Hit the
Oh, I
mast.
can't land. Oh,
Who's that to the right?
almost got me.
To the right.
Hit the ship.
Not
that-
in front of us. somewhere
Yeah,
else.
who's shooting the ship or to the island?
Guys, my frames have plummeted. I
Okay,
can't
I
do much.
killed somebody.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You seen northeast by east? There's a ship there.
Hit him again. And then
We need to get these two chests dead ahead fixed, okay? You know
Take
the
it.
drill. You
Okay.
You take the ship, I take the
You
ship.
got it.
That's fine.
we're gonna hit some rocks. Hit him again.
God, I'm finally!
Nice.
Cat, bring the ship in. Kobe, somebody drop.
I'm fighting purple at the minute.
I killed purple. Well, one of them anyway.
Yeah, but there's somebody still. Well, the
Yeah,
ship's
it's like-
going round and round.
Yeah, I saw lunch way too early.
Woo! Cat, you got me! I killed them both!
No, other things.
Right, okay, I'll try to bring the ship in now.
Who's-
Well, respawn.
who's-
We need to sink their
who's blue?
ship, so to drop their sail and send it sailing up because we don't want them
No,
to close.
we need them there. We need them there to kill
Oh
them.
shit, he's back! Kobe's back! One of them's back! Oh boy! Cat, land hits.
Yeah, here, there's a mermaid in the water. Be careful, bro.
Ah, I've got. Ooh, horrible lag. Right, I'm just trying to get the right angle. Stay alive, Fee, stay alive, stay alive.
I killed
Tricks,
him.
you don't hurt them, okay?
Okay.
Who's blue?
Fuck!
We're blue.
Oh,
No, we're not, we're red.
they're almost sunk,
sure?
they're almost sunk. Keep
Somebody in the
landing.
water, somebody in the water on the left hand
Yeah,
side.
I know. I sort of lose them off. I sort of...
Right, I'm coming into land hits right about now.
Hey, Tricks, get that and then get me.
Oh, fuck, I haven't got any cannonballs.
Oh shoot. Hold on.
Are we too far?
Yeah.
No,
I'm,
stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there. That's one. There you go. Properly done. Well done,
Cut.
girls.
They're down.
Well done,
Got
well
somebody.
Oh, I'm nearly
In the
taking
water. I'm
you.
trying to hit him in the water, but I can't. It's too close.
done. Let's go sell. We need to go sell, Tricks.
Okay.
We are
Phoebe, where are you?
Cat?
behind
I'm in the
us.
water.
Behind us.
Cat, come a little closer to me.
I need to turn because he's right.
Girls, you okay there?
Yeah, we're good, but Cat, I need you to come back, Cat.
Yeah, I know, but I need to turn because he's swimming towards me.
Oh, jeez. Like, just shoot him.
Yeah, but I'm sending the ship as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Green's on our left.
That's ours. That's us.
That's you, that's you. I'm not going to shoot you. I'm not going to shoot
Who's that?
you.
Who's that? Who's that? Who this? Who that? Oh, it's Kobe again. Oh, shit. Kobe shot me.
Are you alive?
Oh, I'm so nearly dead. Shark, I kill him.
oh, what was that?
Oh,
This guy-
good job,
this
Kobe.
guy-
You nearly got me there. Well done, dude. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
This guy, I think, is
What
heading
happened?
for mermaid.
Kobe nearly got me. I was saying well done.
Ah!
Ooh.
Sell. We have like.
Oh yeah. We got what? 4 chests?
Ah, there's chests. They have chests. They have chests. They have chests.
Yeah, of course they have chests.
Girls, they're yours. Those chests are yours.
This shark's got me. Can't get those chests, please.
I'm trying.
Tricks.
Eridar,
Yeah.
you be proud of me, man. Holy shit.
I am proud of you. I'm.
Fuck!
Like the green team, where's the green team? I'm dead right now. The shark, would you believe it was the shark that finally did me in? They have like 3 chests.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to turn around again.
Get the The shark's still biting my dead body. Come on, dude. That's not.
Get ready, bro.
I think this guy died to a shark actually.
Oh, who's that over there? Oh, that's Eridar and
Do you want to get the
Yeah.
Get the chest and the harpoon? Other side.
what?
So, bro.
Right, let me come down and
There's
get more.
another one sort of dug up on the beach. I'm gonna go for a cat.
Shall I go? I'll go. Will you harpoon those and I'll go on the beach? Whereabouts on the beach?
I can't remember, but somewhere between the rocks. Cat, I'll go first. I'll go over dig it up. You bring the ship in. There's still some more
You-
chests to dig in here.
Blue. That's what I'm gonna say. We need to fuck.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh, Cat, there's still plenty of chests here.
Right, so what do you want to do?
Oh, come over. Bring the ship a little closer.
Dude,
I found the
Blue
one they
is-
started.
Way ahead.
Oh yes, they are.
Who's gonna get their hat? Snake. Fuck off.
We must sink them.
Come into this
Yeah, we
corner,
must sink
very...
blue. Yeah, we must sink blue definitely. Where's blue? Who's blue? Not blue. Where the fuck are blue?
Cat, you see me here?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I
dude.
see that. Let me just get this sail up.
Blue is at Snake Island now. Wait. Blue is at Snake Island, guys.
You guys head over there. We'll follow you in a sec.
Okay.
You guys have turned in a few chests. Let's turn it.
Who
Yeah.
dropped it?
That was me by accident.
Beef, you any more?
Yeah, there's plenty on this island.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye out. I know it's coming for us. So.
Yep.
This is no good. This is really not good, guys.
Well, we got 12 bits. Go take care of them, dude.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why can't I get these bloody waves? Got it.
It might be blue in front of us.
Beeves, we've got 5.
Yeah, here's another one.
Right, let's
Purple is
let's
coming
go
for you.
let's go.
Purple is coming for you.
Yeah,
Please,
go over towards the Oh
Yep,
shit.
that's blue in front of us, Eridar. Straight ahead.
Let's go and hand these in, Beeves, because this will take us a long time. 6.
Go. I'm gonna go see if I can meet these guys in the water.
Make sure I got everything handy. Life, everything.
I don't have any food. Oh, I'm a food.
That's it. We need to fuck blue up. We need to fuck.
Oh, blue's got to go down.
Who's purple?
I don't care who purple is.
Purple and yellow is doing nothing.
Before, who I killed.
I think they might be working with blue.
Fuck it.
Baby, can you come back?
I can't. There's no fucking mermaid. Wait, there is. I hear it. Don't see it. There. Here. Why?
Please, we
Wait.
need to fuck these guys
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Cat, I'm coming back.
We got to put a fire on their ship. You got your...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got everything.
Okay. What's the hotkey for the fire thing?
4. Just double tap 4.
4? Okay, gotcha.
Oh, get on the fucking cannons now. Right side cannon.
Right, bail. I'll bail, be fine. We are so... We just keep firing on them.
Cat, you're out of time.
No, it's alright. No, speed, step top.
Oh, we stuck him, Cat.
We're stuck up again. Nice. Right, okay, let's bail, go and hand in.
Turn off the sight. Oh my god.
Knock their mask down. Or no, wait, no, I didn't. Never- Oh, I shot one. Oh, they're taking off.
No, they're not.
Oh god, we should go back to the control and get some more chests.
No, let's hand these in first.
I just... Cat!
After.
Fuck them up.
Oh, sound like one of them was trying to board me.
I really feel like you don't listen.
No, they're both here.
Okay.
I think we really...
Yeah, after.
This should help.
need to learn you need to learn a little about, like, communication and whatnot. Especially when it comes to listening. You're a great
Fuck them
communicator.
up. 4 hits. I did 4 hits.
I think that's purple
I
there,
did-
Cat.
Who's that anchor there?
Girls, I need you to listen very carefully.
We're coming over now in a
Down,
sec.
we have 5 or 4 chests. Look at the score already.
We're coming over. That's purple ahead of us, Cat. We gotta sell quick.
I'm going to drop anchor.
No, don't drop back.
Are we going to raise the sail then?
Yeah, really start
They
raising.
sound. Got him.
Well done. You guys did it.
Woo!
We have chests. We need that chest. One of
We're
them is
going to
alive.
hit,
One of them is alive.
we're going to hit.
Rex, one of them is alive.
I copy that.
Drop the anchor and raise it. You go sell, Cap.
Oh, you're good. You're back. Okay,
Oh, I didn't
I'm
even.
going.
There's no point of anchoring. Go sell.
To the captain.
All right, let's do this, bro.
Give me just a bit of sail. There you go.
You got one.
Raising it back up.
Where's it?
Yeah, as long as it's just a little one, we'll be alright. Doesn't sound that little.
Purple's coming around.
Oh, he's in the water.
Shoot,
Stay on the ship. Stay on
Oh, he's putting. I see the chest on the island.
I see them. You need to fuck them up.
He's on the ship.
They could.
Oh wait, he's back in the water.
I get on the cannon on the.
Repairing ship.
They're trying to get on so bad, bro, and they can't get on.
I know. Girls, we need you.
Guys,
I'm begging you.
we're gonna look
We're
at
under
right now.
attack, we're under. I'm firing at them. Oh! I got
Underneath our ship.
I'm coming back, please. I'm coming back.
Riggs, how are you, bro?
Got him.
Okay, we need to harpoon. We need to start harpooning shit.
Oh, I'm dead! I got a cannonball to face. Shit. I'm on
Oh.
the ship.
I know where you
Back.
are harpooning. There you go. Did you get that?
Keep bailing, fees, whatever. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ooh. Come on.
More we need to turn the ship. We need to turn the ship.
Bro, there's a ship or a boat to, or
Get me.
Okay, yeah.
Get me.
there's a
Any second now,
chest to the
any
right.
second now. Somebody's on board. Fee
I killed him.
Got him. Nice.
Help me raise, help me
I'm
raise.
back, I'm gonna bail.
I'm telling us.
Okay.
Use
Give
the
him
wire,
half
put out the fire.
Yeah.
A little more.
There's no one.
Well, what the?
Okay.
Alright, there's one.
I want to take them. I'm gonna take them.
Yo, they would have won this game, bro, if we didn't sink them.
Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, let's go sell. Let's go
Cat,
sell.
bring this ship back in closer if you can.
Woo.
They're coming in there, man. They're coming in there, man, bro. Oh, I'm gonna crash. I didn't pay attention.
Just go ahead and take the hit, bro. I'll go ahead and patch up. Go ahead. Because they're on to us.
Who's red?
That's us.
We're red, we're red. Oh, they're still trying to find us.
Cat, one chest. Set the ship. Oh, I'm dead!
Do it! No!
I got
that.
Cat, get upstairs and go.
Killed one.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Okay, we're good on.
Oh, the scream went back at me, guys. Oh, now it's back. Oh,
We're good. We're good. We're fucking good.
Oh, they're mad. Oh, they are mad.
Trix, we need to sell. We're gonna set the ship to just go.
we have to sell more as well, Cap. Little teams.
Are you coming back now?
I've got black screen. I'm here.
Okay, I need to repair again. Because we've got a big hole at the front.
We need to sell. Okay, bro.
Okay. Oh, no, they're thinking their chest is there still.
Let's go get the other chest here, Cap.
Yeah.
Oh, they should have chased us. What the heck are they doing?
Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm raising sail.
They
Okay.
must be sinking, Because they're on farm, bloody hell.
Go sell if you can.
Us or Tricks?
Oof.
Okay, let's raise the sail back up, Cat.
Right, no, because they're right behind us.
Oh, okay, I'll go dig. You meet
Go
me around the
dig,
other
go
side.
dig,
You
and
go
I'll-
around.
Yeah, I'll
Girls,
just keep saying, I'll keep saying around.
You have customers, girls.
Yeah.
Blue is
Couple
good.
chests,
Blue is actually good.
Where is
Okay,
Blue?
Cat, meet me on
yes.
the west side of the islands where the little dock is.
Trix,
Okay,
they're coming.
I'll go all the way around.
Go sell one. I'm taking the ship away from here, okay?
Okay. All right. Let me sell one real quick and go ahead.
Okay, I'm taking it out of here. Oh, this definitely is the hardest match.
Purple has been on our asses, but
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Phoebes and Cat. Well done on that point. Tricks,
Okay.
no comment, bro. Let's help
Oh,
them.
well done,
Hey,
Phoebes.
meet us at selling point. We're gonna give you some chests. We have like one more chest to give.
Okay,
need
Cat, where
the
are
points
ya?
more than we do.
I'm currently on the southern side, but I'm coming round to the west. On
Where
the
are you?
pointy bits.
Okay, they're chasing you right now. I'm coming back with the mermaid.
I'm going for the red.
I was gonna try to see if they were going to the selling dock. Am I?
you guys heading for the...
Phoebe, I see you. I'm on the other end.
Yeah,
on the
Let's
other
have the ladies.
bit.
Let's have the ladies. Let's have.
Purple, hurry at me. Purple.
Come over.
Alright, I'm coming.
There's both chests here.
Let's have the ladies. Okay, Tricks.
Okay.
Ladies, we're coming for you.
Careful, because Blue's right on our tail, bro.
I know.
They want that vengeance.
Yeah.
Cat, race sails, Cat, race sails.
God, we yoinked the fuck out of.
Still got 4 minutes left.
Cat, race sails.
I can't raise the sails. I'm steering the wheel.
Oh, they are on to us.
Let's fuck blue. Let's fuck purple. Actually, we're
Get
gonna
on. Just get on with that. Get on with that.
Tricks, get ready.
Yeah,
right
maybe.
here.
Right, we've got holes.
Okay, so what color are you guys?
We're
Yeah, red.
red.
We're red.
With the ones with the red.
Okay.
Right, I'm gonna bail. We're very near the hand in place. We could actually just maybe. There's 3 minutes left.
Here's one. Purple is fucked. Purple is fucked.
Ah!
No, we're
Purple is
not.
fucked. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Oh, blue! Holy shit!
I'm repairing.
Purple is almost down. Purple is almost down.
Nice job.
Okay, we might need to go to another turn point.
Yeah, keep going, Phoebes. Repairing, I'm gonna bail. I don't have
Guys, we're going to the other turn point. Blue's right behind us!
Yeah.
I know. I'm fighting one of the blue in the water.
Ah.
There's only one on board. Okay, keep that in mind, please.
There's only one on board. Have you got the Molotovs left, Phoebes? Oh, they're turning round.
Yeah, we should be able to hit the.
Can we get to
Yeah.
the turning point? We've got 3
Yeah,
minutes.
there's one right ahead of us there. Oh god, they're firing at us though.
I have no mate. You might likely win this.
Just stop blue.
Ah, this is yours. Ah,
How many chests do
Oh,
we
yeah,
have?
that's right. 2. 1
3.
each. Head us towards the hard turning place. We just get off, we need to get close to it.
you hang it.
Don't jump off.
Woo-wee.
No, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna wait.
Nicely done, nicely done.
Go, cat.
Okay, go.
Still have 1 chest.
Where is he?
We also have 1 chest on ship. Am I right, Trix?
Yep.
Okay. Well done, ladies. Now we won. This game is ours. Don't lose the ships. That's all that actually matters.
Yeah, keep. I'm got this last one.
Wait. I'm gonna angle you, Trix.
Cat, are you back to the ship?
I'm getting the mermaid down.
There you go, Trix. I can't do
There's
better.
no fucking mermaid for me.
She's off the back of the ship. She's off the back of the ship. Right, I'm back on the ship now.
Turn the ship back around to the turning point.
Oh my god. This is ours. Come on, this is ours.
Fuck.
Come on,
Blue
Trix.
is-
Take 10k, bro. 10k. Come on, dude. 10k, bitch.
I would love to hit 10k.
I thought my graphics card was over on fire. So I think it's the top of the ship is red, and here it is. That's the smoke. Wow, I was freaking out just now. I was like, oh.
I'm coming. Finally, my mermaid finally appeared.
You know how you get red lines, bro? I was scared. Oh. Oh.
Oh, they jumped somebody up onto Snake Island.
They can't do shit. They can't get street. Trust me, they can't
Yes,
get
they were
train
trying
like
to.
one.
Yeah, no, they were trying to get towards us. Oh. Drops out.
That's
it's
it.
over.
Go.
Did it?
Woo.
Oh, we did it.
Oh, we had 2
Oh,
chests.
we
We had 2
survived.
chests.
Bloody hell.
Okay, this was the hardest match
go
we've
again.
had. Oh my god.
Let's go again.
Oh my god.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm not sure
No,
I got the
I'm
energy to go
calling it.
again.
I'm
Oh,
calling
one more, please.
it. You can go with
One
Trix.
more.
Trix. No, I'm not. I'm calling it. It's midnight. You can go with Trix if he still wants to play.
Tricks? Wait, hold on.
Trix?
Oh, hang on. I've got some messages here. Let me reply to them.
Trix?
I didn't realize actually it is 10 o'clock. I probably should wrap it up.
Make up your mind.
Yeah,
Hey,
no, I think I
before
will
you
wrap it
before
up.
you girls wrap it up, can you get on my channel? I wanna. Hey,
Actually, he's upset that we're wrapped
I
calling
know.
it. by
I
the looks of
wanna make a raid. I wanna raid some. So if you
it.
girls
What?
would.
Raid tricks? Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
very
yeah,
trick.
I'm gonna raid Trix. I'm gonna raid Trix. I'm going to raid Trixie boy. Well, this was an amazing.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Still getting black screen there.
Back.
Yeah, it's okay. Trix, you're gonna go. We're gonna call it. Are you gonna continue or?
It doesn't matter, Phoebes. You gonna go? I know it's late for you guys. You guys are like different time
Yeah,
zone.
actually, it is 10 o'clock. I didn't realize it was.
No, are you going to continue though, Trix? I need to know, like, or are you gonna also gonna call it?
God,
I wouldn't
no
mind
idea
doing
with that.
Everybody together.
I'll probably be on for a little bit.
Game.
I got a little while.
So basically, am I going?
Because I
to
think my
raid
dinner should be done in about maybe a half hour.
you? Okay, so am I going to raid you or not?
That's up to you, bro.
No, I mean if you're going offline, it's no point in raiding.
Hold on. In the arena, you took part in a contest using every single color of a ship. Oh.
Phoebes and Cat, please get on.
Oh, bro, we're on a golden chaser.
I left.
No, such a cool ship.
Thank you.
I'm on Twitch.
Phoebes.
I'm on Twitch.
Okay. Join the raid.
Great. That's where I left my crew, so I guess I'll leave them too.
Fail sees dogs, cats. Hello, Trixie boy.
Oh,
Look at the
What? Oh my gosh, guys! Eridar, what the? Where did you just come from?
Trix is a really great
Yo,
streamer. He's,
thank you guys. Thank you so much for everything. I really do appreciate it. Wizard, what's going on?
game, so thank you. Welcome aboard.
Oh my gosh! Oh, I just typed the wrong thing there. Hold on, guys. Holy mackerel! What the? The Beepster! Oh my god, the Eridar! Woo!
Wait, what just happened?
Oh, I see.
Wow!
What's that?
Wow! Unbelievable! Eridar coming in with the raid. Cat, Beepster, everybody else, thank you so much for the follows and everything like that. I really do appreciate it and everything, guys. You guys are awesome. So after we're done with this beautiful little cutscene here, we just love to do the little... We sunk some ships here today, guys, and I'm really happy about it. I think it was awesome. Ah!
Oh my god.
Thank you, Eridar. I really appreciate it, bro. And thank you, ladies.
You know, I got your back, no matter what. I got you.
Wizard, thank you. Unbelievable. How long were you guys on for anyway? You were on for a while, bro.
6 hours.
6 hours. But make sure you don't tell the guy from Shark Tank about that. He'll get upset.
I know, right?
Yeah, he says it's not worth your exponential value. Oh my gosh.
Ah, dude, what a session we had, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Holy shit. Crazy.
Oh my gosh, I didn't.
amazing.
Wait, hide and seek emote? Seriously? How come none of you guys use that in game? And the crab dab. I'm
Don't really
done.
have time.
Right? Yeah, Reno, you don't have time. Every time you waste is a mistake. Oh my gosh.
That was just mental. I loved it.
Your ship and selling the loot.
Oh my god.
Woo! That is crazy.
It surely is. It surely is.
All they're doing.
Experiences. We must be getting better.
Yeah, we
No,
definitely-
no, I agree with Eridar. You guys are doing way better. Trust me. I remember Eridar used to get paranoid. And I think by habit he still does, but in realistic terms, you guys are definitely pulling it off really well.
Definitely. You know, we've always, four of us, honestly. Let's face it. I mean, we've definitely yeah.
Well, it's nice to see they're doing skins for weapons now. That's good instead of just the animals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good. I kind of about time they did that because that's a good thing. I think that's a really good thing for the game, and it's also good for the community too.
Definitely.
I think it'll work out really nice for everybody, you know.
Oh yeah.
And the crab dab.
Oh, yeah, the crab dab.
That's the new dance. We're gonna make a See It Easy video, and all of us are gonna crab dab.
Hell no. Hell no.
While everybody's dabbing, we're crab dabbing. See, my dabs are crabby.
Bring on the crabs.
Oh, Rex, go home.
My crab dab will make everybody itch. You'll be itching for more.
And someone just.
Oh.
Trix, you should search for someone in CSV Robin Hood if you want to keep.
Actually, believe it or not, bro, I've been kind of soloing it up a lot lately. Well, not streaming though, but offline. Like I've been kind of soloing it up, or like with my cousin.
Why haven't you reached out to us? Like, no, you know that we always want to sail with you and stuff. So.
You guys are always offline?
Anymore.
I'm always offline on here, dude. You know that. I mean, just saying. I'm always like, you know, incognito.
Right. Look at this new stuff they added. Look at this. You can crab dab. Like, what's this one? Swabbing story?
It's a
Ooh.
really good, it's a really good little.
Yeah, no, these are really nice. These are really great.
Oh no, the build rat emotes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the arena thing though. I think it's really nice. I think it's
Buddy,
it was fun. I liked
that one's
it.
for 0. Hide.
Oh, that doesn't cost anything. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is...
Yeah.
That's a free one, yeah.
It's a
This
free
one.
one.
Female.
Free. Sounds good to me.
Oh my god.
There we go. We got it. Yeah. Of course they'll make a hide emote. They're really provoking the
Hackers.
Yep. Island hunters. That's what I'm gonna call them because when you come back, there they are. Oh, you got that
Daddy,
Athena for me? You spent an hour getting it? Thank you.
Dad, look, that's all the emotes I want if you pay for that. Look.
But you know, that takes a
Look at
lot of
this.
patience though, sitting there
Daddy,
waiting.
look at this. You're hiding behind a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. You're hiding behind a deck.
And then you peek up over the top.
Now you're hiding behind
It's
a
just
pillar.
fucking hilarious.
Now you're
Look
just
at that.
hiding.
Look at that.
Like,
And
I like this one though.
Yeah.
The hide and seek, the last one.
ah,
You tried the pole one at the end, peeking around the
That
pole.
one right there. Yep.
Oh,
I like that. The pole one actually looks really
like-
cool. Oh, hold on. I gotta go check out my food. Hold on
Daddy,
one second.
look.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
what the f-
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm actually
Okay.
deployed.
Yeah. Let me know if you guys
Oh,
want to
yeah.
Yeah.
might be able to sail for a little
It
bit
was an
more.
amazing session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Just thank-
you,
Oh,
Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for
my pleasure.
Get some rest. Get some
being
rest.
so patient teaching us.
That
Thank
was
you so much.
great.
Love you all. See you
Good
guys
night.
tomorrow.
Yes, we'll see
Good night,
you
lads.
tomorrow. Good night, sleep well, good sea tricks.
Kat, do me a favor. In the morning, make sure you tag me a lot of messages.
There you go.
Sometimes Discord's very weird with them send messages to me, unless of course I'm tagged in them.
Yeah. Well, it depends how you have your settings. If you have it set to
Yeah, I
mentioned,
like-
yeah, that's the best way to do it though. You want to be mentioned. You don't want to get spam every message.
Yep, that's true. Alright then, Trixie. Great sailing, dude. Hopefully we can sail with you again sometime soon. Have a good one, lad.
You too. See you guys.
Bye.
All right. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. All right. Let me see what we got here. There we go. All right. Be right back. Why does it look like that? What the? Okay.
Charles the Fourth, King of Bohemia and Holy Roman Emperor, had a long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity. When the emperor died, the whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession. The heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles's son, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. But Wenceslas did not take after his father. He neglected affairs of state for more frivolous pursuits. He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the Pope. Wenceslas the Idle did not impress the imperial nobility either. His difficulties mounted until the nobles, exasperated by the inaction of their ruler, turned for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Sigismund decided on a radical solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain greater power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army and began pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and try this again. So today we're actually going to go ahead and kick off with another episode that we haven't really played this game in forever. And believe it or not, this game is a lot longer than I thought it would be. But this is only episode number 6, but we're ready to keep on going with that one. Let me go ahead and remove little tricks, well, avatar tricks here for us, guys, so that way we can get started. And just to ensure, it looks like our camera controls are working, so you guys will be able to see what buttons I press as we play, which is good. Wait, this is, what is this? Well, that's poke. And then what's this? Probably heavy hit. And then poke. Okay, good. Looks like we got everything pretty good. Alright, let's go ahead and continue on here, guys. Oh, shoot. I think I already messed it up. I'm actually going to put this up here. So things don't keep getting screwed up. There we go. I accidentally unplugged the controller, guys. There we go. We're good. Alright, wait, X is the... Wait, what? X is the jump? Yeah, X is the jump. So what's A? Oh, I haven't played this in forever. I forgot how to play. Whoa! Okay, we whistle for the horse. Here's the guy outside with the dog. Man, I forgot how beautiful this game looks. Look at this.
You can't walk around with it like that here. Henry, what are you doing with that weapon? Put it away before some guard sees you.
How do I put it away? I forgot how to put it away, guys.
If you're... For heaven's sake, Henry, put away that weapon. You can't walk around with it like that here.
Wow. Anyway,
Henry, put that weapon away. Henry,
I know there was a way.
some guard sees you.
Okay, so we just pressed left on the D-pad one time. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember these buttons yet. I think we just scared the lady away. She's like, I'm out of here. You're psycho. You're crazy. You've gone mad. What was my objective anyway, guys? How do I go to the map again? I don't remember. I think it was down. Nah, I think it was up. Yeah, up on the D-pad. Okay, so we're here on the map, right? And while we're here, looks like one of our objectives is going to be up here in something, whatever it's called, Talmberg. Okay. A, what is A? Steal at least 5 Waffen rocks from the Talburn Armory. What's the other one? We have another objective. B. Join Niggly Town Patrol. I guess we can try that. Which one's closer? Definitely B. Oh, we gotta go up there. You know what? This controller is actually fully charged, so there's no need to do all that. Let me do this. There we go. We got it linked up. Yay! There we go. We're good. All right. What the heck is sprint though? Oh, B is the sprint? So weird. Using up a lot of stamina. I thought we had like a first person, second, third person thingy. That's a weapon. Put the weapon away. I think the last time we had an issue with one of the guards, so we're gonna have to be careful on this one, guys. I said this one. I can't even talk right now. What the heck? Alright, once we get in there though, we're gonna have to be careful for sure. Alright, let's see here. Let's see what we got here. Um... Alright guys, things are looking good here. All right, and let's see here. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Um. All right. Sorry about that. Wow, I had to troubleshoot something really quick. All right, let's get going. This should hopefully take us to the gate, but I hope this doesn't get me in trouble because I think last time I had an issue with the guards. Am I cool? Am I clear? I think I served my time in jail. Why would I want to pickpocket? Okay, we just go right in. So where is this, How come I can't talk to nobody? I don't get what's going on here. Nobody wants to talk to me in this village. Why? Do I need to clean my face? Let me check. All right, we got guards all over the place. Oh, wow. A few lag spikes here and there. Holy jeez. Okay, let's go ahead and run over to this number letter B. I like that there's like a lot of tessellation going on here. I don't even know if that was even an option in the settings. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember where we left off. It's been a while since we played, guys. So we got to get like a nice little. We're gonna need a nice little recap of something because he's probably up there. Let's get through here, guys. We got to move around. How do I get up there? Oh, here we go. Or am I going down there again? Did my mission not save? Oh, wow. I'm going the wrong way, guys. Hold on. Look at the map again. Wow. Oopsie daisy. Let's go back. I was pretty much running over to the arrow firing range. Why was I doing that? I have no idea. I don't know why I was doing that. All right, we're getting close now. In the church? Yeah, I gotta go to the church. Whatever it is. Honestly, I don't remember. I remember we were like going against some guy with like bow and arrow practice type of deal, and that was it. It's been a while. You know what? Like, it's been a while since I played. I see that this game's on what you call it? It's on Game Pass now, so that's really cool. Win to tourney if you can. How the heck do I get in there? Oh my gosh, we got a graveyard filled with like bodies around here. That's crazy. And how are you, Diamond? Ah, here's the church. Here's the main entrance.
Oh, wretch. Sigismund and his murderers took everything.
This lady, there's something creepy about this lady.
What do you want?
Wow, so mean and vulgar.
May the Lord watch over you.
Thank you. Get all these rude manners, and then she goes, "May the Lord watch over you." Well, look at this. This is the guy we need to talk to right now. All right. Hey, do I have my volume down? Yeah, I do. I don't know if you guys can hear the game or not.
Farewell.
Join Nightingale on patrol. I have to go to Nightingale on patrol. He'll be waiting for me by the church in the afternoon. Oh. Well, how do I know what time it is again? I don't remember. Oh, it tells me right now. Oh, that's just me skipping. How come there's no chairs in this church? Am I trespassing or am I allowed? I guess I'm allowed here. Okay, let's go upstairs, see what we have here.
Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, veniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tuum.
Alright, you guys should be able to hear the game a lot better now. Alright, cool. Door's locked, we can't get through. Alright, let's head back down. So he's gonna be here like in the afternoon. Hey, indulgence. Oh wow, what does that do? Oh, there's more places to go. Yeah, this is a pretty empty church here, guys. So where is he? Are you him? Nightingale, that's him.
Here I am. My name is Henry. We're supposed to go on patrol together?
You report for duty dressed like that?
Well, I've got nothing better to do.
You'd look more frightening with a pitchfork. Go and get kitted out first.
I'll manage like this. Oh gosh, where? Okay.
Where do I go for that?
They'll have something for you at the armory. Didn't the bailiff tell you? The armory's in a bastion of the city walls, the last tower before the upper gate on the right-hand side.
Okay, so the Bastion Tower. So we have to go there and get ourselves tidied up here first. Let me go ahead and zoom in because I feel like... Where is that at? Armory. Right here? Is this it? Combat Arena? Or wait, right here. Armor? Armor. Yeah, but I think that's where we just buy the armor. Where's the armory? Combat Arena. That's the upper gate. Activity giver. No. The blacksmith, archery range. It's at the Bastion Tower. I'm gonna do it this way. At the armory. The guard in the armory was a bit unpleasant, but in the end I got what I needed. A helmet, and a club, not much, but surely enough for dealing with a few drunks and beggars. So I've already gotten it then. I just gotta, oh my god, I gotta change. How do I know if I have it on? Oh, it shows me over here on the right. 1, 2. Yeah, I got it all on, but this ain't the right one. Yeah, I definitely don't get it. Maybe I can just manage with just this on.
You report for duty dressed like that?
Well, I've got nothing better to do.
You'd look more frightening with a pitchfork. Go and get kitted out first.
I'll get by like this.
If you insist, but don't blame me if you get laughed at. I'm Nightingale. Aren't you that lad the mill wench brought here on a cart?
Teresa. Yes, she rescued me. She turned up with Captain Robard and his knights.
All honor to the girl. She has bigger balls than most men. Tell me, how did you pay her back?
Well, I thanked her.
That's not much, is it? You should go and see her when you get a chance. So, how did you end up in the service of the bailiff?
I wanted to enter the service of Sir Radzig, but he sent me here to learn.
And learn you will. You're lucky, lad. Sir Radzig must like you. Most lords would have just sent you on your way.
Come with me, Henry. We'll patrol the town and then check on the taverns to make sure they lock up in the evening.
I'm ready.
Alright, man.
Don't forget, I'm supposed to try you out and, with the help of God, teach you something. So I expect you to deal with any misconduct yourself. I'll make sure you don't do anything too stupid. Let's go.
Maybe I should have changed. If you must follow somebody, slow down to a walk. Gotcha. Alright, well, let's go ahead and do this, guys.
I'm from Skalitz and, well, you know.
How do I switch first person, third person? All right, so we got the stab, hook, slash, shoot, jab, kick. That's only if we're in a fist fight. And then we have block, parry. Then we can surrender. Wow, I didn't know that. All right, so ranged weapon is left, right, and melee weapon is left. Okay, let's go ahead and head on right back. All right, so we're discovering a couple new things, which is good. Really.
It serves
Thank you,
not
Miss
only as
Toots.
the house of God,
How are
but
you?
the crypt of the Lords of Lipa, our masters.
Ooh.
The gravedigger lives right round the corner. The priest too, our parish priest.
Somebody howling like a wolf.
Speak ill about servants of the Lord.
I thought we had a third person in this game. I guess we don't.
This is our rat house. Pretty big, eh? The bailiff and his hands live there, and our maestro protonotarius, the scribe.
And
the jailhouse. You don't want to see the inside, not even as a guard. Naturally, we have an executioner too, but he doesn't live in town. That wouldn't be proper, as I'm sure you know. He lives by Gallows Hill, the other side of the creek.
Wow.
This pillory was brand new in autumn, and 2 people have already been rotting on it. The swordsmith lives here.
That's good to see you doing good. That's good. That's good.
Bread, fresh bread.
Ooh.
What the hell is going on here now? Go and check it out, Henry.
You won't go to the church.
All right, let's find out what's going on here.
I don't want you here. Is that manure pile not big enough for you?
What are you two screeching about? Stop making such a ruckus.
About time you turned up. This filthy beggar thinks.
My name is Jane.
No one cares what your name is. This filthy beggar thinks she can come and stink in front of my shop. I want you to get rid of her.
Uh-oh. Okay, so hold on. We have to remember, guys, this is based on old times. So she is stinky, and she's interrupting the shop. But maybe she was here to buy something. How is she bothering you, master? Do you have to beg right here, Jane? You call yourself a Christian armor? Drive the beggar away. You should let her stay, master armor. Sort it out between you. Okay, hold on. How is she bothering you? Right, true. Well, he just said how. Give me a second. Let's see why Jane wants to beg here for him.
Must you sit here, of all places?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Folk drive me away wherever I sit. I can't keep walking all day and night.
Uh-oh.
Can't you show us some Christian charity, armorer?
What? Have you any idea how much I've given away in alms? Even to this witch only yesterday.
Is that true?
Might be, might not.
Did you get any alms or not?
Yes.
From the armorer here?
I don't know. And even if I did, that was yesterday, and my belly's empty again today.
That's true.
What would you know about it?
All right, so the options I have here, it looks like I have a +2 with the hard. Give Jane alms armor. Okay. We'll do that.
I think you ought to give Jane something.
I gave her a groschen yesterday, and today she's ruining my business. Have you taken leave of your senses? Why should I give her anything?
Well, you wouldn't want to look like a heartless bastard in front of the whole town, would you?
No, certainly not.
There you go then. Just a coin or two and you'll have an even better name.
Oh, for God's sake.
Got it, we did it.
And don't come back.
Thank you.
See now? It didn't hurt too much.
There we go. We solved it.
He'll hate you now, that I can tell you. But you acted like a good Christian.
Okay, I wonder what he would have done. Typically, she shouldn't be like laundering around the or loitering around the front of the store.
Living here now. It's a bit of a shithole. Even so, you should be thankful to Sir Hanush. If the town burghers got their way, your folk wouldn't be let anywhere near the town. And now
True.
our people aren't too happy with him. Some fools are even calling for Sir Hanush to finally hand the fiefdom over to the young lord, Sir Hans Capon. Sir Hans's father, old Sir Yeshke, may God rest his soul, kept it till he was an old man. Then he retired from it, first to Moravia, then to eternity. Sir Hanush is managing the fiefdom until Sir Hans comes of age. They're related by blood somehow, the same great-great-grandfather or some such. The time's coming soon enough when the estates have to be handed over. These affairs often end in conflict. I hope we have nothing like that here.
That's true. Oh my god, I'm stuck on the dog.
This square here, it looks much better during the markets. Then it's filled to bursting with folk from all around.
Nah, it's a peaceful
We've
town.
also got the baker's shop here, and that mad merchant Wolfram Pruder. Pruder has a pretty daughter, but he keeps her on a short... Young bucks are none too happy about. I heard he even keeps the poor lass locked up at home all day.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I'm trying to
Here.
finish the story.
Beggar. By Christ, I'll show the bastard.
See who? Oh, this one on the ground. Okay. Oh boy, he's in trouble.
Comfortable, are we?
Arms, please, sir.
Who do you take me for? Are you stupid or just insolent?
Well, what's the matter?
Stupid, then. There's no begging allowed here, so pick up your stinking arse and haul it somewhere else.
Who am I bothering here?
Me. Us. Everyone. If Sir Hanush saw you here, he'd take a whip to you.
All right, I'm going.
Damn beggars. You offer them a helping hand, and they want the whole arm. It's not like the rules aren't clear. Beggars belong at the church. There's one alehouse here on the market square.
Okay, so they belong at the church. Now we know.
Up by the gate. We'll be going there later.
He's just walking through the grass. Look, he's not even taking the road. It's like, nope.
Let's move along to the inner bailey.
All right, let's do it. Here we go. Why does it keep... Oh, discover a nest. That's why. Yeah, I forgot about those.
Here's the forge. The blacksmith has some trouble and he's not working at the moment, but his apprentice is standing in for him tolerably. I hear you're a blacksmith's apprentice too. You lot could help if needed, couldn't you?
Us? What do you mean?
You and your master, or your father, whoever taught you.
They...
What is it, lad?
My father was the master blacksmith. He was killed in Skalitz.
Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Thank you. So am I.
My papa died not long ago. Of course, it was old age got him. That's not the same, but I know a little how you feel.
Wow, this is a very long walk.
The Rattay fiefdom is pretty big. Naturally, it starts here by the town and continues along the Sasau River all the way to Kohelnitz. Then there's Gallows Hill, lots of farmhouses scattered around. Neuhof, Merhoyed. Master Smill is in charge of Sir Hanush's stables.
Okay.
He's by far his best vassal. It's all a bit complicated for a newcomer, I suppose. This lord here, that lord there, this exemption here, that right there. Exemptions from exemptions, rights to half of something, so on. It'd take you a year to make head or tail of it. This tower was only half the size when I was a young lad. Sir Hanush had it extended and made into an armory.
Cops had not cars at that time, right? It was way different back then, for sure. Absolutely. All right, let's catch up to this guy. Uh-oh, we got another beggar.
God be with you, Benesh. How goes it?
Well enough, Nightingale. It's quiet today.
Good. Where's Moimir, anyway? Isn't he supposed to be here with you?
Ah, yes. He hasn't turned up yet.
Uh-oh.
I see. Now, where might he have got to, then?
That's not good.
You don't know, eh? Let me tell you something. When the bailiff finds out Moimir's slacking off, he'll be in serious shit. And being a friend of his, you wouldn't want that, would you?
No.
So it's better if I deal with it and we leave the bailiff out of it, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
So where is he?
In the tavern. He was thirsty, so he...
Went for an ale. We know how that goes. Come on, Henry. Let's go and find that idler, and you'd better talk some sense into him.
Uh-oh. So one of the guards are slacking off, guys. He's at the tavern. Let's go get him. Oh, here he is.
What the fuck are you doing here when you're supposed to be on the gate? Move your carcass and go and guard the gate. Not a word. Get moving. You're lucky it was me found out, not the bailiff, or God forbid, Captain Bernard. Out!
Oh, he's in trouble. Oh, he got towed.
Come and sit with me, Henry. Let's have a drink.
And then now he wants a drink. Psh.
You're fired!
Me too. Shouldn't we be on patrol? Oh, yeah, true. You're right.
Me as well, the lazy bastard.
My words exactly. And just when we need every pair of eyes. You never know when the Cumans might creep up on us. But that's enough about that. Let's not let it spoil our day. Listen, since we're sitting here anyway, how about a little game?
Why not?
Your fame precedes you, but you won't get the better of me.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yo, Borean Solid. What's going on, guys? How are you? Welcome back, by the way. All right. So what are we playing here? A game of dice? I don't know how to play this. First, I gotta. All right. So we have a board game here to play.
That's it. Your turn.
Oh yeah, well, definitely, Martin. You already know, bro. Definitely, definitely.
This'll be the one. God's holy hat.
Yeah, give me a minute.
That's it.
I shouldn't have pushed it.
Should I? Shouldn't I? No, I daren't.
Not good. I screwed up, guys. Big time. Wow.
Now I'm for the chop.
They're rolling well this game.
Uh-oh, movie time.
Just one more thing and we're done for the night. Ringing the end of the day and closing the taverns.
Isn't it still a bit early?
I don't know how it was in Skalitz, but here in Rattay we close up at this hour. Except, of course, during fairs and big festivals. Then we don't close at all.
I see. Should I go and ring the bell?
If you wouldn't mind, the bell is hanging outside the rat house. Ring 3 times, then go to the Trader's Tavern by the market square and make sure the innkeeper closes up.
I'll do that.
Before I forget, it's forbidden to walk in Rattay at night without a torch. Here, take this one.
What are you doing, creeping around like a footpad? Everyone has to...
Oh, be merciful. What am I to do? A poor wretch whose home was burnt to ashes by Sigismund's horde.
We gotta ring the bells. Where the heck is that at? Oh boy. Oh, the Rathius today job. The job fell to me. Okay, so the bell is now A. Ring the bell. Gotcha. All right, let's follow A, guys. Here we go. And we got a bunch of the guards out here at night. We got a lot of beggars too.
Od neděle do neděle hraj muziko vesele, gatiska má roztrhané, sláma trčí z prdele.
Did I tell you about my wife's lace making?
No, I didn't know she did that.
She only started not long ago. Always in the evening while there's still a bit of light. She sits down and gets on with it.
And she's quite deft at it by now.
Wow.
All right there. Anyway, I showed a couple of...
All right, let's keep running. So where's the bell?
And how?
Oh, I think it's in here. Yep, it's in here. Is this the guy? That's the other guard. All right, well then let's go up top. Yeah, we don't belong in there. Oh gosh, almost got myself hurt. Huh. There's got to be a way to the top, guys. Not that way. My weird. Wow, the bell's right. I'm done. Close the Trader's Tavern by the Market Square. All right, let's go for it. Go get that tavern closed.
You'd think he had blue blood.
I know we passed it up a little while ago. There we go. Let's go for it.
And the canon of St. Wenceslas in Olomouc was so drunk, he dragged the pig to the market square, saddled it up, and rode it out of the town gate. No, we can see that this wasn't going to end well. So, Sir Peter and I rode off to look for the good canon on his pig. Did you find him? We tracked the filthy beast down to a sty beyond Cronau. I mean, the beast with a tonsure on its head. We never found the real pig, but the Reverend was sound asleep in the pigsty.
Birds of a feather.
Thank you, Martin.
Together.
It seems the same goes for pigs and planets. I toast, gentlemen, to pigs and planets. God save the bacon.
Sir Hans, forgive my intrusion, but I need...
Oh, but what? You want to join us? Want to buy us around? I'm afraid we don't drink with peasants. You're not in your village now, boy.
No, sir. Curfew's been rung. The alehouse is closing.
Nothing closes while I'm sitting here. If that's all, you're dismissed.
Uh-oh.
Your mind, lad. You can't cross his lordship. He's got a temper like a bear with gut ache. If I was you, I'd get lost before he shows it.
The bailiff instructed me to close the tavern at the proper hour. He doesn't want anyone disturbing the peace after curfew.
The bailiff? The bailiff can kiss my arse. I trust you haven't forgotten who's the rightful lord of Rattay.
No, it's Sir Hannes.
Oh, is he here? What, is he hiding under the table, maybe? No! Then what he wants isn't worth a fart in a bathhouse. And besides, he's only in charge till I grow up.
Which clearly hasn't happened yet.
Enough! You can't talk to me like that. I'm a nobleman.
Come now, sirs. You're not going to fight here, are you?
We most definitely are. This yokel needs to be taught his place.
Oh, I think we better get ready. Uh-oh. We're about to get into a fight. I forgot how to play.
Keep him down. Go on, Your Grace, show him what for. Go on, Your Grace, show him what for. Go on, Your...
Oh, how'd he do that?
Take that insolent pup and left.
Oh, no, you don't.
Keep him down.
Ah. We hit each other a couple times.
Crucifix! What in the name of Christ is happening here? Hell? Answer me, damn you!
This peasant insulted me. I had to teach him a lesson.
By rolling around in the mud like a hog? That's a fine example of noble conduct.
Sir Hannes, the bailiff ordered me
Silence!
to...
You shut your mouth and thank your lucky stars that you are Radzig's ward. Have you gone out of your mind? Raising your hand to a nobleman? And you, Hans, how many times have I told you that drinking with your subjects might be good for their morale, but it's bad for your honor? You spend all your days drinking and chasing wenches, which wouldn't matter if you paid any attention at all to your duties. And now we see what that leads to. Tomorrow, you will go with me to a hearing. Some landowners have asked me to settle a dispute. It'll be an excellent lesson for you.
I had planned to go hunting, but if you think listening to the pointless gripes of a bunch of old fools will benefit me, so be it.
Oh, hunting. Well then, Your Grace, I'll tell you what. You can go hunting.
Really?
Oh, naturally. Who am I to deprive the young Lord Capon of his sport? And you can take Henry here as your page.
Him? Absolutely not.
You'll do as I've commanded. It's time you learned how to lead people, and not just in drinking and brawling. Now get out of my sight.
Sir, I have responsibilities to the bailiff.
Not anymore. Your responsibilities now are the Lord Capon. It's time you learned how to behave in the presence of nobility. Let's go. Tell the kitchen I'm hungry. It's been a long journey.
Wow. Yeah, that just happened.
Jesus. You men spill more than you drink.
Oh boy. See Daisy. Hold on, guys. What the heck? All right, so it looks like we have a new person we're going to be listening to here. So where am I going? Shoot, I think we're going.
You can't just walk around in the
Hey,
dark.
halt right there.
You have to have
Show
a
me
light.
what you have
It's
on
the
you.
Law.
Be quick about it.
What does the guard want on me?
Well,
Why?
such are my orders.
Do you really want to search me? Get out of my way. How about I pay you instead? Blah, 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 blah. All right, let me see what we got here. It looks like with this, we have a +2. I think it's because of the armor we're wearing right now.
You want to pick over my personal effects? You can't be serious.
I'm in no mood for your nonsense.
We're not running away because I'm not doing that. We're not doing that jail time, guys. Thank you, Martin. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
If you insist.
All's well. Mind how you go.
Well, I did have the torch light off too, so yeah, we're good, guys. So we're okay with the guard. None of us got in trouble with anything. Let's double check with the map real quick, see where we're going. We're going to A. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and keep running forward. See what we're doing with that. I do got to clean my mess that I made here, guys. Big time. Oh yeah, Fire Lord Raven. Thank you so much for that, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Looks like we're gonna be making a left here. Look at all these chickens. Am I going this way? Yeah, there's something in here I'm missing. I keep forgetting that X is to like jump. It's so weird. Yeah, I totally just missed all that. I need to go up there. Man. Okay. There we go. Can you imagine taking like a time traveling machine and going back in time and just seeing stuff like this, guys? That would be crazy.
What am I to do, big folk? Scarlet lies in ruin.
Of course I'm in a dead end. Wow. Alright, let's turn back in the other way. I need to try to go up one more floor level, guys. There we go. Now we can make it around. Alright, here we go. We're gonna be able to finally do this. Ooh, what's up here? Somebody was eating up here. Am I allowed in here though? Oh yeah, it opens. Sweet. Okay, so who am I? To meet with Sir Hans couple in the morning in the courtyard. Oh, in the morning. Gotcha. Oh, look at the little doggies here, guys. Alright, so we gotta kill some time here. I'm gonna do some time waiting here in just a moment, guys. Hold on, hang tight. Give me 1 second.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Alright guys, let's get back at this again. Alright, things are looking great. So we gotta wait till the morning. So how am I gonna wait time? Morning's gonna be like right here. Nighttime's about to be over. Only problem is we're gonna need to eat something here soon, guys. I don't know what I have in my inventory. Oof, not very much. We can't do that one. So nourishment, we're looking pretty low. Our energy and health.
Oh, damn, I'm tired.
I need somewhere to sleep, but where am I gonna sleep? There's gotta be like a bed around here somewhere. We'll try to finish this off.
I'm overjoyed. Have you got a horse?
No, sir. Where would someone like me get a horse?
Good point. Unless it was a cart horse, I suppose. Well, you'll just have to trot along behind me like a good dog.
Wow.
But, sir, isn't there a horse I could borrow?
Oh, certainly. Why don't you just have mine? Or, then again, you can just run alongside as befits a peasant. Take care now.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
This is... My horse died. Wow, so I really gotta chase this guy. Yeah, we're gonna have to get some sleep, guys. Our character's gonna pass out. Oh, we don't need the torch anymore. Put the torch away. All right. Let's catch up. Man, that glare though. Oh my gosh, like that lens flare is crazy. I need to catch up to this guy. I don't like that the B button is to run. It's kind of annoying. I discovered Ancient. Ancient is good. My character's gonna pass out. Wow, this guy.
I have to eat something. My insides are shriveled up with the hunger.
This ain't very good. I wonder if I can find like berries or something to eat on. I can't believe he's making me crawl like this. This is crazy. Hey, what's up, Food 34? How are ya? I'm either gonna pass out or starve to death before we get to our mission here. Oh my god, my motherboard is burning up right now. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. Not good, guys. Yikes. 2015. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while. You can always do exclamation mark followed. It'll show everybody. It'll show up in chat, like how long you've been here. Followage would be Stream Elements. Followed would be with Trick Spot. With the ED at the end. Okay, I think we're almost done following this guy, hopefully. Hold on. It'll be like that. Oh, look at this guy. He's fixing the fence. Yay, we got a fast travel point. Perfect. Should be getting some rest. Need to borrow somebody's bed. Yep. Look at that. February 16th of 2015. Wow. Whoa. Time flies, don't it? Like, those were the good old days. Those are the days I remember. Like, now you got like YouTubers making videos talking about Twitch and how there's so many streamers, and it's true. I mean, you have to think, people are streaming on console, on mobile. Yeah, you can stream anywhere now. So there's a lot of like saturation going on with that. So it's pretty crazy. I want to say 2014 is when I started. I did things a lot differently back then. So we did good. We had a nice, good run. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we did really well. Still do it though. You know, from time to time. I went down to part-time now. I don't do full-time anymore. We just kind of stream to stream. You know, make my motherboard hit like, you know, 55 degrees Celsius. You know, it's okay though. Nothing wrong with that. I am overclocking though, so that's why. So now I remember why I wasn't overclocking. I might have to just take out the overclock. It only did it while playing this game though, so this game is definitely making my cores work for the power. I don't think so. I want to say no. Probably not. I'm the same way. Like I had people who I was following from like 2014, 15, and I'm like, So a lot of times it could be like from giveaways, like if somebody, if there's a giveaway going on, you'll follow that streamer. Sometimes if you're raiding another channel, you'll follow the streamer. Sometimes if you see them post something on social media, you'll follow the streamer. So I mean, there's a lot of different ways that it could happen. What is this? It's like a flat statue in there. I don't know what that's for. Man, how far do we have to travel? Yeah, I'm about to check the map real quick. Oh, he's making me go to a region I've never been before. We're almost there, guys. Thank goodness. Yeah, I've done Minecraft. Yeah. Way back then, though, I think we did Java, and we probably did like, I'm trying to think. I even had my own server at one point. That's when we had like a server up and running. Beer City, welcome back. My character's... You're welcome. Have a good one, food. Alright. I think these are one of those moments in video game. Ooh, wait, what do we got here? Anything good? And no. I discovered an ancient. I don't even know what that means. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. Probably would have been much better if I played this on my Xbox. Alright, we should be almost there now, guys. They did say we're going hunting, so this would be interesting. Love the graphics in this game. I'm not sure how it looks on the stream because I know a lot of times vegetation or fields like this, it's not so noticeable. If I was recording, yeah, but not live streaming. Alright, come on, Trick. Stop passing out on me. Stay awake. Amazing Gamer, how are you? Welcome back. Yeah, right now we're very tired. We're trying to follow this guy. This guy was being a complete butthead with me, but we got into a little fist fight back at the tavern. And now here I am walking and he's on a horse. Because I'm a peasant. And he's a nobleman. That's how life was back then, guys. There was no if what buts about it. You had no choice. You were either rich or you're poor. There were no cell phones, there was no financing. Is either you had it or you don't. I realize that all the dogs in the game are pretty much the same, I think. I don't think we saw like a variety of dogs, not yet. That's good, that's good. Yeah, things are good. Zeus, what's up? How are you? Sounds like you're playing a game about the hood. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's something like that. I guess it would make sense in comparison. Yeah, it would be the same. But in different times. Go to camp. Okay, so we're here. We finally made it here. I'm about to steal your horse, bro. I'm gonna fight this guy again. What the?
Make camp here.
Thank goodness I need to rest.
Oh, Jesus. I could really do with some sleep.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Zeus. I totally agree with that, dude. Oh, yes, food and sleep. This is like everything I need. Perfect. Yeah, I think things can be better for everybody. I mean, it's 2020 now, so hopefully this will be a... Bring wine and bacon from the saddlebag? Where the heck is this saddlebag? Don't tell me it's by his horse. Oh, thank goodness I ate. Alright, so we got bacon, get wine, and we got wine. Okay, let's go bring this over here now.
Coming up, sir.
At long last.
Deliver. Do you really want to cancel handing the items over? No. Confirm delivery. There we go.
So, are you enjoying being on the hunt?
I am, although we haven't actually hunted anything yet.
That doesn't matter. Hunting is a diversion. The main thing is to get out of Rattay for a while. Listening to Hanush's lectures all day long would drive anyone mad.
It depends. It depends. I'll see. If I do, it might be later, possibly. It's between that or Final Fantasy, most likely. Those are the two I'm distinguishing between either one.
If I may ask, sir, what does a lord like you do all day?
When I was little, I was awfully bored, I can tell you. There was always some courtier or teacher dogging my footsteps. Now I spend most of my time trying to learn from Sir Hanush. Governing is no joke, at least most of the time. Only last week I had to listen to complaints from my subjects.
But that could be interesting too, couldn't it?
What am I going to do with Jesus? Oh my gosh.
My lord, this yokel here empties his piss pot in my yard.
And sir, that old hag put a spell on my cow, and sir, my old woman is fucking half the village.
Like a flock of sheep, bleating all the time. Even study is more interesting.
Wow. Seems like he doesn't like his life too much.
How come Hanush looks after you anyway?
For a start, he doesn't look after me. I'm not an infant blacksmith's boy. Hanush is just managing my property until I'm an adult.
When will that happen?
What are you implying?
Nothing. I didn't mean it like that. I meant that you seem quite adult to me already, sir.
Well, it's hard to say. Before he died, my father appointed a council of nobles to decide the matter. Only they can't be bothered travelling halfway across the country just to assess the claim of some stripling.
It's been a few years. Amazing game. It's been a few years.
The king would decide on my adulthood. Only...
the king is gone.
Just so.
Uh-oh. Alright, so we have a third option here. Alright, here we go.
Cumans.
What? Cumans? But...
You should see your face! I got you there. We'll see what we can get. But I'd like to bag a boar. One, at least. And a few hares, too, eh?
But what about you? Before I couldn't get a word out of you, now your tongue's loosened. So, tell me about Skalitz. I heard Sigismund had 100 banners there.
I don't know, sir. I didn't have time to count them.
It was a miracle I escaped. There was nothing I can do.
Both of my parents were killed in Skalitz, right in front of my eyes. The Cumans slaughtered my friends and neighbours, and it was a miracle I got away. I don't know what else I can add.
I'm sorry about that. But tell me, I heard in the tavern...
What, that Sigismund flew down on a dragon? That the Cumans have horns and hooves? I'm sorry, my lord, but for me, Skalitz isn't a tale of adventure to share over a tankard of ale.
All right. I understand. Better get some sleep, blacksmith. We have to get up at dawn, so best not overdo it.
My name is Henry.
Very well, then. Henry.
Oh, sorry, Zeus. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, so I need to get some rest.
Waiting for. Your lord requires you for the hunt.
Ugh.
Yeah, you're okay.
Such a renowned hunter needs help.
You wouldn't dare mock your betters now, would you?
Heaven forbid, your lordship.
If that's the way you want it, peasant, we'll meet back here at noon. Whoever has the most hares wins. Oh, and if you don't have anything to shoot with, there's a crate in the camp with some old hunting equipment. You can help yourself. After all, there's no sport in trouncing some wretch who hasn't a chance in hell.
By all means, Sir Hans.
Uh-oh.
You'll soon be laughing
Uh-oh.
out of your grubby face. And now turn your back for a while. I know a few tried and tested spots in these woods, and I don't want you stealing them.
Okay, well, before I go doing this... I need to sleep and I need to save. But I'm gonna lose my mission, though. What happens if I sleep for an hour? I don't think it's gonna be much of anything. I have no idea. I don't even see that. Oh, it's okay, Zeus. Yeah. Nah, you're doing good, bro. Just stick to Roblox. Do nothing but Roblox, bro. I'm telling you right now. Play the same game every day, and you'll be good. Trust me. If you're looking for higher viewers, stick to the same game every day. I'm still tired. Oh, I don't think this is gonna be safe. I mean, I don't. Sleeping too much is gonna be bad, but I think I'm gonna do this. He's gonna beat me in hunting, though. But hey, what can I do? Here's my nourishment and my energy. That's much better. Oh. Go back to the camp.
Let's see how good you are.
Yeah, I didn't catch anything because my character was too tired. I'll sleep for 3 more hours. And how much sleep do I need in this game? There you go, that's a little better. Now I'm gonna be hungry again.
How did the hunt go for you, sir? Have we got enough hares?
Show me. It looks like we're as bad as each other. It's getting quite late. I think we've had enough fun for one day.
So we really didn't have to hunt? Oh, good doggy. Yeah, you'll get it, bro. Don't worry. Trust me. I'll have to look, Amazing Gamer. I'll have to see what the cap limit is, see why I did it. I'm not sure. Just make sure you don't have your caps key on. Or unless the emojis you're typing are in caps, which I don't think they are, because I think you're using mobile emojis. That is true. I do agree with that. I think live stream is a very good... like, there's people now with, like, medical conditions who go live because it actually helps them. Granted, they have to deal with some very ignorant people on the internet, but that's just the internet. You can't stop it. So what do I do with him? We're done?
Good night, sir.
You want to go to sleep now? I thought we'd have a bit of a chat again.
All right, sir. Why not? I probably wouldn't fall asleep anyway.
Tell me.
I know. I can imagine.
What's it like to be a blacksmith's son? Was your father a good man?
Good and kind. And there was no better blacksmith in the kingdom.
Have you found a favorite mode that you like?
Smithing is a good trade.
It is. What about your father?
What about your father?
What about him? He was the Lord of Polno, of course.
I mean, I was wondering what happened to him.
An accident. He was fording a river with his entourage when his horse shied and threw it. It was in the spring, the current was rapid and the water icy cold.
That's awful. Sorry.
So am I. And he was such a good horseman. Everyone said so. Well, we should bed down. Tomorrow we'll track board.
Very well, sir.
Okay, so why are we still here then? I can't talk to him no more.
God's name is he up to?
Oh. So where am I supposed to go? That's the stealing mission. Okay. It's too late now to carry on hunting. We to wait until the morning. Oh, okay, so let's sleep until the morning then. This is perfect, so I can get this sleeping thing off. Wow. Here we go, 2,200 hours. Almost 23. What do you mean, Amazing Gamer? I don't get it. Wait, what's saying that? Nightbot? So where's this guy sleeping at? Right, his horse is here, so he's sleeping somewhere, but where? Why are you just sleeping in the open? Oh, my character's hungry. There's a rabbit there. He said there was a box with like old hunting equipment. Hold on. Better bow. I need to make something here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to configure it later. I'll check it out. I've never had anybody complain about it. You're the first one, so I'll have to see what they are. I think they might just be default, to be honest. We're playing Kingdom Come, Deliverance. Pretty much takes back in the old ancient times of like knights and medieval type stage. Now let me think. Items though. I gotta get these bad boys equipped real quick. Weapons. Here we go. Okay, villagers ash bow. How do I equip this? Or how do I gotta put it as my secondary. Got it. Okay. It's the type of arrows I'm gonna have with it. Okay. Oh, almost hit the guy in the sleeping here. Oh, ouch. Seriously? That's one strong rabbit. Got it. Hunted game is a great source of meat, but a hunter wants to get a trophy of, he'll have to learn a perk. Okay. So I gotta pick up the arrow for arrow. Okay, so we just grabbed the rabbit and skinned it? How do I do this? Cook item. Oh, deal with the fire. Cooked? How do I eat it? Oh, just hold it. Oh. Now we're not hungry, and nor are we tired, which is perfect. There you go. Fart it up, guys. I don't think it's long. I think it's like 5 seconds, Amazing Gamer. I don't think it's long. Right. Oh, gosh. See something really quick. We gotta wait and kill time while this guy's sleeping on the job. It won't let me sleep no more. So how am I going to wait, I can move around? I was about to say. Check something real. Yeah, I am. Alright, let's see here. Thank you for those. I really appreciate it. So if I can't sleep, what am I supposed to do then? Sleep and save? Can I sleep anymore? Well, it won't let me sleep anymore. Sleep for 2 hours, I guess. So wait, we gotta do it. Oh yeah, right there. That's perfect. Whew. Okay, it's almost morning time anyway. This guy's still knocked out. Look at him. I could probably pickpocket him, but I ain't gonna do that. Yep, we're not hungry, we're not tired, we're not anything. I just gotta sit and wait. Go ahead and sit on the log. Guess we just gotta kind of sit here and just waste some time, guys. Hopefully, morning will get here anytime soon so we can continue on with the hunting. Take a look. Has anybody else played this game before? Bum, bum, bum. Let me see how long we can sleep here. I slept too long? Oh gosh. Well, I guess I can practice my... Sound like one of the dogs is making like a sound effect. Nope. Right? That's very true. Very true. Dang it. Well, we can grab some things, I guess. We'll grab some ingredients while we're waiting here, guys. Let's grab some, we got some mushrooms hanging about out here. Or whatever they want to call these things. All right, let's get our torch out so we can see better. We'll take some eye bright. We can definitely use those. We can use all these for like cooking ingredients and things like that, and whatever mixing things we can do in this game. Oh, it's just another rabbit. What's in there? Where'd the rabbit go? There it is. He's over there. Let's get closer, but not too close. Rabbit disappeared. It's too dark to go hunting, guys. We'll just grab a few of these things here real quick and let's head back to the camp. I don't want to overdo it. There you go, the morning's coming. You did? What happened? Like how did that happen? What did they do? Oh, here we go. Let's go right over here. I played a game that's identical to Minecraft. I've been playing Creativerse. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's actually free to play. You don't even have to buy it. Herbalism? Yeah, we're learning some new skill levels here, guys. Let's keep it up. The more, the better. Where did the rabbit go? I just lost sight of it. Oh, by out of Minecraft. Gotcha. Yeah, it happens. Alright, let's go back to the camp. We should be able to sleep now, man. But you know what though? I've seen it happen on like Grand Theft Auto, on Minecraft, Ark, Atlas, any of those like servers where you join and there's mods. I think a lot of times moderators get way over their head. Oh wow, yeah, hey, he deserved it. I mean, if you were timed out for an invalid reason, that's unnecessary. You don't want somebody like that moderating, you know, your server. That's terrible. Oh my gosh, what time is it? Oh, it's almost morning, guys. Jeez, I gotta sit here and just waste time. I think I can sit and wait time. Yeah, I just can't sleep. Ah, okay. Duh. Oh, he should be waking up any moment now. Come on. Get up. He kept putting you in timeout. Yeah, that's not cool, man. Not good. Sorry you had to go through that. Oh. It's not good. We gotta wait for this guy to wake up real quick. At the time, guys, we got probably a little bit. We'll see. I don't want to overdo it too much. See how we're looking here. Not looking too good, but it's okay. Let's see. Still sleeping? Wake yourself up! Man, let me just get up and walk to this guy. Maybe look, even the dogs are waking up. Well, one of them did. Yep. The dog keeps waking up, going back to sleep. Even the dog can't even make up their mind right now, guys. It's going crazy. He'll be waking up any second, though. Crossing my fingers. My character tired again? What? Just barely. Dude, you gotta wake up or what? I guess stepping on him doesn't wake him up. Oh, you are? That's good. That's good. Being a moderator is good. Like, I'm a moderator in some other channels, and I usually tell the streamer, like, I'm not here to be a mod, but some of them mod me anyway. But I let them know it's hard for me to be active, and I'm honest about it. You know, I've had people in the past where they're like, hey, I want moderator, and they want this, they want that, but they don't do anything. And it's like, okay. I think they just want the badge next to their name or something. Or same thing with like game servers. You ever join a game server and people always join the server and say, hey, can I be admin? It's like, would you like to know the server first? Get to know the community? Being an admin's like being a manager. You know what I'm saying? Like, the employees don't know who you are. How do you think, how's that going to work? Why aren't you waking up? Hello? I'm gonna wait an hour. This is shenanigans. There he is.
Henry, follow me. We're going hunting.
Oh, almost broke my leg. Well, then let's do it. The rabbit. Got him. There was an arrow here I just wasted, but where? So now me and him are like buddies. He got stuck with his dogs. Yeah. I could have sworn there was a way to go into third person into this game. Okay, so he's going into the woods right now. Yeah, it really is. Man, there's so much stuff in here to probably collect. Man, it looks so nice in here. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, yeah. Sustaining a community can be very challenging. You need a good team to back you up. Some people can do it, some people can't do it, you know? I've seen a lot of communities shut down or just poorly managed, and it is what it is. It happens. But if you find yourself a nice community and you feel like you belong, stick to it. You should be fine. Let's go on top of this hill. What is this? Oh, it's a tree thingy. Ooh. Seriously? Wow. How many hits do you need? It's still alive. I'm never gonna hit this thing. I'm running up to it. I was gonna try to slice it with the sword, but I guess not. Finally! Get my arrow back. We did it. I'm overloaded. Wow.
Somewhere nearby, so just like last time, slow and quiet, whatever you do. Understand? Or watch out for them from the top of that mound there.
Let's see what he does.
You want to take him down with an arrow? Certainly. Why wouldn't I? You won't kill him like that. Boar is hunted with spears. Is that so? So now all of a sudden you're a master huntsman, are you?
Watch and learn.
Did you see that? Damn, I'm good. Quiet. So, next time you try to tell me I can't kill a boar with an arrow, you can... Fuck! After him! Vex! Mount up, Henry. We're gonna chase down that swine!
How am I supposed to mount up? I don't have a horse.
Yeah!
Wow. Oh, I try to tell him you need a spear. Okay, I'm overloaded. Holy shinobi. Wow, I weigh 114, so I need to drop a few things here, guys. It's probably food. I think it's the red deer. Wait, why is it red? I should be able to run now. I don't think there is a third person in this game. 50 hackers. That's a lot. That's a lot. Hey, but you caught them though, right? How am I going to hunt down a boar when I don't even have a spear? Alright, let's try to figure out and see what else we have here, guys. Oh, where I gotta go. Maybe just within this area. Where to go? I could try to take it out with my sword. There's one of the deer thingies. This one even has like little oh, the Archivist. How are you? Welcome. This one has the greetings. Little like horns on it. Yes. Oh my gosh.
No!
I just messed up my screen.
Good!
Which side is that? It's this side. Do me a favor. Just step back out a little bit. I think it's because when you knocked it more this way earlier. A little more. Right there. Oh, a little more. Oh no, you know what? I'll just turn my camera. I forgot. I think that's better. Oh my god, Jay, thank you so much for the sub, bro. Hey, there he is. Why are you being so silly right now? Thank you, Zeus. Well, caps? Ah, we just don't like people shouting in chat. It is very impolite. Thank you, Archivist. Yeah, it's very impolite. No caps, no links, all that good stuff. You know, the usual basic common sense. I think I can crawl up to this thing without it knowing. Ah, it knows. Dude, there's so much things to hunt, but this is not what I need.
Daddy, J13 has asked what happened to you last night. J13 has asked what happened to you last night.
Man, I had some unexpected events. And honestly, I was trying to hurry up and get back because I knew you were live. I was like, poor little man.
I had to stay live for 4 hours.
How you know how I feel?
You know how much my thumbs hurt from turning the screen and trying to play all the NPCs?
Yeah, it's...
My thumbs hurt. They still do.
Now you know how I feel. Now you know why I'm always tired.
The other teens that you went out with never came back.
Right. Did you get lost? Man, it was a journey, bro. Oh gosh, what did I just do? Yeah, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, in this region.
Are you lost in the?
I gotta look for it in this region. Sort of. I'm gonna stand up. I need to put this light away.
When the heck did you get an archer bow?
Huh?
Pickpocket someone?
No, I found it in the chesty thing. You know, yeah, I had to go to Mexico, yeah.
He went to Mexico and never came back.
Mm-hmm. Look how hot my motherboard is right now. Holy moly.
Good for you, if you stay that hot.
I want to say Project Zero. Archivist, am I wrong? You wanted the true Mexican food, right? It's not always bad. Very true. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Right, Bori? Bori, how is Destiny, bro? You've been grinding. Oh, man, you've been on that Destiny. So is it true you just got to buy the DLC, right? Is that all you got to buy in the game? The rest is, the game is practically free except for, like, DLC stuffings. Oh, man, I need to look at the map again, guys. I'm lost. I got confused. Jay, coming up with that resub, bro. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, on the Disney grind, right? Yo, Disney's giving you guys what? Hulu, Disney Plus, ESPN for $12.99 a month. What does Netflix want? Yep, I got it. Ooh, I figured it out. Hey, right now I'm trying to look for this boar, guys, and I can't seem to find the boar. Disney, I said Destiny. Really? Is Disney on my mind? Oh god, you know I'm tired. What's my uptime here, guys? I know I've been on for quite a while. What's that uptime looking like? My chat doesn't want to work. What? Why is it doing that?
Hey, for that.
Thank you, Bori. 4 hours. Oh my god, we already went over our limit.
Daddy, I already got all the
All the what?
I already got all the secret units in that one game, Daddy. And for that, you could change the tile. I can beat.
Yeah, I know, right? Alright, we gotta figure this one out, guys, for sure. I know, right, Jay? Right. Well, today was a long day, too, man. I had to get up today, guys, and, like, do, like, a funeral and stuff. So it's been a pretty long day, to be honest. Another 4 hours? I'll get on later tonight, maybe, but I gotta finish Gears of War, man. Or Final Fantasy, or Minecraft. Those are the 3 games I have planned for tonight. If I even get on, I'm not sure yet. What's over there? No, that's the deers. Where is this animal I'm looking for? The Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Dude, I have to play that one still. I never even beat Origins. I played it and just kind of like, the whole Egypt thing just... I don't know, man. Honestly, I liked the game. I just wasn't feeling the whole Egyptian thing. I thought I would like it, but I don't know. Maybe because it was just too laggy or something, right? Like the PC version just had a lot of issues. It was very issuematic. Yeah, don't get me started. Yeah, we were supposed to. He kind of booked out on me. Besides the Odyssey, yeah. I think Assassin's Creed Origins I haven't beaten. I haven't played the new Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I think that's what it is. I know that one looks like he's in London or something. I haven't played that one yet. And then, what's up, Kelso? And then, right. Yeah, we was gonna get on yesterday. We were gonna make like new characters, and we were gonna do like the definitive edition on Xbox. The only thing is, it's on Game Pass, so yeah, I don't think it's crossplay. Dum bum dum bum. Unity is trash. Yeah, no, I played Unity, and I liked the multiplayer. Kind of, it was sort of fun. But it got kind of dull after a while. Right, back to you, Kelso. Alright, I'm lost here, guys. Where the heck am I supposed to find this boar? In this area? Like, where? Where the heck is it? We're never gonna find it. Never gonna get it, never gonna get in. Never gonna get in. Oh. Yeah, I do gotta play Syndicate though, and I do wanna... I might have to just beat Origins. I might even just skip it, to be honest. I don't know. You haven't went to the store? Boy, you're supposed to go to the store, bro. What the heck happened here? I can't believe I said Destiny, or... you did the Syndicate first, then the Origins? Yeah. Syndicate looked alright. I think I played, for Star Citizen. Yeah, I do want to get Star Citizen. I know even Eridar and Catsman really wanted me to get it. I think Jay wanted me to get it too. Yeah, because we could do Maxima on the cloud. That way you don't have to worry about... Unless I can transfer my game save. I don't know. I think it's since it's on a cloud anyway, I think it's cloud saved. So maybe if I play it on Windows 10, would my save carry over? I don't know how that would work, but because it's on Steam, I would say probably not. Okay, guys, give me a second. All right, so we're gonna switch scenes here real quick. So we got a request here, guys, from one of the subs. We're gonna do the or VIPs, I mean. Okay, so what do I have up there? We'll do this because usually the donations are over here anyway. So let me do this. Let me go here, and this we're going to call it. Doesn't say anything on there though. Let's reset this. How much is Star Citizen anyway? The game is how much? How much is Star Citizen? What is it, like $40 or something? Okay, Amazing Gamer, no problem. Cheapest is 45, okay. Depends on what ship. Gotcha. Okay, so then we'll do We'll do 50 to be safe. Whatever. I don't know if there's taxes. Okay. You know, we'll just do 45. That's fine. All right, so I'm going to change it. So the number should change now. I think it should say 45 on there, right? Yeah, there we go. That should be much easier. All right, much better. There we go. Oh, what just happened to my objective? Oh, it's this way. Wait, did I pass it? Oh, I'm out of the ring. So where the heck is this boar at? Boar, I'm looking for a Bori. Look at Jay. Oh, Jay, you don't have it yet? I thought you... Wait, oh yeah, you only play during the free-to-play days too, don't you? And Kelso, do you play Star Citizen? Guys, I want to get like a crew on there. I know Bori has it, but I haven't seen Bori played it that much. I don't know. Right. Ooh. Got a rabbit here we could take out. So missed. Seriously? Rabbit, stop moving. Wow. Oh, now I'm just wasting my arrows. Now you're just getting annoying. Come here. Come here. Come here, you little rabbit. Where'd it go? I lost the rabbit. Bori, you sound like you have my issue, bro. The distraction with games is real. Honestly, you know, I got friends and people I know who can stick to the same game. What the heck just happened here? Hold on, guys. What the... Who can stick to the same game all the time. I don't know how they do it. I get mad props for it, but oh wow. Now I see what happened here. There we go. Hey, but you know what? Everybody has favorites, you know? Yeah. I think getting lonely does get boring. Like, there's a few games that I used to enjoy playing, especially on Steam. But when you're alone, I just heard the dogs barking. You just don't want to play anymore. You know, it gets very lonely. Where is it? Yeah, I know, bro. A lot of those kind of... I think any game, though. A lot of games in general can get boring. Imagine playing, like, Wildlands by yourself, or, like, Division by yourself, or, like, Call of Duty even by yourself, or Fortnite by yourself. You get... It's just... It's nice to have a crew. You know, like, I played some Sea of Thieves earlier, and then I'm like... But when I got to myself, I'm like, You know, honestly, I'm just not really in the mood to play with just some randoms. I was like, you know what? Let me just get off, because I'm not really up for it. Or even Dead Island by yourself, right? Right. There you go, Jay. You got a message, Bori, bro. Yeah, so he'll be on the Epic launcher. You'll have to message him on the Epic launcher. Or message on Discord. Where the heck is this? Where are we go? I don't even know what I'm doing right now, guys. I gotta turn around. Oh, there he is. Or who is this? Just some random person in the woods. Did I murder them? I don't want to go to jail though. What's going on, Underscore? How are you? You know, that's so weird how a random person walking through the woods right now. Kill him? I know I should, right? Problem is, you don't want to know what jail time's like in this game, guys. It's pretty bad. Like, you literally have to wait. Right. Yeah. Wow, I'm actually tired. Trix might take a nappy nap. I don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, man. I know we're supposed to be in a circle. We're looking for the boar. Let me double check our objective real quick. Maybe I'm doing the wrong thing here. I have to find Sir Hans quickly. Oh, we have to find Sir Hans. We're not even looking for the boar. Wow. So I heard the dogs barking. Are we still in the circle? We're like right at the border. I heard the dogs barking around here, but where? I hear them. What the heck is this?
Look here! You bitch! Show me your feet! Come now, stop pretending to be a man.
Oh, now we see what happened.
Riadó! Ott van egy a szemetek közül! Vigyázzatok vele! Csak gyűjts! Vigyázz! Itt! Itt az ellenség! Lófasz!
Oh!
Fogsz nekem pityeregni?
Oh boy, I'm getting shot by arrows, guys. Not good, not good. Come on, boy.
Na, hogy a faszba!
How do you block that? Oh gosh, I'm almost dead.
És most ledorem.
Okay, hold on. I don't have nothing for health. You gotta be kidding me right now. See, I wish I would have snuck into the camp. Yeah. You guys heard about that? Ooh. Oh, hello. And a random person, not an old man looking for a kid in the woods, right? Well, we went hunting and he got captured. What can I say? He was in the middle of chasing a boar and there he goes. I come and he's tied up to a pole. I said find Hans' camp. I found his camp and it wasn't his camp. So that was a big mistake. I should have took a little more precaution. I'm about to die now because I don't have any don't I have like a healing thing? Where is it? Hmm. Oh! My life is low. Come on. Couple more hits. What? I bled to death. No! I was bleeding. Oh, no. I found him, though. So now we know he's captured. At least the game is pretty lenient in terms of, like... Put the torch away. The heck? Yeah, well, Happy New Year's to you too, guys. Yeah, Happy New Year. Good luck with that, Jay. You can do it, bro. You can do it, man. I know you can do it. I know I do need to eat food. It wouldn't let me eat it, though. It was, like, empty. Kelso! What? Oh my gosh. Yes, I am definitely going to use that. That puts us way closer than we were. Originally, we were at 0. Now we're at 15. Or I can even use what you gave earlier, too, and put that together, actually. If that's what you want me to do, Kelso. That, I believe it was 7? Right? Yeah, I think so. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it, Kelso. Yeah, you are underscore, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What? Jeez. Hold on, guys. Oof. Did it just get hot in here or something? Okay, yeah, fine. I'll do that. So that will put 15 and then 7. That puts us very close. And you guys said it's like 45, right? Oh, Juicy, thank you. I really appreciate those. I didn't even know those were a thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh my gosh. Why? Those are not supposed to be popping up though.
Money is motivation. Money, get rich, but not trying.
$15 donation received from Bori216. Tongue sticking out, put you closer now.
So, tongue sticking out, put you closer now, right? Yo, that's gotta be like... Thank you for those. Oh my god. Okay, so oh, you love it up too. There you go. See, hey, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Okay, so hold on. That's 15, and then 7. All right, so I put this at 37. I've been pretty good, underscore and Juicy. Thank you so much for those. I really do appreciate it. Oh my gosh. I didn't set it up like that. Why? It shouldn't even be like making a sound. I don't know why it's making a sound. Like I had it to pop up and not make a sound. That's crazy. Ooh, Kelso, thank you. Oh my god. Right? Okay. Go. That's crazy. Right. Okay. All right. Don't worry. Kelso. Guys. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Hold on. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, why is this popping up like that? It shows the most. What the heck? Hold on. I gotta turn this off. There we go. Yo. I don't even know what that was. Hold on. Guys, Kelso, thank you so much for the 500 cheer bids, and Jay, thank you so much for that sub. And guys, thank you for the donations, by the way. You guys are awesome. We're very close to getting Star Citizen. $45. We're almost there. It's still going. Yes. It's ripping my eardrums. 87,000. Nice. Thank you, Juicy. What level are you trying to hit right now? Thank you, Zero. I appreciate it big time. Yeah, I have to fix some of my alerts. It's not set up right. I don't know what's wrong with it. Where was this camp at? I'm going the wrong way. Right. I don't even know if you can I don't know if it lets you do auto hosting over there. I'm not sure. But thank you guys. I really appreciate all the support you guys have done. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Bori, you're awesome. Elso, you're awesome. Jay, you're awesome. Juicy, you're awesome. You guys are amazing. Truly are. Appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. Star Citizen's a very fun game. But I feel like it's going to blow up my computer. Anything I should worry about if I play it a lot? Can Bane? What's Bane? What do you mean? I'm almost at the camp, guys. First of all, let's get this unequipped. What the heck am I doing here?
Money is motivation. Money! Money!
What? Right. Oh my god, what's with this random guy? Oh my gosh, yo, Kelso, thank you. Guys, that should put us yeah, right now we're at 40. We're at 40 right now. And then the other one, we still have what Kelso did before, so we should be good. I believe we should be good. Kelso, you're amazing. And Bori, you guys come in with the clutch all the time, guys. Guys, if you ever want to like like send me messages on Discord, or if you want to donate games directly, you guys can, you know, or you can donate for them. Either way, it doesn't matter. The cheapest is $40. Ooh. Thomas, how'd you forget I was on? Thomas, you slacking, bro. Today's Thomas time to slack off. Ooh.
You're fired!
It's hot in here. Hold on. Whew.
Yeah. You're fired!
Oh my gosh, you know what I love? I love how I say, I'm getting tired, I'm going to take a rest, and what do you know? We get cheers, we're getting donations, we're getting subscriptions. Now you guys make me feel... Well, we definitely, I think we did hit some goals. Did we hit any of the goals? Well, donation, technically we did. Oh, I have to stay on now. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I found the camp. We're back at the camp. Let's crouch it up. I have to rescue this guy. See, there he is over there, guys. He's tied up right now. Ew, you guys are farting again. Right? Guys, Thomas has Call of Duty. Bori has it. Jay has it.
You sodomite! What's it like to be fucked by a horse, eh?
Alright, so there... Where's all the guards at? Oh, there's the boar right there. Look. I can't grab it? Alright, let's get ready, guys. Me too. Thank you, Solid. Dude, I appreciate it, guys. You guys are amazing. Solid coming in with the... Oh my god, not a 1 or a 2, but a tier 3 sub.
Daddy!
Jeez!
Come here.
That's crazy! Solid, you're amazing, bro. That is crazy. We got our own COD crew, right? We need a COD crew. I hate playing by myself in that game. I get bored. I get boredom like extremely easy, guys. Look, I am getting notifications here. Look at this. 15, 15, 15, 10. Wow. You guys are awesome. Yeah, randoms. Let's not talk about randoms, guys. Randoms drive everyone crazy. Why am I sounding like a pirate right now? I think I played too much Sea Thieves today. Am I able to save this game? And can I sneak attack these guys? Careful.
What are you gaping at, you blowfly? Never seen a real man before?
How do I get this guy? Where are the other guards, though? Seriously?
Hey, Otman! Vigyázz! Your mother is a whore! A szentségű! Látjátok! Ellenség!
And I got the bow and arrow guy after me. Seriously? Got him. Come on. Come on. Oh, and I'm cut probably. Dude. Go ahead and attack me. I'm gonna quick jab you. Come on. Seriously, bro? Wow. Now I'm bleeding. I'm out of stamina. Careful. There we go. Man, this is annoying. Oh, whatever, man. I'm bleeding bad, guys. I'm getting impatient now. Come on. Did I even count as a hit? These blocks are really... Wow. It takes my stamina away when he does that. Okay. How come he gets to punch me? Come on. Wow, he got a hit on me. Dang it, I'm bleeding. I don't have no bandages or nothing, guys. They're all on my chest at the house. Right, it's okay, underscore. Atrix. Yeah, what job? I know, I can't even do it, bro. I literally just had to knock him out, and I missed. I missed that one shot, that one opportunity, and that's what Eminem told me, and I still couldn't even do it. My arms are sweaty like mom's spaghetti, and I couldn't swing! I can't get no health items. I'm out of luck here, guys.
I better go back for Sahans, otherwise Sahanish will have me drawn and quartered.
Come on. I'm in trouble. Warfare? Really? Oh my gosh, he almost took me out, yo. No, you don't. He's hitting me. How?
I can't just leave Sahans here to
Shut up!
Even if he is a
Take the guy out. He's blocking big time. Wow. I'm dead. Whatever. I have no healing items. What the heck am I doing? I thought we were just going hunting, not get hunted. I gotta find him again. I gotta do just a sneaky approach. I'm not properly equipped for this, guys. We're in bad news. We're in bad shape. What am I gonna do? They're picking on me. It's 3v1, like really? And then a guy with the bow and arrow just comes and like pierces my armor or something. Oh, did he just do a T-shape pose? Yeah, he did. Oh, that's nice. Stay here, and he's gonna be under. Oh my God! Seriously? I'm over. No, come on. What the hell? Weapons? Get that torch out of your hand. I got full health. Come on, guys. We can do this. I know. Thank you, Kelso. No. So what I don't understand is you guys hear the donation, but there's nothing popping up. So I have to fix that. I'll have to work on that and see why it's doing that. And then we'll take it from there. Oh, you guys gonna get on that cod? See, there you go. There you go. Thomas not here? Oh, and Thomas said it too. Wow. Wow, wow. Uh-oh. God, do sound like it could be a lot of fun. I've been wanting to get on, but not by myself. Maybe I'll get on tomorrow or something. Mine doesn't either. Uh-oh. Thomas left the building. Thomas has been... You got caught on the PS4. Hey, it's the way to do it, bro. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use my bow and arrow this time. That might be the trick to this. Tomorrow, there you go, Solid. See? So I see that Death Stranding's on PC now. Is that something you guys would be interesting to see or no? Or do you think I'm going to enjoy it? I don't know. I feel like that game's been out for so long. It took so long to come to PC. It's like... Am I attacking from the back? Did you like it, Solid?
What are you gaping at, you blowfly? Never seen a real man before?
There's one over there on the thing. Wasn't there one like over here on a tree?
I'll have you yet.
He's over there on the chair. Look at I only see one guard.
And your sisters have bigger cocks than you.
I'm gonna go behind this guy and butcher and watch. That's it. We're gonna do some Hitman style here. Monster energy. Hey, go. Hey, give me like 10-15 minutes and I'll hop on. There you go. Yeah, Death Stranding as well. Need monsters to keep you going. It can be very frustrating. Gotcha. You don't get it to the end of this year. I thought it was until the end of 2019. Wait, I thought it came out. It's not out? Oh, I'm not waiting to the end of this year. You crazy, bro. Alright then, that game's gonna be ancient history. What that guard just said? Yeah, I don't think you guys want to know. See...
You sodomite! What's it like to be fucked by a horse, eh?
Yeah, this guy... Wow.
Hey, michinazo.
Oh, Witcher. I heard Witcher was really good. I want to play it so bad. I see that it's on Game Pass. Like, I want to start playing some Game Pass games. I like playing my Xbox because, like, it's easier on my computer. Yeah, I ain't waiting till 2020, bro. By then, I'm not going to want to play it. Next-gen consoles are coming out. Oh, my gosh. Right in the base. How are you still alive, bro? How you still alive, man? Yeah, that's right. Come on. And he's gonna make me bleed. Dude! Oh, come on! Whatever, dude. Get out of here with that. Oh, now you want to get into battle stance mode. Whatever, man. I hate this. It's too time consuming. Like, I just want this. Like, I'm hitting him, but it does nothing. Come on.
Come now, stop pretending to be a man and get those others out.
Wow. What? You didn't block that. No way. Okay, if you say so. Wow. 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 I got no stamina. Back up, back up, back up. Oh my god, the bow and arrow guy. You gotta be kidding me, bro. He just killed it. I was having a good battle. Stupid bow and arrow man came in. Yanked me. I'm dead. Just die. Just kill me. Thank you. Oh god. I think I need to level up something. Shot him in the face with arrows, it does nothing. And I don't think my sword is good.
You're fired!
Yeah, the combat is weird. I get why they do it though. They made it they made it challenging. You're right, I do need a shield. You're right, I do. But that's the thing, all that's at my base. I don't have anything on me. I don't know what happened to all my items I had. I think they're in my at my house. Look, this is all I got. What the heck am I gonna do with this, man? The thing is, I'm using a single-handed sword, okay? With no shield. Like, what the... What am I gonna do? Yeah, he's messing me up big time. Might have to redo this mission. I wasn't really expecting this, to be honest. How do I know? How does it? I forgot how to. Oh, right here, skills. I think I have to learn these manually. Is it? Okay, so we don't have like a skill tree. This seems a little different. That's the way to do it, Solid. Go for it, bro. Get a PC, man. Yeah. I did see it. It was the tree pang. You posted something somewhere else. I think you posted it in the VIP. What is it? Yeah, the Lurk in the Dark. Yeah, so I see that's like a prologue. Oh, well, happy early birthday there, Solid. My gosh, guys, I died again. So do I have to... I'm overcumbered again. Of course I am. What did I be at? Alright, we're just going to have to get through this mission. Let's bow and arrow it up. Let's get a couple hits. And then we're going to have to just take the sword out and do some jabs. We don't have a choice. What am I using here? This thing sucks. Yes, it does. It is really, really pooey. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's Lurk in the Dark. It's a prologue. See how good it is? Oh, right there, stretching it up. I just cracked my back and that felt amazing. That felt good. Dang, time flies. Keep your head up and your ass down. What am I gonna do with you, Thomas? What am I gonna do with you, bro? Alright, guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, guys.
Back here.
I gotta win this fight, man. This guy is driving me off the wall. I'm gonna win it though, guys. I'm gonna win. I gotta do this for the stream. We're gonna do this for the stream. We're gonna go in again. Now you have a new game to download. Yes, I do. Actually, I think it's still already downloaded. I just gotta get the subscription or whatever it is. Yeah, let me shoot from far range. I wonder if they'll detect me though. I mean, this is my first time using an arrow, except for when I was battling or whatever, competing with somebody just a moment ago. I think what I'm gonna do, guys, because again, we did get some donations, we got some subscriptions, and we got some cheers and things like that. So we're gonna stay live. I'm gonna do at least another hour or so for you guys, because you guys work very hard for your money, and you're coming over here and contributing a hit here to our stream, which means a lot. Okay. You know, I know it's nothing like what I'm seeing on Google, people getting $1,000 donations and stuff, but let me tell you something. Everything helps. Right. Yeah, we're going to stay on for a little longer. I was going to get off, but we're going to stay on. Will they know where you are? I don't know. We're going to find out, though. We're going to find out. I definitely want to see what's going on with that. Where am I? I'm going the wrong way. We need to go this way. So what I need to do is get this, let's go to weapons. Let's get this torch out. You don't want the torch being displayed. I do need a shield, guys. That guy doesn't have a shield, but he has a double-handed sword. So he kind of has the advantage on me. Let's get the arrow out. This is the first weapon we're going to use. Okay, there we go. We got the arrow. I'm walking into a tree. All right, we got full health, full stamina. We're good. We're a little tired, but not exhausted, and we're not hungry, so things are looking good in our favor. All right, so here's a row hunting spot. right. Thank you, Kelso. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was tired. Here's your options. All right, let me take a look at this really quick, guys. Hold on, before we continue on here. Wait, really quick. Let me see here. All right, so options. I do have an account, which is good because we signed up. All right, guys. So we have some ships here. Jay posted a link in chat. I'm gonna post this for everybody so you guys can all see what we're looking at here. I need you guys to let me know what you think would be the best. Which ship do you guys think I should get? I need your guys' feedback on this for all you Star Citizen players out there. Oh my god, the Adventure Titan. That was that one ship I liked, I think. But that one is $60. Which one did we start with? No, actually, I don't remember. It wasn't the Aurora. Which ship did I like, guys? I don't remember which one it was. $245? Are you serious? Okay, so we can get the Mustang Alpha or the Aurora. I'll keep that page minimized so you guys can help me out. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Titan looks like Star-Lord's ship, right? Okay. Alright, so what I'll do is when I do get to the day of purchasing it, I'll see what funds we have, guys, and we'll go with that. You don't have that game? It's okay, Thomas. But what's it for? It's who wants to explain? I'm gonna let one of you lovely people explain it in chat. One of our lovely citizens here of Tricks Gaming. I'm gonna let one of you guys decide how to describe that game. Because we have a lot of console gamers here too, guys. They don't understand or never played Star Citizen. It's a different type of game. So whoever wants to explain, feel free. Or copy paste Google Wiki, whatever you want to do. Oh, wait, we're at the camp. This is the camp, guys. Where is this guy? He's right there on the pole. I see him. But the only problem is my guy sucks at aiming, like, terribly. What I don't understand is how one's at the camp, but then yet 2 or 3 more come out. Like, where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? And Hans. Well, we found Hans, but I know you need to get it. You need to get it, Solid. You need to get it, bro. I got my bow and arrow out. You know what? Let me get my sword out.
Hey, you! You sodomite! What's it like to be fucked by a horse, eh?
Úgy levezetném valakin az ideget. Beszarás! És pont amikor...
Seriously?
Kiverni a lelket. Istenem, vigyázzon! Hey!
I got him. Watch this, guys. I got him. Come on. Here comes the bow and arrow guy. Where the hell am I climbing to? Was I just climbing on a tree? Oh! Whatever, dude. It's cool. It's cool. Cool.
Daddy.
Hold on. This bow and arrow guy is really driving me off the wall. Hold on. This is annoying. Like, where'd this guy come from? Like, just magically from thin air? All right, I'm done. How do I untrigger? Dude, just... Oh, my God. Dude, what the hell are you doing?
I admit it. It's humiliating to get caught by 3 blue...
He wouldn't stop targeting, like... Jeez, I have nothing to heal with. Of course. Got your sword, dude. My weapon is so weak. You're trying to equip that ability better. Whatever. Whatever. See, he got a shield too. So lucky, bro. Getting hits on him, man, but it's not enough. I'm bleeding, guys. I'm dead. He's just blocking everything. I can't do this. This is like not fair. I'm gonna die bleeding anyway. Come on. Wow, how'd you dodge that? Wow, he shot an arrow at me while I was in the air. You saw that? I'm about to flip my desk right now in a second, guys. You're about to see a YouTube meme here in a second. Let's take this over. I have an idea. I have an idea, guys. I know how we're gonna get through this. We got this. Star Citizen is an upcoming multiplayer space trading and combat game developed and published by Cloud Imperium Games by Microsoft Windows, or for Microsoft Windows. The game's full launch was originally anticipated to be in 2014, but significant expansion of gameplay features have led to postponement. Star Citizen looks really awesome. It is. It's a really cool game. Like, honestly, I played it when it was free-to-play days. Rage delete this game. We've been having a lot of those this week. Let me tell you something, guys. We've been deleting games like no tomorrow. Let me tell you something about these games. All right, so what I'm going to do... Oh, wait, was that a boar? No. Into the map. I'm going to leave this area. Okay? If the game lets me. Cross my fingers on this one because... Where is my stuff? Where is my... Ratai? Are you serious? I'm not overloaded. You trying to say I'm fat? Game said I was fat. Pretty mean, man. Pretty gruesome, bro. Pretty gruesome, man. I did get that installed, didn't I? I need to beat this game. This game's taking up a lot of space on my hard drive. This game is huge. With expansions and everything, it's took up a lot of space. I'd delete this. I think I get like 80 gigs back. You think I did? Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I'll have to get on there. But then I'll probably make like a YouTube video on it too or something. That's crazy. Okay, so now that we're not overcumbered anymore, let's go ahead and fast travel. Thank goodness. Sorry, Hans, or whatever his name is. I have to lead you abandoned, bro. You abandoned your lord and he died? Wow. The game's pretty much telling me, fight with what you have. How are we gonna do this? Okay, that's out of the question. How can I access inventory, man? Come on, there's gotta be something better than this. Red Dead Redemption 2? Yeah, I don't even have it yet. I'm gonna wait. I want to wait till it's like on sale or something, because I mean I love Red Dead 1. I thought it was an amazing game, and the Undead Nightmare pack was awesome too, but I'm paying that much money for it, really. Seems like an awesome game, but it's like everybody already played it already on consoles. But I think 5M actually made some Red Dead servers. It's so far early into development anyway, so I don't think there's much to do with that quite yet. You know, it went down to 34. Nice. Yeah, COD takes too much, and that's not counting every time you have to install shaders. Did you look at my idea? Take out the bow guy and get good with the... Well, here's the thing. Okay, so the guy that I see at the camp is the sword guy. Every time I walk up to him, it doesn't let me lock him out. The enemy gets triggered. The problem is the melee weapon that I'm using is really bad. Like, it doesn't really do much damage. It's really weak. I used to have a PC. Now I just need to wait for it to get back. Oh, you're getting it fixed. Is that what you're doing? Gotcha. All right, so here's my options, guys, for weapons. I have hunting arrows and a villager's ash bow. Look at this damage. Does nothing. Blunt damage 9, slash damage 33, stab damage 18. You have a weak weapon and your character is fat. Not a good combo. Well, thank you, Jay, for admitting that for me. Yeah, look at my melee weapon. Look, the damages are red. That's how bad they are. Well, this one's good. Hunting wood? This is a mace. It's gotta be something we can do. But what? What can we do? If I had healing items, we'd be good. Or if I had bandages or some kind of things to... stay alive, we'll be good. Alright, check out the bow and arrow. What if I free Hans without getting detected? Is that even a thing? I don't even know if that's even a thing. We got this, guys. We got this. Come on, Trix. Come on. Nice and easy. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do, Kelso and Bori. You guys let me know which ship you want me to get on Star Citizen. Just let me know. Let me know on Discord even. If you guys want to discuss this on Discord, like when I'm not live, you guys are more than welcome to discuss this. Uh-oh. Food hype sounds good. Don't remind me. I'm so hungry. Yeah, I'm Trix. Oh, so what's this new thing about DoorDash? People owing money? Like, it costs you to do DoorDash? Like, for being like doing DoorDash for people? Look at Jay. Right? Yeah, I'm not leaving yet, guys. Don't worry. Alright, I got the ball in my hand. We're gonna... Alright, we got one of the guys there. I got the ball in my hand. Yeah, this bow and arrow sucks, though. But even in the head, I don't think it's gonna matter. See, there's no other guards at the camp. They gotta be in the woods somewhere. He's like, he yells for them and they come. He does say it takes 3 of you. So where are the other 2 at?
Show me your tits. Come now, stop pretending to be a man and get those others out.
It's gotta be something we can do here, guys.
What are you gaping at, you blow?
I can shoot him in the head, but I don't know if that's gonna matter. Oh, switch! Dang, I can't see! Oh, you son of a... You son of a gun. Come on. Come on. I got stamina and I got health now. There we go. Gotta hit on him. Gotta hit on him. Come on. Wow, I did not say attack that way. Oh! I just remember how to... I just remember how to battle. Oh, 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 oh. Oh! Come on. Whatever. Dude! What? That stupid tree was in my way. And here I am back at the... I'm dead.
I fucked your mother yesterday, pagan.
Yo, I can't move.
Your old man couldn't get it up.
Dang it. And then he gets so close to me. I can't block with a bow and arrow. Wow, he just dodged all that. I'm dead either way. Ah, okay. I'm dead. Oh! You did what's your mother? Yeah, you don't want to know. Dang it, man. Come on, I need better weapons, bro. This is like torture. I can't. I was so not ready for this. It's like you might as well just hand me a wooden stick going against a guy with a broadsword. Like, that's practically what's happening here. I don't have the proper gear. I can't leave because he dies. Now I'm stuck in this mission. Is there a way I can just cancel this mission? I'll have to go to whatever. It's not going to let me leave him then. Oh my god, I got to do this again? I'm just getting annoyed. Oh my god, put the torch away. What are you doing with the torch? No, yeah, you know, he's definitely not PG for sure. Definitely not. You know, I haven't done this in a while. That's how I feel right now. If you can, it may be very hard. No guard, not turn. I do. What? Yeah. Honestly, shoot him in the head did nothing. There is no one hit. I'm gonna have to fight that guy. I think I need to knock him out. But he, like, gets a hold of me before I could do it. Let me just get the sword out. Because if I can get a nice hit on him. This bow and arrow is pretty useless, to be honest. It just doesn't do the... It's just... I don't have the good stuff he did. This other guy had the good arrow and the good horse. He had all the good stuff. He's a nobleman. I'm just a peasant. I don't have anything. Nothing good worthwhile. Camp's gonna be right over there. Use the torch to light the guy on fire. But what if that actually works? No, it did not go good underscore. It went bad. I'm gonna crouch. Yeah, the bow and arrow did not work. I need to get behind this guy. There is a knockout feature, but I can't knock him out. Why? I don't know. Where'd he go? He's right there. Can I get him untied?
Just you wait.
What if I just had to do this the whole time? Wow.
Thanks, Henry. We'd better vanish quickly. Follow me.
Wow. So that's pretty much what... Oh, they're in the tents. Oh, we got through the mission though. Of course he got caught. Why did you get us detected, bro? I saved your life. And he's gonna stop. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not. Come on. Oh, you want to dance? Oh, I got you now. Oh, we've been battling so much. Come on. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Oh ho! Taking that shield. Oh, you best believe I'm taking that shield. I'm taking that sword too. Dude, grab the sword. Oh, what the? All right, that's it. Hold on, before I get myself killed. Inventory, weapons. No, what the? Where's that arrow guy at? The heck is he? There he is. Come on, come for me. Oh, you're in trouble now, boy. Oh, we got a nice whip on me. Oh, come on. How come you get the kick? Ooh. Okay, nice dodge and weaves. Nice dodge and weaves. Come on. Man, he is dodging it up, though. Oh, come on. That's all you got? Oh. Get on that floor. That's right. Go to sleep. I'm bleeding, though. Oh, you got inventory for me? Oh my gosh, I'm bleeding. I hope I can get out of here.
Bust made of you, my friend. But where have you been till now?
Oh, you know, I was picking berries, had a drink of wine, took a little nap.
You lunatic! They almost had me roasting on a spit.
I'd say it looked more like they were about to take your maidenhood.
Now look here, dung grubber. Is that any way to speak to a nobleman?
Uh-oh.
A nobleman with crushed balls, friend.
Now you're playing with fire, boy. I could have you in the pillory for that. And then with my own two hands, I'd crush your balls.
There we go.
Wound doesn't look good, Sir Hans.
You're right. Those Cuman swine roughed me up a bit. And my damned horse has bolted. You'll have to get me home somehow.
The sooner we get out of here, the better. Who knows how many bandits are creeping around here.
Let's go then. I've had quite enough excitement.
Yeah, underscore. You're right. I'm just glad we beat it, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, we're back at the village.
Get here, everybody! You, help him!
Had Ghost? I actually did like Ghost when it came out at one point. A lot of people hated it on it, but I did enjoy it. Alright, here we go, guys. Movie mode.
How is it possible, Ratsig? Those bastards make so bold no more than a mile from the castle. We'll have to send out more patrols.
That won't do us any good, Hanush. Even if we had 10 times the men, we couldn't beat through every thicket in the fiefdom.
You sent for me, sir?
Come in.
I don't know how to thank you, Henry. If it wasn't for you, Hans would be dead. And to think I sent you out with him as a punishment.
I was only doing my duty, sir.
Don't be so modest, young Henry. You showed not only courage, but loyalty to your liege. That's why I'm taking you into my personal service.
Uh-oh.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Well, let's celebrate your promotion and Sir Hans's recovery.
Ooh, we got promoted.
Don't just stand there, lad. Pour us a drink.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I've urgent tidings.
Oh no, what happened now?
A stable boy came from Neuhof. He says brigands raided the stud farm this morning. There's many dead or maimed.
Kurva!
Tell us exactly what happened.
I'm not sure. The boy was so shook up he could barely speak. He said the bandits murdered for the joy of it. I'm sorry, sir. Your vassal Smill is dead.
Who did this? Who were they?
We don't know, sir. The stable boy just kept babbling about some huge fellow in black armor who led the attack.
Take as many men as you need, and don't stop until you've found those bastards. And bring me their heads!
Yes, sir.
My men at your disposal too, Hanush.
Thank you, friend.
Sir, let me ride with them.
He's full of piss and vinegar, isn't he?
Their leader, he must be the one who attacked me at Skalitz. There can't be two men in the whole kingdom who look like that.
You think he might still have my sword? No doubt you could use another swordsman, Captain.
As you command, my lord.
How soon can you leave, Bernard?
Soon as the men are
Well, we
ready.
gotten better with combat a little bit.
Wait in the courtyard for Henry. And give him a horse.
Ooh, a horse?
His own mount?
Yeah.
Reward for saving Sir Hans. He'll need it.
Thank you, sir.
Now we're talking. We got a horse.
Go! I want these culprits in the hands of the executioner as soon as possible.
I won't let you down, sir.
Jeez, I didn't even get to celebrate too long.
Tell me what you have on you. What part didn't you understand?
We don't know much about what happened, just what that Neuhoff stable boy told us. Get your arses mounted up and let's ride out.
Be quick
On the
about it.
double. Maybe we'll catch up with that rabble.
Are you deaf?
Wait, what the hell? Why do you want to keep searching me?
For security reasons.
Wow. Wow.
You want to pick over my personal effects? You can't be serious.
I'm in no mood for your nonsense.
As
Wow.
you wish.
Nothing. All right, you may continue.
Why do they keep searching me, man? Like, what did I do? I get treated like royalty, then I get treated like a criminal. This city and this village is bipolar. One minute they love me, one minute they hate me. Yeah, no jetpacks. Yeah, them jetpacks are annoying. All right, so I need to figure out here, guys. Hold on. First of all, we got a shield now. Why am I doing another main mission? Do I have to do this? Yeah, shooting them in the head really makes them upset, guys. Like, big time. Big time. Reputation lost. That's crazy. Let me think for a second. Yeah, I gotta do the mission.
All right, men. Saddle up. No dawdling. Last one there won't find me a happy...
That's Pebbles. Oh, this is my horse. My horse, Pebbles.
Damn it, they really didn't wait for me. Now I've got to get to Neuhoff by myself. I hope Bernard won't be too angry.
So we're following the men right now, guys.
Yeah.
Look at the draw distance in this game. Like, I could see from so far away. Like, that's impressive. I can't leave this mission. It wants me to do this mission. I think after this, maybe I'll be free to do as I wish. I just failed an objective because I didn't follow the directions. I moved on and didn't. This is like a mission they're forcing me to do. This hasn't happened before, though. Usually after I do a mission, I have to go to another city and or something, and I get to choose what I want to do. But it seems like I'm kind of stuck right now. Getting money in this game is hard. Like, I'm so poor in this game, it's not even funny. I'm really broke.
Yeah.
So how far are we going?
Yeah.
I can't set it to like follow.
Yeah.
Wait, what's smoke? Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, we're about to go find out what's going on with the town now. I don't know, guys. If this is gonna be like that one guy that attacked our village, we're in big trouble. Uh-oh, birds, not good. Have a good night, underscore. Have a good night. Ooh. A dead deer. I'm just glad I got my horse. The last horse died on me. Thank you, guys. All right, here we go. That's the boy? Wearing the armor.
Where's your master?
In the paddock.
Uh-oh. I think they were definitely trying to put a message here.
Crucifix? What kind of beast could do this?
By the blood of the martyrs.
Wow.
What happened here? Why?
Someone came at night and hamstrung every one of them. The horses, screaming, must have woke poor Radek, the stable boy. And when he tried to stop them... And then my husband, when my husband tried to help them, they killed him too. And when they were done, they put a torch to the stables.
Be careful.
My sincere condolences, ma'am. I swear we'll hunt those monsters down and make them pay for this.
The horses were still alive when I came. We had to finish them off.
Wow.
All of them. The pain in their eyes. They couldn't understand how anyone could do this to them.
Did they steal anything? Any horses?
Nothing. They wanted blood, not coin.
Wow.
Did your husband quarrel lately? Was there anyone who might want revenge?
He argued over the price of a saddle, maybe, but nothing that could drive a man to this.
So dead horses.
There are dark days when there's more kindness in horses than in men. Did you see anything? How many were there? Or what did they look like?
We saw no one.
Has anyone tried to follow the trail?
No. We were fighting the blaze until now, and even if we weren't, what chance would any of us have against someone who could do this?
A pox on it. Mount up and quarter the area. We have to find out where they went. Look for tracks and ask the folk if they saw anyone. Fuck! Someone must have at least caught sight of them.
Yes, sir.
What about me, Captain?
What the hell use are you? You stay here.
Please, let me do something. I could have a look around the area and see if they left any tracks.
Well, if you must. Just don't get in anyone's way, don't go too far, and come back here when you're done.
God above, who could do such a terrible thing?
I'd just like to know. And I'd like for my friends not to be murdered, while you get warm and safe behind.
All right, so we have to look for tracks or clues.
As soon as we could. You tell that to Francis, lying there. Fucking lying there, splitting to you like a pig. Go see him. Go fucking tell him that you came as soon as you could. What a fucking mess.
All right, let's take a look. So what do we want to look around for? We're in this whole area, so here we got. That's a lockpick. We don't want to do that. What they do? They came and just like sliced the horses. So why would they want to? This is my horse, so it's my horse.
How could anyone be so cruel?
Oh gosh, look at all this. We do got some trails going on here.
Poor wretch. He must have crawled here. If it was the horses they were after, there'll be even more of them by the main stables.
Okay, so they came here, burned some houses down, and a few other things. Oh, when I step on it, it causes red footprints. So I was about to say that's kind of cool. I have been here before.
Are you well?
Leave me alone. Go away.
Uh-oh, I know it's difficult, right? We could try 3, 4, 5. Woof.
Look, I know that it's difficult. But when I say talk, I don't expect to be ignored.
No more, no more. Leave me alone, all of you. Take care now.
Wow. Try to be like one of the guards.
How could anyone be so cruel? How could anyone be so cruel?
Poor innocent creatures.
Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything.
Oh, no.
Final Fantasy Online? Nice. Is that what you're playing? Can you hook up an original Xbox controller to PC? Yeah. With the Bluetooth dongle? You'll need the wireless adapter. So like if you want to put like the original Xbox controller, like a 360, you either need a wired or you'll need a Wi-Fi receiver or the wireless receiver.
Oh, no.
See what's up with this guy. No, I can only pickpocket him.
Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything. How could anyone be so cruel? Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything.
What? Who's there?
Easy. I just came to ask.
I don't know anything.
Are you hurt? What happened here? Where did he come from?
Are you hurt?
No, nothing. Not a scratch.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What really happened here?
I don't know. Someone attacked. I don't know who.
I don't trust this guy. He seems pretty fishy.
You didn't happen to hear where they came from?
No, I didn't see a thing.
I don't want that. Alright, so no point of talking to this guy. What's in here? Nothing but horse poop. Wow, look at this horse. Oh, I'll be stealing that horse. Ooh, we don't want to do that. Okay, let's book on out of here. Well, better off just letting me take the horse and letting them die and get slaughtered. Horses are going to waste. There's got to be some kind of clue. Looks like they might have broke in through here.
Aha! This wasn't done by animals. They must have gone into the woods this way.
Okay. So this is all done then? I feel like we're supposed to go back. Oh gosh, I almost went in the water by accident. Okay. Where was... This is so weird.
This one got it in the back. And there's more of them over by the main stables.
All right, let's see what these guys are saying then.
I found a broken gate.
And what of it?
Whatever broke it wasn't a horse.
Fine. I'll ask around about it.
They must have fled this way.
All my men are already searching for them. I've done all I can. What the fuck are you lurking around here for? You couldn't be bothered to ride out with us, but now you're hanging around like a bad smell. Clear off!
Wow. Wow. You know what? Screw you guys then.
Good health to you.
Oh, now you want to be nice.
Any chance of some work here, Captain?
It all depends on what you're ready to do, my lad. As I'm sure you've noticed, the roads around here are swarming with brigands. Sir Hanush has declared quite a reward for dealing with them.
So what do you think I should do about them?
Thank you, Janessa.
We know about one of their encampments. It's to the east of Ratai in an abandoned mine. I don't really mind how you deal with them. Anyway, the leaders generally wear spurs, maybe like they're pretending they're nobility. Who cares? In any case, bring me the spurs, and I'll take it as proof that the deed's done.
Very well. I'll see to it.
Okay.
Wait. In addition, Sir Hanush has offered a reward for every bandit who's killed. So take a good sharp dagger. You'll get a bit extra for each ear you bring.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, that sounds amusing.
Well, as for amusement, I'd entertain myself by being very careful, lad. Farewell.
Okay. Well, in that case, it seems like I'm going out there alone. I thought he told me to, like, stay within whatever. Alright, well, let's go back out to that fence that we found, guys, and we're gonna go ahead and search up that, the woods real quick. Yep, here we go. We got some blood. We got some blood on the ground, and we gotta keep searching. What the heck is out here? Hopefully once we get done with this mission, guys, we'll be good. Oh boy. We weren't done here. They try to stay off the main road.
That bastard really got me good. How could it go so wrong? And who the hell brought those other fellows here? Fucking greenhorns. One kill that ginger brat from the farm, and then they slice you up. We'll find those bastards, and I'll send them.
The game just saved. Okay, good.
But I'll already be there, waiting for them. Don't talk that way. We'll get back to the camp, and they'll take care of you there. No, my friend. I'm not long for this world. Go, before someone finds us here. Don't worry about me. You know I can't leave you here. If they find you, well, what have we got here?
Oh, I figured. Nice blocks there. Wow.
Jesus Christ! Are you gonna cry now?
Okay, come on. Hey, you wanna play? Come on, guys, swing and a miss. Oh, okay. Okay.
Over.
Come on. Not good, guys, but at least we're getting leveled up though here. He blocked all that. Not bad. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. Come on. Ooh, we are really going at it with each other, aren't we? What's wrong with you? Oh man, we are back and forth right now. Switching hits.
Fucking hell!
Nice hit jabs. Okay, okay. He is very good at blocking.
I'll chop you to pieces, you rat.
Man.
Come here, lily liver.
Ooh. I'm weakening him up though. Got him. You shouldn't have tried to bite me, bro.
God.
I can pick him up. Oh, that's his sword. What kind of sword do I have now anyway? Didn't I pick up one of the weapons? I can get rid of this. Or no, not that one. This one? This one. Yeah, get rid of that. Better hunting arrow? Seriously? I don't know how much. Look at the body. Oh, I can loot him up now. We'll take that. I don't know if some of this stuff is any better than mine or not.
I'm fucking dying here. Nobody can match me with iron in their hands, and some damn peasant kills me. Dagger covered in horse shit.
Oh boy, well, what did you have for me? Oh, he had a bloody hoof pick. Hoof pick originally stuck in the belly of one of the bandits who raided. Oh wow. We'll take the bread. We'll take the drink of water. We'll take those. We don't need any of that.
Oh, Daddy! You wanted some bread? Here you go.
Nah, well, I don't want that right now. Alright, I think we're.
You wanted bread, right?
Do you think Bori got lost at the store? Yeah, probably. Probably, Jay. Probably, bro. What time is it? Oh my gosh, almost time for me to get going, guys. Let me see. How do I need to save it. I need to get back though. I want to at least try to finish this mission. Well, I don't need to go back down there then. Just turn around. Okay, so what's my next objective then? Search the dead bandit about clues. Gotcha. So yeah.
Why, it's a hoof pick. Someone in Neuhof must know more about it.
Alright, so let's go ahead and now we go back. Yeah, we gotta go back now, guys. Of course he runs on Recon time, right? Jay knows. Hey, bro, let me tell you something. They ain't lying about that. When they say 1 hour, it's 3 hours. Gonna be a while, man. You know? Let's get back into the base there. Well, Miss.
There were bandits here. 2 of them. Right there to the north in the woods.
What? You saw them?
They attacked me and they're dead.
You killed them?
One of them. The other was already dying. He had this on him. It must be from the stud farm.
All right. Ask the folk here about it. I'll take the men and scout the woods. Take care now. Men! We know where they are.
I won't get away with this.
Smell. The stud farm owner. I saw him in Skalitz a few times.
Ask.
I can come back later if you...
No. I saw you came with the soldiers, and the sooner you know everything, the sooner you'll catch those savages.
You don't know who this hoof pick might belong to? It's for cleaning hoofs, and so I thought that...
I know whose it is. Why do you ask? Where did you find it?
In the woods. The bandits who were still alive were talking about it.
My God. How could he?
I don't understand.
I don't even want to believe it.
What do you mean?
Ginger. He acted strange after the attack. Everyone was shaken up, but he
Oh.
had the eye. And now he's vanished.
Are you serious, Jay?
Ginger, you said.
Oh, man. Right? He acted very suspiciously. I don't believe he had dealings with though. You're right, he was.
It was suspicious.
So you noticed it too? Mother of God. I don't even want to think of it. So many dead.
Right.
I'll try to find him and learn the truth about this whole thing.
After you do, please come and tell me what really happened. Even if it's just to say where his body is.
Alright, where could Ginger have gone? Tell me about the raid.
Do you know where Ginger could have gone?
Not an inkling. Jakob hired him. Try asking him.
Jakob? Alright. Let's go. Probably out this way. It's probably that guy that was at the stables that I said was acting kind of weird, guys. Alright, we're getting a little better with fighting. Now I'm getting used to the game. You know, I was kind of like out of shape on it. Oh my God, look at this horse. It's mixed in with the... Wow, I didn't even notice that. That's Mark. Where is he?
What did you ever do to anyone?
Where was the one that was just over here?
He was here just now. Damn it.
He disappeared. This is bad news, guys. That guy's gone. That's the one. So where could he gone? Oh, he left. He left the town. He knew that he was gonna get caught. He left. Ooh, hey. Oh, I thought we had like a weapon being forged or something. I was gonna grab it. Well, I think the game saves anyway, guys. Let me just Wait, there's some?
Another useless soldier coming to ask questions. You should have fucking been here last night.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong with your arm? Oh dear. That looks painful.
That's all you gotta say about it. You useless prick.
Wow. Who pick? Any idea where Ginger might be? What happened here? How are you wounded? Why da-da-da?
Do you know anything about this hoof pick?
Yeah, it's Ginger's. He had it made in mate.
Okay.
Any idea where I might find this Ginger?
Well, that's the thing. He packed up and left.
What?
Look, I know how he looks. But Ginger is a fine fellow. I don't believe he had anything to do with the attack.
Where could he have fled to?
I might know. But you gotta promise me one thing. When you find him, listen to what he has to say before judging.
You have my word.
Sometimes the charcoal burners come to see him. He gets on well with them. I think that's where he's gone.
And where's that?
No idea. They've always kept to themselves, you know, charcoal burners.
But the forest is full of folk like that. They could be anywhere.
Aye, except these ones won't be far. If you follow the stream from the stud farm towards Rattay, you'll come across one of their camps. Only...
Okay.
What? Ginger didn't go that way, though. He always went by the big road, through the woods in the direction of Uzhitz.
But how can I find them?
There's always smoke when they work. You'll smell them before you see them. Well, and they need to be near water. There's that too.
So if I go through the woods along running water, I'll find them?
Exactly. Good luck to you.
All right. Oh, there went that. All right, guys. I'm going to save it up right here, and then we'll have the update on that objective. Okay. Fortunately, I had to go do a few things here tonight. Take care of a few things. And then, if anything, like I said, I'll see what I can do. Maybe I'll do some mobile streaming. Probably do, like, might finish the Final Fantasy, or I might just do one of the Xbox games. So if you're into like one of the campaigns, just let me know, Jay. We can finish one of the campaigns we were on. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, but let me get out of here. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate everything you guys done here tonight. I hope you guys had a great New Year's here so far, and we'll be having another stream here soon, guys. So definitely stay tuned, and I'll see you guys then. Bye bye.